Copyright information. Vicious. Book 3 of Coterie of Mages.
100 Halls Universe Series.
Copyright 2025 by Thomas K. Carpenter.
Chapter 1.
The Leaping Cod wasn't one of the places Jack frequented, making it unlikely he'd be spotted by anyone he knew. Normally he kept to the inner wards, mostly the first and fourth, where his home and hall were located, but tonight was a special occasion. Jack handed the hostess a big bill, as she let him into the employee entrance of the restaurant, which had an excellent reputation despite its location in the 9th ward.
"Thanks for doing this.
I want tonight to be a surprise," he told the hostess.
"It's your money," she muttered as she led him through the busy kitchen full of steam and fresh fish.
The back room wasn't as nice as he'd hoped. The decor was something out of the previous decade, with the bright colors and smooth curves of when retro was popular, while the latest trends matched the darker and spikier feel in the city after the invasion.
"Could I get a few more candles in here?" asked Jack. The hostess jabbed her thumb towards the front. "I've got to get back to my station."
"Sorry, we're not Liliths or anything like that." After checking to make sure no one could accidentally walk by the room and see him inside, he took his spot facing the entrance and straightened his jacket. The black on black outfit had looked smashing in the nearby hotel, but now that he was waiting for his date, he wondered if it was too Coterie. A wrap of knuckles on the wall had him looking up to find a gorgeous curvy blonde spilling out of her summer dress.
Her tanned skin glowed as she smiled softly. "Jack Townsend."
"London Morrison." She let her tongue rest on the bottom of her teeth.
"That's me."
Jack rose and pulled the chair back for London, catching a whiff of her floral perfume, and a glimpse of her cleavage, which he did his best not to stare down.
"Have you ever dated a mage before?" he asked, cringing internally at how pretentious the question sounded, but she didn't react the way he thought she might, which gave him hope for the date. "Hard not to in the city of sorcery," said London, coyly running her finger around the top of her water glass. "But not a real hall like Coterie." "That's what I thought," he said, leaning back in his seat. "What's it like being in the best hall?" she asked, leaning forward in a way that made it hard to keep eye contact.
"The expectations, the challenges, they're tough, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Coterie breeds winners.
That's why our graduates are like the best in every industry." He smiled in that way he knew girls liked. "Sorry, I'm giving you a stupid commercial for my hall. I'm sure that's not why you came here." "Not at all.
I could date anyone I want, but what I want is to find someone who is going places." Her crystal blue eyes went right into his soul. Jessica never looked at him like that. She always treated him like a business partner, and while that kind of relationship wasn't uncommon in their social circle, it left him feeling empty. Used. The conversation shifted after the drinks arrived. Jack could have taken her to a place that elevated their meals with sorcery or supernatural ingredients, but besides avoiding places where he might run into someone he knew, he also wanted to get to know London without the fancy pretense. Jack tried to keep the conversation balanced, asking her questions about her life. She was a Virgo, would have picked daring maids if she could use magic. The invasion happened when she was on vacation in Paris. The cops are way too lenient on the gangs that come up from the Undercity, and mages deserve their legal protections because of how important they are for the world.
"I know they're a younger class, but do you know the winner of last year's second-year games well?"
London asked, when they were enjoying a dessert of cinnamon-infused cheesecake. Jack almost spat out his drink.
"Is something wrong?" she asked in alarm. "No," he said, laughing. "I tried to kill some of them on multiple occasions."
Even before we get into Coterie, we all tend to know each other since we come from the same feeder preparatory schools.
"I really wish they would record or televise the games, or the trials. The halls would make a killing," said London. "Probably, but then it would be even easier for teams to cheat." "Didn't they? I mean, they were all Coterie students on one team." "The judges said it wasn't their fault," said Jack.
I for one am glad it happened, because it showed the superiority of our hall. I bet we have more applicants put Coterie down in the tome of record than ever before.
And the funny thing is, the members of that team all hate each other, and despite that they managed to win.
London bit her lower lip playfully, with a mischievous look in her blue eyes.
Wanna have a private games tonight?
The question sent his heart racing as his breath turned shallow, but he was proud of himself for not reacting and giving away his deep desire.
Depends. Are we on the same team? She winked. Maybe. Good enough for me.
Jack paid the bill, and after applying a look-away enchantment headed out the front with London on his arm. He knew there was a small chance that he could get caught, but right now he didn't care. London was everything he'd hoped her to be.
The hotel wasn't the 5-star kind of place he was used to, and he apologized to London more than once on the way, but she told him she wasn't there for the lodgings and eventually planted a deep, wet kiss to get him to shut up.
Inside the room, Jack's heart threatened to leap out of his chest. He was dizzy with anticipation. London swayed over to him, pressing herself against him as she clamped her lips against his neck. He could barely think as she ran fingernails along his back and his ass. The night was already a million times better than any he'd ever had with Jessica.
London. Yeah. I like saying your name.
She made noises of acknowledgement as she continued clawing her way around his chest, until he was staggering against her with his eyes closed.
Do you?
The question died on his lips the moment the cold metal clicked around his wrists.
Hey.
Jack pulled back to see 2 rune-covered bracelets on his forearms. The magical writings glowed. He tried to pull them off, but there was no obvious release mechanism, and when he worked his fingers for a spell, the phase wouldn't come, replacing his desire with worry.
What is this?
London ran a finger down his chest.
I was going to give you one last good night before things got bad, but then I remembered I really don't like you.
Jack shoved London, but she deflected his push with a sidestep.
I don't understand. Is this about Jessica? Jessica?
Oh yeah, your girlfriend. No, but I guess this is a nice reminder that you shouldn't be a naughty cheater. Anger rising from his belly, Jack lunged, trying to capture London to force her to free his wrists, but she maneuvered him in a circle and launched him onto the bed. Her ease in diffusing his attack worried him, that he rolled off, shoulder-charged, and at the last moment, leapt to the right and made a run for the door. Bright pain in his ankles had him collapsing to the carpet a few feet from escape. He rolled over to find both his Achilles had been severed. A scream started to erupt from his lips, but London smashed her hand against his mouth.
Shush, Jack.
We can't have anyone intruding on our date. To his surprise, he stepped back and adroitly cast a privacy spell. The bubble of golden light expanded until it covered the 4 walls, ceiling, and floor.
There. Now no one will be able to hear, she said menacingly.
Jack scooted across the floor, but she grabbed his feet and dragged him towards the bed as he screamed from the agony in his ankles. He struggled as best as he could, but she was significantly stronger. He felt like a child as she tossed him onto the bed, and in a matter of seconds had him tied down in an upside-down Y position.
Jack Townsend.
5th year of Coterie.
After all that bluster about how powerful your hall is, how you're the elite of the elite, and that no one else can compare, here you are, tied to a bed in a cheap hotel.
The blade that he hadn't seen before appeared in her hands. She straddled his chest in a way that a little while ago would have been sexy, but now was terrifying.
What do you want? Answers, Jack. Answers. Whatever you want. I'll tell you as long as you promise to let me go. That's not how this works, Jackie baby.
I'm going to ask questions and you're going to answer truthfully and at great length, and if I feel like you're cooperating with me, then I'll make sure your end isn't too terrible. There it was. My end. He'd never thought this day would come. Jack had always assumed that he would graduate Coterie, become a successful businessman like his father, and live an unnaturally long life.
I don't understand. What do you want?
Why me? London placed the tip of the blade against the small of his neck. Because you were easy. Gullible. A patsy. You know there's a reason why your parents always told you to date within your social class.
Not that I couldn't have gotten to you.
Jack gritted his teeth, summoning his resolve.
I'm not telling you anything. I don't care how much you make it hurt.
The beautiful blonde London bared her teeth like a mad dog.
You pathetic, arrogant fool.
You have no idea the depths of my contempt.
The hatred.
The pure spite I have for you and everyone a part of Coterie of mages. I would blow up this entire city, just to knock down your stupid obelisk. A monument to the blatant kleptocracy of your stupid hall. There's nothing in this life I want more than to destroy everyone who's a part of Coterie. From that thieving Maldenanterist to the wet behind the ears first years. No one will escape my vengeance.
Especially not you. Why? He asked.
London shook her head, which made the blonde locks dance around her face.
You don't deserve the truth. You don't even deserve a good death.
She looked out across the city from the spire side window.
You don't even deserve to look at me as I take you apart, a piece at a time, unless you give me every answer I need.
Jack feared that meant she was going to take his eyes, especially when the blade passed over his face, but then she climbed off his chest and stood by the bed.
At first he thought she was in pain as her head snapped back, and her skin rippled as if there were tiny hands moving beneath the surface.
The next minute he was transfixed as his hot blonde date transformed into a bipedal humanoid with glassy, almost mirror-like skin. The floral summer dress hung off the strange body in odd ways.
What are you?
The voice that answered wasn't in the sultry tone that had charmed him at dinner, but an angular, almost metallic speech pattern.
No more questions from you, Jack.
The next words that come out of your mouth, and for the rest of the evening, better be the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Do you understand?
Yes, he said, his voice cracking. Good, Jackie baby.
Very good, said the creature that had been London as it sat on the edge of the bed.
Now tell me everything you know about every professor and every student in Coterie of mages.
Don't leave anything out, and don't worry about going too fast.
I have a perfect memory. It's the only thing about me that doesn't change.
The first words came haltingly, and he had to start over to catch his thoughts, but eventually speaking was easier than thinking or looking at the creature beside the bed. Jack had heard that in moments before death, one might relive the many important scenes of one's life, but in this case he was experiencing it one sentence at a time. Whenever he slowed or became unsure about what to say, the creature brandished the blade. A few times they let him have a drink, if only so he could speak longer. Jack spoke long into the night about everything and everyone that he knew in Coterie, even the parts he didn't expect himself to reveal, like how he thought of his teammates and his girlfriend, or even himself.
It became a confession.
Or therapy. One last chance to get everything off his chest. He didn't even know when the end came until after it was over. At the moment the sun was starting to come up, reflecting its pinkish light against the spire, he was telling her that he couldn't think of anything else, and the next breath he felt warmth flooding across his chest and a sharp pain in the front of his neck. The last thing Jack Townsend saw before he faded into oblivion was the creature morphing into a new persona, which as the light faded from his eyes, he realized was a version of himself.
Chapter 2.
Eldritch sparks exploded in a wide arc from the warded barrier in scintillating colors as Iona, wearing a heavy silver full-body coat, covered in protective enchantments, smashed the tip of a pole into the center. She kept the end in the barrier, while a goggle-wearing Zuri shouted out answers. 18% fire, 22% air, 5% water, 25% earth, and 30% spirit. Sitting on a crate they dragged from the lower levels, a nearly 3-foot-tall puppet scribbled notes in a doll-sized notebook, while the massive form of Orion Dreadmarsh held a warded shield that protected them from the coronal blasts. Iona yelled over her shoulder.
Where next? 2 feet over, said Zuri.
They repeated the testing in a careful pattern, until every section of the barrier had been recorded.
Stand down, said Zuri.
Relieved to remove the sweaty, hot protective equipment, Iona went straight for the water, chugging an entire bottle.
Did we get the answer?
A moment, said Zuri, holding up a finger as she and Justine worked through the calculations. Iona held out a fist to Orion, who stared at it dumbly. She shrugged and let her hand drop when it was clear he didn't know what she wanted.
Good job with the shield, Orion.
I'd probably have third-degree burns even with the coat if it wasn't for you. The big man swallowed as if he were going to say something, but then he looked away, his mouth wrinkling as if he were eating the words he'd intended to say. Iona ran a hand through her wet hair, spiking it in multiple directions. She caught Orion grinning, so she stuck her tongue out.
I think we have an answer, said Zuri. Please tell me it doesn't involve putting on the suit again. I'm soaked to my undies. Sorry, Iona. But I promise you won't have them on long.
I think Justine and I know exactly where the weak spot of the barrier is. There's a place where the elements are in the greatest tension, about 3 feet from the middle on the upper left side.
Great, said Iona, slipping back into her gear. Let's get through this damn thing.
Back in the protective suit and with Orion holding up the big barrier, Iona shoved the hex pole into the spot that Zuri directed her to.
At first the interaction did nothing but create colorful sparks. Push harder, yelled Zuri. You'll have to put the elements in tension.
Using her thighs, Iona leaned into the pole, but it wasn't going any deeper into the barrier. She grunted, but the long grueling day had left her exhausted. Iona was about to tell Zuri she wasn't going to be able to do it, when she felt a presence behind her. A big hand reached around her waist and grabbed the pole. She checked back to see Orion holding up the protective shield, easily 300 pounds, with one hand and grabbing the pole with his other. Working in tandem, the two of them pushed against the barrier with the tip of the hex pole.
The harder they struggled, the more the barrier glowed hot, radiating waves of heat as if they were standing next to a field of lava. Come on.
Go. 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 As they gave it a final push, Iona felt Orion lean into her back. She was enjoying the close contact when the tip pierced the barrier, causing it to wink out and release the pressure. She fell forward, away from Orion, who managed to stay standing.
Oh, thank Merlin, she muttered from her hands and knees, then rolled onto her back as she flipped off the face shield to catch fresh air.
She would have been content to lie on the stone, but Orion offered a hand which she took, easily regaining her feet.
Thanks, big man.
I'd get sweaty with you any time. She gave him a salacious grin, but he'd already turned away to break down the heavy shield, leaving her feeling the fool. She caught Justine staring, but couldn't determine the emotion due to her still wooden face.
What did we win?
Iona asked Zuri, who'd already moved forward to examine their next challenges. It had only been a week since their third year had begun, but they'd already made good progress through the maze of discovery due to Zuri's experience with solving complex puzzles. The next room was covered in murals, one on each side, minus the direction they'd entered. At a quick glance it appeared that they could go any of the 3 directions, though the door was not yet solid. Only a faint outline in the center of the mural.
What do you think? She asked Zuri. Her friend frowned as she crossed her arms and looked between the 3 walls. I need more time. First impressions then.
I'm just gauging whether or not I can clean myself up, or if I'm destined to get a rash wherever things rub. An answer came in the form of a gasp. Justine was standing before the right wall, staring at the mural with her head tilted back.
What's?
The question died on Iona's lips as she saw the double circle, high over the hills of the landscape. The main focus of the mural was a trio of towers, but the group only had eyes for the object high in the sky.
Is that an eclipse? Asked Iona. Looks that way, said Zuri. The high-pitched voice of Justine spoke solemnly, giving Iona chills as she listened to the prophecy repeated.
Beware the shadows of occlusion. When time stands still, and fate hangs in the balance,
this cursed light brings death.
For those daring to look upon its face, bringing an end to the stolen tower.
Doesn't have the same ring as the original infernal, joked Iona, but no one laughed. Should we even be looking at it? Asked Orion with unusual trepidation.
His grandmother had been the one to offer the prophecy, after drinking the elixir of foresight. Orion had wanted to fix her painful growth, but she'd sought to give him counsel instead.
It's an eclipse in a mural.
There are no shadows and time definitely isn't standing still.
But despite all that, I'll assume we're not going to go that direction, said Iona.
Zuri had her arms crossed as she reviewed the murals.
Not a chance.
Mural or no, prophecies aren't to be messed with.
I thought they weren't exact.
A blunt object can still bash your brains in, said Zuri as she checked her watch.
A good time for a break.
We have our first meeting of the year with Professor Sinclair. Acting head patron Professor Sinclair, said Iona with a wry grin.
If that's acting, then I'm a movie star, said Zuri. Really hoping Patron Malden comes back soon.
Iona lifted both shoulders.
Never met him, so I have no opinion.
Neither have I, but the rumbles with the alumni aren't good.
I heard he's going to announce the new professor, said Justine, sitting on one of the crates, swinging her tiny feet. I'd ask how you heard that, but I already know the answer.
You should be more careful sneaking around the lower levels, said Zuri. When she turned her back, Justine stuck her tongue out, which made Iona laugh.
Let's pack up for now.
We've made great progress in only a week, said Zuri. With Orion on their team, putting away the gear, and hauling it back to the second level where they kept it in the mummy mirror room, took a third of the time it would have with only the three of them. Before they left the mural room, Iona checked back to the eclipse mural with the three towers. The others were quite frightened by the prophecy, but she found herself amused that the fates had deemed them important enough for a prediction, even as she knew that wasn't how they worked. It was way more interesting than her life in Missouri.
Chapter 3.
The Grand Hall was filled with students from all 5 years, including the firsts, who stared wide-eyed at their surroundings, barely touching the exquisite meal before them or the glasses of expensive fey wine. Each table had a roast suckling pig surrounded by garnish and plates of delicacies. Zuri remembered her first day, filled with optimism and wonder, oblivious to the dangers that lurked ahead. Naivety wasn't even the worst of it.
But those lean days were over.
She was proud of her group and their abilities. They weren't the people she would have ever expected to team up with in a million years, but they'd thus far proved better mates than anyone she could have picked, had she had her choice of the class. She was reminded of that, as the other years gave them worried glances when they walked by the table. Zuri knew most of the concern was sent Orion's way, but she knew that both she and Iona had developed a reputation over the last year between winning the second-year games, surviving the attention of the fourth years, and rumors of their involvement with Professor Cornwallis' death. Zuri spotted Blake and his crew when they sauntered in from the side door. She almost didn't recognize him as he was wearing glasses, had his hair slicked back, and was wearing what she assumed was a tome-filled backpack. He caught her staring, which sent a stab of fear through her heart. The grin that rose to his lips would have been pleasant on any other face, but on his, sent alarm bells through her head. He winked and took a spot with the rest of his group, immediately taking a book out, opening to a specific page, and diving into the text.
"What's with Blake?" asked Iona, staring with concern on her brow. "It has to be an act." "He's messing with us," said Zuri, narrowing her gaze.
Iona frowned.
"The rest of his team is looking at him strangely too. But I think you're right. He's trying to make us think he knows more than we do."
"I guess technically he does with all those elixirs of foresight, but those were just a one-time thing, right?"
"I guess."
A booming voice startled the entire hall, followed by an apology.
"Excuse me, Coterie. said Professor Sinclair as he straightened the hem of his checkerboard sweater vest.
He stood at the head of the lines of tables, looking less like a professor of Coterie, and more like a high school math teacher about to explain fractions to a remedial class. To begin, I'd like to welcome our first years to Coterie. I promise you that your time in the Obelisk will change you in ways you'll never expect, and if you manage to graduate, you'll find no end to the opportunities. Tepid applause followed, which had the professor clearing his throat and glancing surreptitiously to the side.
"Thank you," he muttered. "Secondly, I would like to quash any rumors that you might have heard this summer.
We have a very spirited group of alumni who have opinions on anything and everything, including what I had for lunch yesterday, so you'll find your life much easier if you ignore them." Once again he seemed to expect laughter from his weak joke, and when it didn't come he seemed to shrink another size.
"And the news I'm sure you've all been waiting for, who will be replacing the tragic loss of Professor Cornwallis.
I'd like you all to put your hands together to welcome the very capable and newly anointed Professor Eugene Hickford." The announcement was met with silence as a heavy-set man with tufts of grey hair on his nearly bald head plodded to the spot next to Professor Sinclair. He wasn't wearing a suit or professor robes like the others, but overalls. The gasps and murmuring grew to a crescendo as the students weighed the appearance of the new professor.
"He looks like a dumbass hick farmer," said Candy Thalassa from the next table.
More than a few sets of eyes fell upon Iona, who looked as incredulous as the others.
"Is this some kind of joke?"
whispered Iona.
"I haven't the foggiest."
The professor fished into his overalls, pulling out small objects that fit into his palm. The comments were growing louder the longer he remained silent, but unlike Professor Sinclair, he didn't look intimidated by the room.
"Suey."
The call came from the back, and the entire room erupted into laughter. One of the fourth years was holding up their half-eaten suckling pig by the arms, making it dance on the table. Next to Professor Hickford, Sinclair looked like he was about to have a heart attack, and probably would once the alumni heard about it. A clap of thunder knocked everyone back into their seats. Before anyone could make a noise, Professor Hickford extended his arms outward as if he were throwing rice at a wedding, and a stampede of winged pigs came flying over the tables, swooping over heads and causing at least a couple of students to dive onto the ground to avoid getting hit. As the illusionary pigs disappeared through the far door, the room turned their attention back to Professor Hickford. Zuri caught the twinkle in the corner of his eye before he slapped his hands together, producing another clap of thunder, and when she opened her eyes again, he was no longer wearing overalls but black robes like the other professors, and every table's pig had been replaced with a tray of buttered sweets.
"Merlin's tits," muttered Iona as she reached out and grabbed a frosted croissant, ripping the flaky pastry in half and tossing a piece into her mouth.
She wasn't the only one stunned by the presentation, and moments later applause started and rose to a thunderous crescendo. "Thank you, Coterie," said Professor Hickford, smoothing back the tuft of grey hair that had come unhinged during the display. His voice carried the same Missouri country accent as Iona, except his had smoothed with time.
"I am quite pleased to make your acquaintance, and look forward to getting to know each and every one of you in my classes.
Like all of you, except during my first year, life was finer than toad hair in Coterie."
He winked. "Though I'm certain I have repressed some of the worst memories."
"I won't bore you with stories of my misbegotten youth, but if you'd like to hear them one-on-one, my door is open." As Hickford stepped back, Sinclair surged forward, expectation on his face.
"Thank you, Professor Hickford.
We're blessed by your addition to our staff.
Now for a few notes before we let you finish your meals.
First years, you might think that because classes are optional that you can skip them at your leisure, but I assure you the professors are a great source of information for the struggles ahead. Second years, I don't need to give you any reminders except to say welcome back and keep striving. For the third years, don't forget that this year you must find a mentor for your final 2 years in Coterie, or you will not be allowed back, but I don't sense that will be an issue given the strength of your class. And last, 4th and 5th years, there will be less of an emphasis on achieving new levels in the Obelisk, and more weight placed on your final project. Keep that in mind, but don't let your guard down. You are dismissed. Hundreds of chairs scraped across the floor, as the majority of the students rose to their feet.
Mentor.
Should I have known that already? Asked Iona, leaning forward.
I guess we just assumed you knew, but yeah, said Zuri.
My sister had Professor Sinclair as her mentor, and it's a bigger deal than just a requirement for passing. Your mentor should be a big help in your post-Coterie career.
What do you think, Orion?
Who should we get? Asked Iona. The big man barely fit in his chair, and his arms took up 2 spots worth of space. The question caused his brow to wrinkle with thought, before he grunted and lifted both shoulders ambivalently.
Under normal circumstances, said Zuri, winning the second-year games as an all-Coterie team should give us our pick, but I worry what went down with Cornwallis may impact us. That's not what I'm worried about, said Iona, brow knitting with concern.
She was right, but Zuri didn't want to say it out loud. As an outsider, Iona had never quite been welcomed by the staff. If we were just talking personality, my choice would be Professor Kingsley, but I worry she has less to teach us with charms and enchantments.
Professor Gideon would be a pretty sweet get, said Iona. If you mean easy on the eyes, yes he is, but everyone from our class is going to want him. But we can try if you want, said Zuri. Either way, it's not up to us.
We can start with our first choices and see how things fall.
Great, said Iona, rising from her chair and stretching her arms. I was going to take a nap and get some reading in.
Orion, you want to escort me to my abode? The big man looked confused for a moment before he nodded and went to stand up, but the chair stuck to his rear. When he shoved it off, both arms broke. He tossed them on the table with a dejected sigh, before following Iona out of the room. Zuri was planning on heading to see if any of the professors were available to begin negotiations for mentorship, when a girl with curly auburn hair and a band of freckles across her nose blocked her way. The impish twinkle in the gorgeous girl's eyes showed she wasn't intimidated by reputation.
Excuse me, Zuri.
Yes. The girl bit her lower lip and glanced askew.
I wanted to meet you.
I've been a big fan since St. Jude's. I was rooting for you the entire second-year games last year.
I'm sorry, and you are?
The girl extended a hand.
Margot Carrington.
Zuri had been aware of the classes ahead and behind her at St. Jude's, but beyond that, her memory was hazy.
I'm sorry, I don't. Margot the Lardo, said the girl.
Oh. You've grown up. The girl the others called Margot the Lardo, she remembered from St. Jude's, had a cherubic face and a rounder body, and while she still had the suggestion of those features, a little growth spurt had given her the height to turn those into an advantage. Margot released Zuri's hand and gave a short curtsy.
It's nice to meet you, Margot. I'm sure you'll have an excellent time in Coterie.
Before Zuri could smoothly shift away, the girl sidled up.
I'm going to talk to the professors, said Zuri. I won't slow you down. I wanted to ask you something. I can't promise anything.
Margot skipped as she turned sideways while keeping up along the hallway filled with alumni busts.
I wanted to know if you would be my mentor.
Zuri skidded to a stop.
Students don't mentor other students. I promise I won't take much of your time.
A lunch or coffee occasionally. Nothing that interferes with your busy schedule. Please. I've been looking forward to talking to you all summer.
Is this about my sister? Asked Zuri. No. Nandy's great, but she's not who I want to talk to. Why?
Margot checked both directions before speaking in a low voice. Because you stood up for Gemma, despite the hit to your reputation. Did you know her? Asked Zuri suspiciously.
No. But I watched every second of the trial, and read everything on the internet I could find. Why? Isn't it obvious? No, said Zuri. You stood up to them, said Margot, gesturing randomly. And lost. Have you?
Zuri put her hands on the girl's shoulders.
Look. Let me set you straight.
Gemma is dead, Blake was found not guilty, and I've paid a price every day since then.
But you're still alive, and you won the second-year games with Blake on your team. The reality was more complicated than the results. I'm sorry, Margot, but I'm not going to have time, and you really don't want me for a mentor.
Zuri headed down the hallway.
That's exactly why I want you.
I want to know how to get through Coterie without it changing me.
I finally figured out who I am, but I'm afraid that I won't be the same person after my 5 years are over.
Zuri sighed as she slowed to a stop.
I'm sorry, Margot, but Coterie will change you, and there's nothing you can do about it. I can make sure it changes me into someone I want to be. You did it.
So can I. Zuri was going to tell the girl to go away and not speak to her again, but then she remembered she'd come into her 3rd year determined to expand on the things she'd learned from Professor Cornwallis' blackmail book, and Margot was presenting her with a priceless opportunity. While she didn't know Margot except by reputation, the Carrington family was highly connected, and one of the wealthier families in the Coterie network.
I can't promise much, but I suppose I could probably meet for coffee once or twice.
Margot squeaked with excitement, rapidly clapping her hands before surging forward to hug Zuri, who had to resist pushing the first year away out of caution. Thank you. I promise you I'll be a good student, and if you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask.
I know you're not going to regret this. First bit of advice, Margot.
Don't let your guard down while you're in the Obelisk. Ever.
Not even when you're in your room.
Assume everyone is out to get you, and that everything you do or touch is probably trapped. Margot gave a crisp salute that would have made a Marine proud.
Now I have to go.
Good luck.
I'll contact you if I get some time.
Margot waved excitedly and then skipped the other way, humming under her breath.
Oh, sweet summer child, this place is going to break you. Chapter 4.
Justine hid behind the low wall outside the Obelisk, waiting for the group of 4th years to leave, but they were clearly waiting for another to arrive, and she had an appointment to make. She cast a trio of spells, adjusting them to account for her reduced size, and then used a 4th to cause the alarm of a nearby parked car to erupt. While the 4th years were distracted, she ran across the front, hoping that the overlapping enchantments created enough of a fuzzy person-sized field that it wouldn't give her diminutive size away. Justine managed to reach the gate, where a ghost taxi was waiting, and dismissed the enchantments once she climbed in back, and gave the apparition her destination as she handed over the gold coin, which was the only currency the taxi accepted. While the vehicle maneuvered through the busy nighttime streets, Justine examined her fit, adjusting the black pencil skirt and the slinky low top, wishing she had more cleavage to justify the item of clothing, but when she'd chosen Ludmilla to inhabit, physical shape hadn't been one of her criteria. At least the doll had been one of the larger of the collection, so she was able to get away with looking like a short, adult human rather than a child. She'd never been so nervous as she was during the ride to the bar. Not even when they'd been battling Fenris, or when she'd been stalking Amat. So she tried to distract herself by staring at the pretty lights. The first few weeks of the school year were one of optimism, and the city tended to reflect that sentiment as a horde of illusionary butterflies soared over the cars, and the street vendors were full of vigor, shouting out their wares. The flight of the colorful lighted insects brought a wistful smile, and reminded her that the darkness inside the Obelisk wasn't the only option. While she'd enjoyed the struggle and mystery of the pyramid level, sacrificing one of her fellow classmates, for Amat had woken her to the dangers of continuing down that path. Eventually she would have to leave the Obelisk, and really could any time, but she knew it was the best place for her to study until she figured out what she wanted to do once she was ready to move on.
On the last block, Justine pulled out a tube of ruby red lipstick and applied it to her wooden lips, then puckered in the hand mirror to confirm that she hadn't gotten any on her cheeks.
The forbidden fruit was tucked away in the center of the sixth ward. No signs announced the name of the bar. The only indication that it was an establishment at all was the thick-necked bouncer standing out front glaring at anyone who passed too near the door. The moment she had to exit the ghost taxi, Justine was set upon by a flurry of nervous excitement that made her wooden hands tremble.
It took her 2 tries to get out of the back, and the bouncer had the decency not to laugh or make a face as she crossed the sidewalk.
To her immense relief, the bouncer opened the door without comment, letting her enter the bar without having to explain herself. The interior was hazy with sweet smoke, while pink neon lights gave the space an ethereal feel. The dance floor only had 3 couples slowly rotating as they clung to each other. A guy with dark grey skin was holding an indeterminate figure with no hair and spots over their slinky body. Justine realized she was staring and averted her eyes as she searched the booths for her date. She passed the bar, which had a variety of strange folks including a hulking figure with ochre skin wearing a 3-piece suit, drinking from a lime green glass with a miniature umbrella sticking out. He winked in her direction as she passed, which made her more nervous rather than less. Blue shirt. White rose. That was the only identifying information she had for her date. She found him at the corner booth away from the bar and dance floor. He was cradling a beer, rotating it between his hands while bobbing his head to the music. Justine took a trembling breath, adjusted the neckline of her shirt, and approached the table. He was more handsome than she expected, and she nearly forgot her name when he turned his head.
"Hi."
The guy swallowed, a half-smile awkwardly finding itself on his lips.
"Justine.
I'm Leaf." He held out his hand which she shook, and then he looked like he was going to get up.
"I don't need help," she said, but it came out too quickly and she saw his wince. "I mean, I just didn't want you to have to get up."
Justine climbed onto the seat across from him, finding herself barely looking over the table. He jabbed his thumb towards the bar.
"I saw they have some risers.
Do you want me to get you one?" She hated that she needed one, but she also didn't want to have her view obstructed, so she nodded. The simple curved boards were less embarrassing than she thought they'd be, and she appreciated the delicate way he helped her into the new position.
"Is that better?"
Do you want me to get you a drink? Do you drink? Oh Merlin, I'm sorry, I'm just rambling like an idiot now.
"I don't drink, but if it helps, you can get me one. Even an empty glass is fine." "That's okay."
He swallowed and glanced away with his brow knitted.
"Have you ever been here before?"
"First time."
"Me too." He half smiled again. "You look nice."
Justine put both hands on the table.
"So do you."
He swallowed again and could barely meet her eyes. "Before we get to know each other, I just wanted to ask."
"I'm 20 years old." "Oh good," he said, visibly relieved. "This isn't I'm not, but you look great. Am I making any sense?"
A laugh burst out, which she covered up with her hand.
"I'm sorry, I didn't mean, but I know how you feel.
I've been so nervous all day." He nodded rapidly.
"When I was at work, I spilled coffee on my boss and knocked over a plant arrangement."
Justine tapped on the table, wishing she'd let him get her a glass to fidget with.
"Do you?" He made a gesture of eating. "No. I don't need to anymore." "So you were like a real girl before. I hope that's the right term. I'm sorry, this is very new to me. I'm still real, but yeah, this wooden body is mine now. I can't tell you how I did it.
You wouldn't understand anyway.
But I am alive. I just don't need food or drink. That's wild."
"Really cool."
"I mean that. I'm not just saying that because..."
Justine checked back to the bar where the ochre-skinned creature in the 3-piece suit was chatting up a girl with curly horns on her head.
"It's great there's a place like this for..."
She was going to say us, but then she remembered he looked completely normal.
"It's okay. I know I look normal, but I've never felt normal inside." He paused. So what's it like being in Coterie?
The next 3 hours Justine engaged in deep conversation with Leaf. The awkward beginning was quickly forgotten, and so too did she forget that she wasn't like the other girls in the bar. Even the most outrageously modified or supernatural didn't compare to her small wooden body.
But for the majority of that time she didn't feel like an outsider, or the strange puppet that even her teammates considered her as, but a girl that was interesting to a boy named Leaf.
When it seemed like the night was ending, he hazarded a comment.
Do you know about the rooms? Her twin hearts thumped in her wooden chest. I do. Would you?
He asked, eyes glancing at an upward angle.
She nodded.
They went up a flight of stairs to a long hallway with rooms that had signs showing if they were occupied or not. They picked the third one on the right and went inside, where he helped her onto the bed and sat beside her. The first kiss was even more awkward than their first conversation, with his lips bouncing off her cheek, but then they reoriented and made real contact. For the next 20 minutes, she felt like she was floating in a pool of warm pleasure, and didn't want the night to end. She was thinking about asking him back to the apartment, when he put his hand between her legs, and she realized that her wooden body was almost real in all the important ways but one. Justine jumped up from the bed, leaving Leaf alone and bewildered.
Is something wrong?
Her mind searched for an answer, but she had none. If she had her old body, this wouldn't be a concern, but she hadn't considered that she'd still want this kind of contact after the change.
I forgot. I have an early class tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday.
Justine backed to the door.
I'm sorry, I have to go.
She rushed out of the room before he could say another word, and ran down to the street level where she had the bouncer call her a ghost taxi. The ride back to the Obelisk was filled with shame and recrimination. Why did I think I could be a real girl? Why did I even bother going to that bar?
What did Leaf think of her now?
He probably thought she was a spoiled Coterie brat. When she got back to the room where she kept her stuff, Justine ripped off her clothes, wiped the lipstick from her lips, and torched the entire outfit to make sure she never went out again.
Chapter 5.
The Amber and Smoke brunch crowd was mostly alumni or clueless tourists who'd wandered into the place without understanding the regular clientele. Iona sat across from Orion, who took up an entire bench himself, looking uncomfortable in a public setting, while Zuri was busy trying to wave down the waiter who had been actively avoiding them. Anyone else getting the feeling we're not wanted, said Zuri.
The traitor, the pig girl, and the enigma. Shame Justine isn't here to round out the weirdness, said Iona. I'm going to the bar to order, said Zuri.
When she came back, their conversation turned to mentors. Zuri had been doing most of the negotiations with the professors, because they'd decided it'd be easier if they all had the same one.
Ravenscroft is out, explained Zuri. He's the most popular choice, and Blake already has him locked down for his mentor.
No way he was going to take us too. Petrov is a hard no. She wouldn't even see me, and Kingsley danced around my questions without ever giving me a solid answer.
I take that as a polite decline. What about Sinclair? Asked Iona. I asked, trying to draw on his connection to my sister, but he claimed he didn't want to be seen taking sides, whatever that means, said Zuri.
Hickford or Green? Asked Iona.
No to Green. He hasn't taken a mentee for about 6 years.
The last one turned himself into sewer slime, trying to tackle a ritual that was out of their league. Everyone was pretty sure Green had gotten him killed on purpose, so he never had to be a mentor again.
I guess Hickford's our last and only choice, said Iona. Honestly, after his introduction during the welcome dinner, he doesn't seem too bad. Class was good, said Orion.
Movement from the corner of her eye had Iona checking to the booths in the corner to see one of the first years waving enthusiastically. Iona elbowed Zuri and gestured in her direction.
I think your admirer would like to be acknowledged.
Zuri gave a polite wave back which seemed to satisfy Margot, but not her booth mates, who looked like they wanted to crawl under the table.
"Are you really going to mentor her?" asked Iona. "It's just coffee and questions."
"Nothing formal. We probably will only meet a few times, and then she'll get busy in the Obelisk and forget all about it." Orion made a noise in the back of his throat that could have been interpreted as growling. Iona turned her head slightly to see Blake entering the restaurant with a tall gentleman with raven black hair who was using a cane, though it didn't seem like he needed it.
"Seven hells, you have to be kidding me," said Zuri when she turned her head. "Who is that?"
"Valdemar Canute. An alum from back in the early years.
He's one of the assholes causing trouble for Sinclair. Oh no, they're coming over."
The stab of the cane on the hardwood floor was a punctuation to their arrival.
The top of the cane was a silvery dragon head with crimson gems for eyes.
Blake, still wearing the erudite glasses, stood behind the older man smirking.
"I see the trash hasn't been taken out yet," said Valdemar in a vaguely European accent. "I'll give you a hint, he's wearing glasses."
"Get him before he puts a shiv in your back," said Iona.
"Blake Lockwood.
He's an exemplary student of Coterie, unlike the two of you." Valdemar turned towards Orion.
"Boy, you're a dreadmarsh. You shouldn't be tarnishing your name hanging around them."
Orion growled again, and this time it was clearer, which made Valdemar stiffen at first, but then he broke into a condescending grin.
"The dog's on the leash, it appears."
"Good thing, or I'd have to put you down." The crimson eyes on the cane flashed deep red. Valdemar pointed it at the opposite side of the booth. "And you two, your days are numbered in Coterie. Once we've gotten rid of that damp rag of an acting patron, Philip Sinclair, we'll take out the trash, putting it on the street where it belongs."
"You really should invest in a thesaurus or a book of metaphors."
"You used the same one twice," said Iona, smiling up at his smug face. Valdemar leaned both hands on the head of the cane.
"Oh wait, I'd almost forgotten. I've already directed the alumni network to remind any and all students and professors that they are forbidden from working with you.
Those that defy me will find their opportunities evaporating once they graduate." A pit formed in Iona's stomach. The petty insults were minor compared to this threat.
"I see you're not as dull-brained as I thought," said Valdemar. "You understood that clearly."
"Kudos. Now I must depart. Blake and I are meeting with the other alumni upstairs in a little bit. You are of course not invited. We're only accepting true Coterie members. No imposters."
"We're screwed, right?" asked Iona after they left.
"Without a mentor, we won't even make it to our 4th year."
"No," said Zuri, tight-lipped.
"Hickford is one of those people that Valdemar would kick out of Coterie, if he could. He was the original outsider, and was the only one willing to sponsor head patron Pythia Silverthorne when she was in Coterie.
I think he'll agree to be our mentor." "I guess there's only one way to find out," said Iona as she looked over to see the hostess and the bartender speaking covertly. "Hey, what do you say we find a different place for brunch?"
Zuri furrowed her forehead.
"Why's that?" "I don't think our food is ever going to arrive."
Zuri followed her eyeline, then sighed heavily.
"Come on," said Iona, rising. "I know a sweet diner that serves the best greasy food in the city." "You say that like it's a good thing," said Zuri.
"Never underestimate the power of lard, and just because something doesn't cost a lot doesn't mean it's not good." "If it gives me diarrhea, I'm turning you into a starling," said Zuri as they left the amber and smoke.
Chapter 6.
No hallway remained where Professor Cornwallis' office had been before. An archway with stone doors stood in its place, signaling greater things beyond. Zuri turned to her friends.
"Are we in the right place?" "No idea," said Iona, frowning. "Do I hear birds?"
Orion grunted and pounded his fist against the door, rattling the walls. A faint invitation to enter followed. The heat and humidity was the first thing Zuri noticed, while the second was the jungle of plants that they had to force their way through to reach the interior, where they found Professor Hickford in his original overalls on his knees with his hands in the rich, loamy soil.
"Well, if it isn't 3/4 of the winning team from last year," he said as he continued to dig with his bare hands. "Good afternoon, Professor Hickford.
Is now a good time?" "We wanted to discuss mentorships," said Zuri with her hands behind her back. "Can a tick burrow its head so deep you can't get it out except with fire?" asked the professor without looking up.
"I have no idea," said Zuri.
He looked up and winked. "Ticks are a determined parasite, latching onto a host to drain it without regard for anything other than their own needs." Iona stepped forward.
"Professor Hickford, may I ask what you're doing here? This isn't an office like any of the others." "A damn shame too.
I'll admit my contemporaries are each brilliant in their own fields, but they've been stuck in this obelisk so long they've forgotten how to stretch their creative muscles. My word, who really wants a stuffy office with musty books filled with the smell of old farts? I prefer to get my hands dirty."
"But what is this?" asked Zuri.
Professor Hickford sat back on his heels, wiping the rich black dirt from his hands with a rag he'd pulled from a pocket.
"What do you see here, Miss Musa?" "I don't know, Professor. I don't know much about horticulture."
He pulled a small tin out of a pocket, pinched black fibers from the interior, then popped them into the front of his lip.
"From what I hear, you're a clever mage, maybe the cleverest in recent years. So tell me, what do you see?"
Nothing attuned her senses like a challenge thrown at her feet. Zuri studied the dense foliage, which had been planted in a haphazard manner, suggesting this wasn't a formal experiment.
Nor did she see tags on the plants.
The only thing she saw out of the ordinary was glass bulbs stuck into the soil that glowed faintly. She assumed they provided nutrients, since the plants weren't receiving normal sunlight or rain.
"It's a pleasure garden."
The professor blew a raspberry with his lips.
"Wrong.
-10 points, Miss Musa. Anyone else?" "Orion. You're not the big dumb fella that everyone thinks you are."
"What do you think?" "It's an experiment." Good. But what kind of experiment?" "You're growing plants from another realm," said Orion. "Not quite."
"Since you're a big man, I'll give you Zuri's 10 points, even though it's still off the mark. These are ordinary plants from good old Mother Earth." "Trying to improve growing techniques with magic?" asked Iona as she stretched out an arm.
"Those are phase bulbs, right?"
"I remember them from the plant dome in the city." Professor Hickford spat into the dirt.
"Good, Miss Storm.
You're not the backwater yokel everyone thinks you are, but that's still not quite enough. I'll give you 20 of Zuri's future points for being less wrong than she was." Zuri knew what the professor was doing, and despite her annoyance, it was working. Nothing goaded her to excellence more than being told she wasn't top in the class. And now that Iona had explained what the strange bulbs were, Zuri formulated a new theory about the plants.
"You're testing the effects of phase on them. Trying to change them." "Faster than a turtle on roller skates," said Professor Hickford with a wry grin. "What gave it away?"
"You are the new phaseology professor, and the stone rather than wood doors block phase completely. What I don't understand is why you're not keeping them separated into rows, and there are no tags on them." "Because I already know that phase can change physical matter. I'm more interested in how they change. I'll be taking samples to study the effects on a cellular level, and maybe, if I'm lucky, one of these beautiful little plants will have a beneficial mutation. Cure cancer, or better yet, eliminate acne in teenagers." Professor Hickford climbed to his feet, not bothering to knock the soil from his dirty overalls, and headed deeper into the jungle of plants, where they found another stone door. Beyond the barrier was a laboratory filled with the latest arcane testing equipment.
"You're not messing around."
"Is that a Tinkerhollis 4000 phase analyzer?" asked Zuri, her voice betraying her excitement as she rushed to examine the equipment.
"That old thing.
I think you'll find the real beauty in back even more to your liking, if I know my birds and feathers," said Professor Hickford. The glass box he was referring to had an orb suspended on the top that looked like a black light. 2 rows of seedlings were sitting below the orb.
A phase diffractor.
I didn't think the Telkeen companies sold these to anyone but major corporations.
I did a few favors for their current CEO, and he gave me a deal. I don't understand, said Iona, approaching the machine. What does it do?
It breaks up phase into the 5 elements so you can test each one individually, said Zuri.
Until a decade ago, no machine could duplicate what we do instinctively.
7 hells.
My sister tried to get one of these at her foundation, but they couldn't afford it. She's gone a freak. I'll assume that freaking is a good thing.
The professor tilted his head like a dog at Orion.
You're not going to smash my equipment, are you, Mr. Dreadmarsh?
To Zuri's surprise, Orion did indeed look angry as he stared at the phase diffractor. His hands were squeezed into fists, and one of the veins on his forehead looked like a python about to spontaneously combust.
These shouldn't exist.
The broad smile that had been on the professor's lips bent downward like corn in heavy winds.
Don't worry, big fella, said Professor Hickford. I know you're madder than a wet chicken, but it's to help people, not change them. Someone always tries.
I understand your concern, but I promise you that I will never use these for anything other than scientific study, said the professor with his hand pressed against his chest.
Cross my heart and hope to die.
Zuri put a hand on Orion's arm to gently pull him away, but he flinched angrily and stormed out of the laboratory, leaving her mystified.
I don't understand, she said.
Iona was heading after him, but she turned her head. His branch of the Dreadmarsh family was an experiment gone wrong.
That's why the others fear him. 7 hells, muttered Zuri after they left. I'm sorry, Professor Hickford, for causing all this drama. He had a twinkle in his eye as he smiled back. Don't you worry a single second in that brilliant head of yours.
I share the big man's concerns.
It's one of the reasons I've been pursuing this study for years.
It's important that we make sure magic is to help people rather than hurt them, and it appears that our Orion Dreadmarsh has seen some bad days at the hands of his extended family. Zuri didn't know much other than what Iona had hinted about, but the pain was clear.
Should I come back another time? Asked Zuri. Not at all, young lady.
You came here for a reason.
We should discuss that all proper like, he said, adding a wink for good measure.
The professor's country charm couldn't be denied.
She smiled in response. Thank you, Professor. As I said when we came in, we're looking for a mentor.
The corner of his lips tugged to the side with wistful delight.
Tell me true, Miss Musa.
Am I your only option? Zuri swallowed hard.
It's not that we. Come now, Zuri.
I'm a plain-speaking person.
You don't have to play those games with me.
I take my position as a professor in this great hall very seriously. I'm here to serve the future leaders of our world.
I'm sorry, Professor Hickford.
I think we just didn't know much about you, but seeing all this makes me realize that despite the lack of other options, you'd make a great fit for us as a mentor. He arched an eyebrow in the direction Orion and Iona had gone.
No objections from the big fella. I'm afraid we don't have much of a choice, she replied.
The professor grabbed a closed bottle from beneath a table and spat tobacco juice into it. I am not unaware of the campaign that Valdemar Canute is waging against acting patron Sinclair and myself.
He'd like to get rid of me and Iona too.
I understand his hatred of Miss Storm, after all she and I come from the same humble cloth, but you...
I'm as confused as a bear trying to do math. I testified against Blake Lockwood in regard to my friend Gemma's death.
He and the rest of the alumni network haven't forgiven me for that crime.
I was not aware.
I've been busy playing in the dirt in the Ozarks, and the Alumni Whisper Network doesn't have a station there. Zuri was a little surprised that he hadn't heard about it, but then again, Professor Hickford had been an outsider in Coterie since the day he stepped inside it.
Well, I would hate to leave such a promising young lady out in the wind.
The professor knocked the dirt from his hand and extended it.
I'd be happy to be your mentor.
Iona and Orion too, if they'll have me. She felt the grit as they pressed palms, but gave no outward indication as not to offend.
I can speak for the team in that we'd be most pleased to have you.
His grip was far more strong. She could imagine him throwing hay bales onto a truck.
Now, I'm not going to be easy on the three of you, because I see great potential. And you know what they say about great potential.
More opportunity for disappointment, she responded with a wry grin. Professor Hickford broke into laughter, slapping his hand on his knee and shaking his head as if he were trying to dislodge something.
Well, I'll be, Miss Storm. You're not the stick in the mud I feared you were.
Today is going to be a day you remember. Because unlike the other professors, I care how well you do. Do you understand? If we do well, then that makes you more attractive for future mentees, and also makes it harder for Valdemar to force you out. Professor Hickford winked.
You're a clever woman, Miss Musa. I'd hate to be on the sharp end of your wit. What are you, is the saying, buttering the hog for? Caught again, he said, holding his hands up. You are correct. I have a task for you and your friends.
I figure why waste a great team? I promise you that you'll find your efforts greatly rewarded. He turned towards the shelves and began digging around, muttering to himself about needing to be more organized. Eventually, he pulled out a manila folder. A single sheet of paper was thrust into her hands. Both front and back were blank.
What's this?
Professor Hickford spoke an arcane phrase in a language she didn't recognize. As soon as the last word completed, lines and words appeared on the sheet, revealing a chunky gemstone with a list of descriptors.
A phase battery.
You can get these on the black market. They're not cheap, but I imagine if you can afford a Tinker Hollis 4000, then you get one easily. Professor Hickford jabbed a finger into the paper, leaving a dirt smear near a number which she realized was a weight.
That big? I didn't know they mined any that size. They're quite rare, and you probably haven't heard that, because whoever is running the show down in the Undercity has kept it pretty quiet. What would you even use it for? That's too much for a single person to handle. It's not for me, but for the equipment.
Those phase bulbs are too small to test what I want to test. If I can charge one of those beauties up myself, then I could find answers that nobody else has. Mayhap I might be able to help your friend Orion too. I saw pictures of when he first came to Coterie.
He's grown quite a bit since he's arrived, hasn't he? He has. Then what say you?
You'll fetch this little, well, not so little phase crystal for me, asked the professor.
Where is it?
The professor exhaled.
Well, that's the problem, but one that I'm sure an enterprising team of Coterie mages that won the second-year games can solve. Where?
Professor Hickford winked. In the Undercity, in a place they call the Torino. Means neutral ground or something like that.
Are we buying or stealing it?
He cupped his chin in his hand.
That's the problem.
They don't allow mages that aren't in their little gang into the Torino.
Stealing it is. Is that a problem, Miss Musa? Not unless it is for you. Good. I see we're going to have a profitable partnership these next few years. Chapter 7.
The Goblins' Romp was in the 8th Ward. Murals of the invasion covered the outer brick walls, while a street vendor with a shopping cart was selling ground demon horn as a sexual enhancement.
He's harmless, Iona said as she steered Orion away from confronting the man.
As they approached the entrance, she spotted a familiar face on the mural, battling a creature with bony spikes and a white carapace.
I forget how much Nandi looks like you.
Zuri crossed her arms as she studied the painting of her sister on the concrete wall. Before the trial, I was worried about living up to her legacy.
She looked away from the painting. Everyone ready? Last chance before we descend.
Iona checked her fit. The slinky bodysuit beneath the cloak made her feel like she was cosplaying a supernatural stripper. Zuri was wearing similar clothing, but she managed to make it look more elegant.
"I guess you can never get the countryside out of a girl," said Iona. "You look great. You look like you have an entire different class of clientele." "I'll read them poetry while you let them suck on your toes," said Zuri with a smirk.
Iona rolled her eyes, then put her hand on Orion's forearm. He didn't flinch away, which she took as a sign of their growing trust.
"You ready?" He nodded.
Except for the huge pack on his back, he was dressed mostly as himself because he was imposing enough.
"How's your rider doing?" "All good here," said Justine from the pack.
"If everyone's enchantments are still good, let's go," said Zuri. Since it was afternoon on an early October day, the music stage was empty, but judging by the chain-link fence surrounding it, things got rowdy at night. A 360-degree bar took up the center of the interior, with rooms in back for pool and quieter discussion. Iona passed a woman in a tan jacket with quills for hair sitting at the bar talking quietly with a bartender who had fey qualities, while further down 2 goblinoid figures were drinking bottle beer.
"I thought non-humans only hung out in the 11th Ward," said Iona. "As the most well-known entrance to the Undercity, it has its own local charm," said Zuri under her breath. "They're going to let us through?" asked Iona.
Zuri glanced at Orion, who didn't react to the question.
"I'll guess we'll find out."
In the back of the bar, past the pool rooms, was a brick archway covered in a steel portcullis. The shiny metal looked like it had been upgraded in recent years, and though she couldn't see the runes, Iona suspected they were magically warded. 2 sets of guards, one on each side of the portcullis, watched as they approached. They were slender, dark-haired, and held themselves like a knife in the dark, wearing jackets over a crimson vest and white shirt. Iona calmed her beating heart as the guards examined them, probably with the use of an amber phase crystal which could detect their lies, but they'd applied enchantments beforehand, which should theoretically hide their intent.
"What's your business?" asked the woman in front.
Her silky black hair was pulled back in a severe ponytail, and a scar marred the right side of her jaw. Iona was reminded that these weren't gang members like the ones they'd dealt with last year, but warriors, or waku in their language. The woman warrior had a badge on her lapel that looked like shadowy wings. Though they didn't know the details, they'd learned in their research that after an interclan battle, a new leader had emerged, changing what had previously been the Alliance into a new gang called the Wraithhawks. When Orion didn't speak, Iona worried he'd forgotten his role in their subterfuge, but eventually one word slipped out.
"Torino. That's a place, not a reason that we should let you pass the gate. What's your name, big man?"
Iona tried to hide the fact that she was holding her breath. He was supposed to give a fake first name, but use his last name because it held weight in the Undercity. The Dreadmarsh family tree had some unusual branches, which Orion was to claim he was from, but he'd resisted the idea for reasons he refused to give.
"Nostro's Callaway.
We're headed to the 11 tiers. Entertainment."
"They look the part," said the woman nodding past him. "But why are you nervous, Nostros?" "I hate underground."
The woman glanced to her companions with a frown, and the other guard leaned into her ear whispering while his eyes bored into Orion.
"Tavi says you've got something in that pack that's alive or moving. Show it to us."
Orion knelt down so Iona could unzip Justine from the pack, and set her on the wood floor. Justine kept to the ruse, not moving as if she were an inanimate object. The woman recoiled with her hand reaching for a weapon.
"What is that?" "A puppet," said Zuri. "We're entertainers like Nostros said." "Why does it look so real?"
"Because it's specially made to match my motions. May I show you?" The guard pursed her lips but eventually nodded. Zuri let the coat slough off her shoulders, and Iona caught it, before stepping back to give them room. The black woman and the puppet looked to each other, bowed, and then began a short dance routine which managed to look professional to Iona's untrained eye. She'd been surprised by the talent of her friends, but they'd both explained that private school and expensive tutelage taught a lot of skills to help them be more cultured.
All right.
So you're legit. What about her? Asked the woman, still eyeing Justine uncomfortably.
She's my understudy, said Zuri. Okay then, give us a twirl.
Iona reached down and pulled up the left side of her silky bodysuit, revealing a wrapped ankle.
I twisted it a few days ago.
The alchemical bandages are working too slow. The woman checked with her companions, who each gave a tight shake of the head.
I'm sorry.
We're not accepting visitors right now. Zuri surged forward. Please. We've already been paid part of our fee up front. If we don't make our gig, not only will we have to pay it back, but we'll have to pay a kill fee too. We're already close to bankrupt. We were hoping to find an entirely new audience in the Torino.
Try to rebuild our act.
The woman crossed her arms.
Not my problem.
Zuri reached into a pocket, producing a roll of bills.
I thought you were almost bankrupt. This is the last of what we have, said Zuri. Our reputation is more important in the long term than money.
If we don't show up for the gig, no one will hire us. Please.
We're desperate.
The woman took the roll out of Zuri's hand and handed it back to the guard behind the portcullis as he smirked. The guard unrolled the cash and split it 4 ways, handing it to each in turn.
Still not my problem.
To Zuri's credit, she did an excellent job of acting distressed at the theft of their cash.
You can't do that.
We need that money and that gig. Please.
Is there anything we can do? Asked Zuri. Should have thought of that before you handed it over. Now get out of here.
You're bothering me and I don't like being bothered, said the woman with a hand on the blade at her hip.
We'll go to the police. Good luck with that. Our boss already has them in her pocket.
Go on. Get before I spank your asses with the flat of my blade. She lunged and Zuri retreated, the rest of them following down the hall until they were almost back to the pool rooms. Before they turned the corner, Iona made a gesture to Zuri, wondering why it hadn't worked yet. But as she finished, the sounds of 4 bodies hitting the floor echoed down the hall. The 4 guards were lying in 2 separate piles, one on each side of the portcullis. Iona reached through and grabbed the keys from the one who had taken the money, allowing them passage, while Justine moved from unconscious body to unconscious body, pouring a small vial of elixir into their mouths, which would erase the last half hour of their memories. When they woke, they'd have an awful headache, worse than a hangover after an all-night bender.
Don't forget the money, said Zuri.
Iona slipped on invisible skin-tight gloves and carefully removed the cash from their pockets, slipping the money into a bag for later cleaning. Then she pulled the gloves off and crisped them with a flame spell, as Zuri did the same thing.
I hope no one comes this way while they're like this, said Iona, looking down at the sleeping guards. A chance we'll have to take, said Zuri. Come on.
We need to haul ass to Big Dave's town before anyone can pass a message. Past the relocked portcullis was a wide ramp that went down and down and down. Justine had been returned to Orion's pack, which helped them make good time.
Why didn't you use your last name as we planned? Asked Iona once they had some distance from the bar.
Getting through this way is more complicated and could go wrong.
I told you I didn't want to use it. I get it, Orion. I'm not proud of my family either, but if we die down there because we didn't stick to the plan, then what's the point?
Can you just use it next time? For the team. For me. He gave her a pained nod, which left a stone in her gut. During the summer she'd started to cross the gulf between them, but now she worried that her request would undo that progress. Concerns drifted away as she was struck by the endless ramp that seemed to go down forever. Before they'd prepared for this journey, Iona knew little about the Undercity except that it was a dangerous, lawless place run by criminal gangs, and filled with the leftover critters from the invasion. The moment they reached Big Dave's town, which was at the bottom of the ramp, she wondered how much of her previous opinion was correct. A vast cavern, at least a couple of city blocks, was filled with buildings that could have had a home above. There were, of course, ramshackle structures befitting a third-world slum, but the number of people moving through the narrow streets was a mark of the carved-out civilization that had been created.
Not what I expected, said Iona. Hoods up, heads down.
Don't talk to anyone, even if they talk to you, said Zuri. Once they were street level, Iona found it hard not to stare. She saw people she didn't know how to categorize. A woman with light blue skin that glowed faintly, a man with mushrooms growing from his face and hands, two short humanoids with flat faces and no noses noisily chattering, and many others. There were more of the Waku too, standing guard at corners and entrances, keeping watch but otherwise not interfering with movements. A pink glowing neon sign at the back of the cavern announced a bar called the Devil's Lipstick, which looked like it was in the progress of building a second floor, but Zuri led them into a crooked street.
Touch my serpent, said a man lying on a pallet wearing rags with a snake growing out of his belly.
He reached out toward Zuri, but she flashed a blade and he crawled back to his pallet. She led them into a small building with useless runes drawn onto the doorframe, probably to convince others of the dangerousness of the inhabitants. The interior looked like a wannabe hoarder lived there, with jars and containers lining the walls on uneven shelves. Iona examined one to find an eyeball that rotated towards her, forcing her to recoil.
Krato,
Zuri called out. Back curtains shifted, and an old woman in hooded robes came waddling out holding a gnarled wooden staff. She hissed at the sight of them and muttered a few nonsense words.
I wouldn't bother, said Zuri, pulling back her hood and summoning a trio of mage light orbs above her head.
The old woman spat on the ground.
We're looking for Krato. We hired him to be our guide. Krato isn't here. I haven't seen him in a week, which means he's probably dead. He had a terrible gambling habit. The clan probably killed him. Seven hells, muttered Zuri. Do you know any other guides? Not for you outsiders.
Go back to the light before the shadows take you.
Speak of this to anyone. I don't mess with mages or the clans. Just get out of my house. You're stinking it up with that cursed sorcery. Outside the shack, they huddled for a discussion. That guy probably would have sold us out to pay for his gambling debts, said Iona. Do we have a backup guide? No, said Zuri. Finding this guy was hard enough.
The clans clamped down on unauthorized travel through the Undercity, and we can't use the clan transportation without being registered with them.
So what, we give up? That's not what I'm saying, but whatever we do next is going to put us at bigger risk of being caught, said Zuri. No worse than what we've faced in the Obelisk, said Iona. Orion, asked Zuri.
The big man nodded.
I'm ready, said Justine from the pack. Let's find somewhere safer to talk, said Zuri.
They huddled away from the old woman's shack, but rather than use a privacy shield which would have given them away, they clustered into a circle and spoke under their breath.
So we have three options, said Zuri. The first is we go through the tunnels, which are dangerous on their own and if we get caught by the clan.
The second is try to find a guide or bribe someone to take us, but I'm not sure how feasible that is.
And the third? Asked Iona when her friend hesitated. The clan has transportation between the major settlements in the Undercity.
We can't ride on the people carriers without having official passage, but they also use transport trucks to haul the food and other stuff to the Torino.
Sounds like the third option is best.
We'll sneak onto the food transport, said Iona.
I wish it was that easy, said Zuri with a pained look. They've already thought about that.
The transports are enchanted to alarm if anything living is on board.
What about the food?
Fruits and vegetables, that's living, said Iona. The enchantments are tuned to allow simple living things.
Nothing that's alive and aware.
Ideas. Iona looked to Orion.
Can't we just knock them out, apply disguises, and use the transport truck ourselves, she asked.
They verify who left Big Dave's through a comms system so they'd know it wasn't us, and I think the same people drive back and forth, so I doubt we'd get away with it. Orion made a noise in the back of his throat.
Got an idea, big guy? Asked Iona. Use shadow spells to hide our passage through the other tunnels.
Zuri bit her lower lip.
It's a good idea, but the problem is everything in the Undercity has survived in the shadows.
Even if we use the most lock-tight enchantment, the Waku can sense us with their ambers, and the other critters are almost as sensitive. Sorry, Orion. He gave a non-committal shrug.
What if we didn't ride on the transport, but behind it, like on a sled or something, so we didn't get picked up by the enchantments? Asked Iona. I've heard the passage was widened for vehicles to pass, so we'd get caught by the frequent travel between the two settlements. 7 hells, said Iona. This isn't going to be easy.
Have we thought about a Lagrange amorphous spell?
That worked well on the spike wall on level 3. For one, we don't have the 3-point gemstone you need for a focus, and 2, I think the reverberation would kill us, said Zuri. You're probably right.
Zuri sighed and said, I'd considered something similar if we used that cometic spell that solved the hollowed night problem, but it would get picked up by every amber in the area. The silence that followed was painful. Iona looked to her friends, who appeared out of ideas or at least had none worthy of speaking about. When it seemed like they'd come to a dead end, a quiet voice spoke from the pack.
I have an idea, said Justine. Don't keep us waiting, said Zuri.
When she didn't speak again right away, Iona shared a glance with Zuri, who was similarly confused. Then the small voice reached their ears.
What if I killed all of you? Chapter 8.
Making it out of Big Dave's town without being noticed had required a distraction. Zuri had set up a trigger rune near the Devil's Lipstick, which created a huge racket and brought dozens of clan members running, which gave them the opportunity to slip into the caverns unseen. Finding a side passage that intersected the transport tunnel had taken another couple of hours, but eventually they found the hewn corridor that was at least 2 vehicles wide.
These clan members are quite industrious, said Zuri, examining the smooth walls by running her hand along them. These look like they were made with stone singing. One question, Justine, said Iona, crouching down so they were eye level, which she much appreciated. How do we get the transport truck to stop?
Orion will put big rocks in the middle so it looks like they fell, then we can sneak on while they're removing them. The others shared worried glances which, had she still been like them, she would have understood, but the line between alive and dead was blurred for her.
But we can't get onto the truck or we'll set off the alarms, said Iona. I will drag you onto the truck.
Iona checked back with the others. Maybe I can see you getting me and Zuri there, but Orion.
He's 10 times your size.
Justine opened her palm, revealing a rune that she'd etched into the wood while she was riding on Orion's back. The outlines glowed with eldritch light. She found a rock that had to weigh 3 times more than she did, and like a basketball player palming a ball, she lifted the object with one hand.
Problem solved, said Iona, returning to a standing position. I guess we're good to go. Not completely, said Zuri. We don't know when the trucks are coming through, and the rituals take too long for Justine to do them when they're stopped, which means she has to put us under ahead of time and hope one comes along.
If we're out any longer than an hour, we're dead.
Don't worry, Zuri.
I won't let you die, said Justine. Justine knew that sometimes she said things that worried her friends or creeped them out. Usually they tried to hide their expressions, but she must have taken them by surprise because all 3 quietly flinched.
You'll wake us if the time limit is going to be reached, asked Zuri.
Justine reached out and held her hand.
Of course. You can trust me.
None of them really trusted her, but she understood their concerns after they'd found her with Amat during the ritual.
Let's get this over with, said Zuri.
Orion, you place the rocks while Justine starts on me. The side cavern had a flat spot where Zuri stretched out and placed her hands on her chest, as if she were lying in a coffin. The ritual was one Justine had found in the book that Professor Green had given her the first year, and its similarity to a real death had made her curious enough to memorize it. Justine spoke over Zuri as she circled her prone body, touching her at intervals required by the spell, until her friend slipped into an unconscious state indistinguishable from death.
1 hour, said Iona as she placed her watch on Justine's wrist before lying on the stone next to Zuri. Don't be late.
Iona was harder to put under as she was twitchy and nervous, and once before she was unconscious, she growled under her breath like a ferocious beast while gnashing her teeth. Whatever had been done to her by the warlock Fenris still lurked beneath the surface. Last was Orion, who was the easiest of the three, going into the deathly state as simply as taking a nap. He was under before she finished the ritual. Waiting in the dark with the three bodies didn't bother her for the normal reasons, since she was as dead as them.
But the quiet and the absence of light brought out distant noises that made her worry that a scavenger might happen upon them.
While she wasn't worried about herself, she doubted she could defend her friends well enough against a determined foe. Time was her enemy. The watch ticked past far too quickly. The journey to the Torino was around 40 minutes, they'd heard, which meant the truck would have to come by soon or she'd be forced to wake them, and the plan would be ruined since she couldn't safely put them under again for another few days. Justine was standing in the gap when a pair of headlamps slipped around the corner, illuminating the corridor, and then as the rocks became visible, the transport truck came screeching to a halt, sending up a cloud of dust.
What a bunch of Barker, said the grizzled driver as he climbed from the front, unclipping a handgun at his side.
He didn't look like one of the warriors. He had a grey beard and a healthy paunch, but they'd given him a weapon to defend himself on the passage between the settlements.
The driver scanned the area before approaching the rocks. Well, ain't this a load, he said, examining the ceiling. Where did you come from?
The decision came to a head when he realized there was no way to turn around, and that removing the obstacles was the only way forward. When he holstered his weapon and squatted down to lift the first rock, she grabbed Zuri by her collar and dragged her across the gravel to the back of the truck. Lifting the black woman took longer than expected, not because of the weight, but the awkwardness of the long body. The rock she'd demonstrated with was small enough that she could easily balance, but an unconscious human made for difficult balancing. Iona was second and about the same as Zuri, as they had a similar build, but the newcomer was a hair shorter. Justine set her in the back like firewood and returned for Orion, after checking that the driver was still battling with the rocks. Dragging Orion took both hands, hauling him backwards for leverage. She could have never imagined accomplishing this task in her human body, as the muscles would have torn due to the heavy stress, but her wooden one was much more suited to the struggle. When it came to lifting Orion into the truck, Justine found it harder than anticipated, much for the same reasons as the other two. Not only did he weigh 3 times as much as them, but he was massively larger, his height approaching 7 feet. First she tried pushing him into the back, but when she wedged herself beneath him, his bulk made lifting impossible. She managed to get him a foot into the air before he toppled to the side, knocking her over and nearly trapping her beneath him. The impact might have hurt her fleshy body, but the enchanted darkwood was like steel. When she checked the driver's progress, he was moving the last rock out of the way, so she climbed in back and grabbed Orion by the shoulders, heaving to pull him into the trailer. She only had his shoulders inside when the truck rumbled to life, and then the vehicle lurched forward, nearly spilling them both out. As the truck surged down the tunnel, Orion's legs bounced along the gravel. Justine put everything she had into the pull, drawing on her magical energy until she managed to yank the big man into the closed box, leaving him between 2 crates. Without muscles to be exhausted, Justine didn't know how to react after the extended effort. As she was confirming the health of her runes, she discovered the watch that Iona had given her was smashed. The glass was cracked, and the little hand was stopped at the 20-minute mark from when she'd first put them under.
Curses, she muttered.
She wouldn't know exactly how long they'd been under, and would have to use the length of the trip to gauge when she needed to bring them out. Justine checked the runes on the interior of the box trailer to see if she could modify them, or change them in a way that would allow her to bring them out of stasis without triggering the alarm, but they were a style with which she was unfamiliar. As the truck neared the Torino, Justine checked her friends, but there was little to see. She could sense neither their breath nor their heartbeat, which was to be expected from the ritual, but it gave her something to do to pass the time. The tattoos on Iona's arms and back were so beautifully constructed that she found herself tracing fingertips across the major lines and pulling down her shirt to examine the rest of it. When half her chest was exposed, Justine was confronted by the differences in their bodies which brought back memories of her failed date with Leaf. Justine ran her wooden hands over her own body, feeling the differences keenly. She was hard and smooth while Iona was soft and supple. Justine quickly returned Iona's clothes to their original state, feeling shameful for looking and doubly worse for her own bodily state. Everything about that night with Leaf had been perfect, except for the end. No one would want her if she didn't have those parts, and her body, while a wonder of the arcane, failed to live up to the promise he'd expected. The slowing of the truck alerted her that they'd arrived in the Torino. She hoped they would head straight to the warehouse for unloading, and checked her friends again, readying herself to haul them out before they died for real. As the vehicle moved at a slower pace, she peeked out to see colorful neon lights and paper lanterns hung at intervals.
The streets were more packed than expected.
She shut the back and checked the broken watch, hoping that she wasn't too late. The sound of a big door closing was followed by the lurch of the vehicle stopping. Justine panicked when she realized the driver would probably first check the back, or possibly start unloading. She slipped out, and finding herself in a warehouse filled with crates and other shipping boxes, she ran between two rows and checked back to the truck. The driver slowly climbed out while checking a clipboard, and started to move towards the back where he would confirm inventory before the unload. No obvious distraction presented itself, so Justine raised her hands towards the hanging lights on the other side of the warehouse. She made them dance as if she were tugging puppet strings, and right as the driver put his hand on the door, the restraint snapped and two light fixtures crashed to the ground.
"Shadows below," said the driver, hurrying to examine them.
Justine wasted no time, returning to the box trailer to haul her friends from the back. Getting them down was easier than up, though the impact on the concrete floor might leave a mark. She managed to get the three of them behind a row of crates, and closed the door before the driver returned. Feeling out of time, she started muttering the incantation to wake them out of stasis. None of them moved, but she kept up the ritual, using more and more magic. When Zuri snapped awake, gasping for breath, Justine feared they would be discovered, but the bang of a door covered the noise. The other two woke right after, looking around with blurry eyes and smacking their lips.
"My head hurts," said Zuri, holding the back of her skull.
Justine shushed her, pointing into the warehouse where a trio of workers was unloading the boxes and crates. They stayed in their hiding place until the driver got back into the cab and backed the vehicle out.
"Any problems?" asked Iona once it was safe to talk.
"All good." When she handed back the watch, Iona gave her an arched eyebrow, which she answered with a shrug.
Chapter 9.
Huddled in the alleyway outside the warehouse, Zuri peeked at the streets of the Torino. Not in a million years would she have expected the breadth of businesses and shops that were displayed on the various levels along the walls, reminding her of the crowded Shinjuku district in Tokyo with noodle shops, trinket vendors, and boutique bars serving mushroom alcohol. She'd thought Big Dave's town had been an anomaly, but now she understood that the clans had built something significant in the shadows beneath the city of Invictus.
"Change up in case they figured out where we are and sent word," said Zuri.
The long cloak reversed easily, turning into a stylish coat, while a simple spell changed the outfit beneath. She and Iona were no longer entertainers, but busy traders looking for deals, while Justine put on an overcoat and dress that would make her and Orion look like father and daughter as long as no one looked too close. Zuri pulled out walkie-talkies from the pack and handed them out.
"No talking.
Only code. Iona and I will circle that way, while you two go the other. Don't let yourself get stopped if you can help it. We're looking for the place they keep the phase crystals.
Message if you find it."
The first few minutes Zuri found herself distracted by the sights and sounds. Street vendors cooked exotic foods like scorpic kebabs, spiced fungus strips, or angry noodle cups. The aromas made her stomach growl, so she downed an elixir that would suppress her appetite for the rest of the day, while providing the energy to continue. They passed noisy pachinko parlors where customers sat before colorful machines turning dials, while tiny stainless steel balls bounced through a pin maze. In front of the hostess bars, well-dressed men and women offered to be a friend for the evening for a small fee, while vendors in dirty street clothes showed off undercity critters in steel cages. The bony, 8-legged creature in one of the cages looked like a cross between a spider and a scorpion if it had been made out of bone.
"This is a scorpic." "I thought they'd be bigger," said Iona. "Must be a hatchling."
"My sister fought some as big as an elephant during the invasion."
"What do you do with this?"
Iona asked the vendor.
"Do you eat them?" "Oh no, young lady. There's hardly any meat and it's rancid."
"We fight them on the weekends or during Shade's End. You can earn a lot of coin if you bet on noxious pea here."
"Weird," said Iona. On the far side of the Torino, they found an entrance to a larger arena with seats for 1,000 spectators.
A colorful sign on the wall announced a Waku demonstration in a few days, while another one presented a poster for the Mystique.
"I can't believe they've got the Mystique coming down here," said Zuri.
Iona jabbed her finger into the paper.
"It's only a small group. Not the entire company. Still, it tells me how much we're underestimating what's going on down here."
"I'm glad Professor Hickford sent us on this expedition." A little further past the arena entrance, they found a gate, guarded by multiple Waku. The destination was unclear, but she saw a well-lit passageway heading that direction.
"What if the phase crystals are back there?"
"We're not getting past them, not without drawing the whole Torino on our heads," said Iona. Zuri toggled the walkie-talkie to check on Orion and Justine's progress.
After a short wait, 3 clicks and a beep returned, which was the code for nothing yet. "We need more information," said Zuri. "Let's look for a bar." "I could use a drink," said Iona. "We're on business, remember."
Iona tilted her head.
"We have to fit in." "Fine.
1 drink.
Nothing potent."
Orion watched the 2 women head the other direction into the Torino, until he felt a tugging on his hand.
"Something wrong?"
He looked down into the expressive wooden face of Justine and after a moment's thought shook his head.
"Let's go."
He wasn't expecting to be impressed with a settlement deep in the earth beneath the city, but what they'd built was far more advanced and civilized than he'd expected.
This wasn't the creation of the gangs that preyed on the city, peddling drugs and stolen goods. This was something different. "What are they?" asked Justine, pointing to 2 women and 1 man standing outside a place called the Onyx. He took a long look. "A hostess bar." "Do you like them?" asked Justine. "Never met them." "Not them in particular. But you know."
He peered down at the living puppet.
"I don't."
Orion pulled Justine away from the Onyx, keeping an eye out for places that might sell phase crystals. He was checking down an alley packed with noodle shops and tattoo parlors, when an older woman with silky gray hair and creases around her eyes crouched down beside Justine.
"Hello, young lady.
Do you want a candy?" Orion growled at the older woman and she recoiled, stumbling backwards.
"Rude wehos."
She forked her fingers at him, but Orion turned his back and headed the other way with Justine at the end of his hand.
"You're going to make a scene," said Justine. "We're not supposed to talk to anyone." "That's not what Zuri said. And I don't get out much. I'd like to enjoy a little of this, while I can." He stared at Justine. "I thought you liked exploring the Obelisk. It can be fun, but it's not like I have a lot of options. I'm not like everyone else anymore. Even you're normal compared to me." "I'm not normal," he barked, drawing notice from people walking past.
"Then quieter, we need information." At the next corner he found a small bar with 8 empty stools and a bartender with spiked glowing blue hair.
Big man.
Come have a drink at Simple Sam's. Come.
I make you special drink.
One for big man that make head go boom, 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 said the bartender, waving him over.
Stay here, said Orion. I'm not a dog, said Justine, crossing her arms.
He'd never had a younger sister, but imagined this was what it was like. Orion tested the stool to make sure it wouldn't break under his weight, and decided standing was better.
I need information. You need a drink, big man. Let me make you special. I said I need information. No drink, no information.
He scowled, which normally loosened the tongues of those he wanted to speak with, but Simple Sam stared back with an odd grin as if he'd been hit upside the head too many times.
Fine, said Orion when he realized the bartender wasn't going to budge.
He extended his arm towards the price sheet on the back of the bar.
Something from the top half. Not so adventurous, big man. You not like having good time? Just make the drink.
Simple Sam jumped into action, pouring various colored liquids into a glass with style and flourish. When he was finished, a tri-colored drink of orange, white and blue was shoved across the bar.
It's called Deadly Duro's Delight.
Orion handed over some bills that Zuri had given him.
The drink was tart with a spicy kick. What question, big man? I'm looking for phase crystals. Not the kind the Waku use.
Simple Sam's eyes darted to the side. He leaned forward.
Quiet, big man.
Dangerous talk.
Not dangerous.
I'm a trader.
I thought you could buy them down here. I plan to sell them in the city.
Simple Sam kept his voice low.
You need better drink for answers. Fine.
Make another. I'll pay.
It wasn't like it was his money.
The second was a small shot of seemingly clear liquid that glimmered with color when he looked closer. The price was eye-popping but not unexpected. Information, he said, after handing over a wad of bills. Drink first.
I make special for you.
Orion downed the shot while the bartender watched carefully. It burned on the way to his stomach, but the heat faded quickly.
Information.
The longer the bartender watched, the more Orion suspected that he was being played. He snatched Simple Sam by his apron before he could move away.
Whatever you gave me, it didn't work.
Now give me the information I paid for, or I'll stuff you into this shot glass. Okay, said Simple Sam without the exaggerated accent he'd been using before.
I'll give you the damn information. Let me go. Talk first. You're asking dangerous questions looking for phase crystals.
The Wraithhawks don't like anyone else selling them. They cut off hands and other body parts when they find illicit vendors. Orion held up the shot glass.
I'm talking.
Give me a minute. Selling them is dangerous, but with those prices there are those willing to take a chance.
Where?
Who? 2 alleyways over, past the pickled tumbler vendor. Go all the way into the back.
There's a trinket vendor who sells little constructs. The kind people keep as pets. But that's just a front.
He sells all kinds of phase crystals, including the ones the Waku use.
Tell him you're looking for the Santos construct.
Orion squeezed his fist until the bartender yelped.
If you're setting me up. I promise.
No tricks. I get a cut if he makes a sale, so this is good for both of us. Win-win. Orion set the bartender down and turned to collect Justine, but found she was no longer standing where he'd left her. He searched the area with his eyes, and after he didn't see her, toggled the walkie-talkie to get her attention, but no answer came. Orion decided she was an adult after all, and he would go after the lead and then come back.
If you see my daughter, tell her to wait here.
Simple Sam nodded. The redhead looked like she could be on the cover of a lingerie magazine. Justine had never enjoyed putting on makeup or fixing up her hair, but now she couldn't keep her eyes off the woman.
Are you lost, young lady? Asked the redhead, crouching down when Justine approached. Is that a wig? She asked, reaching out to touch her hair. Of course, said the woman, nose wrinkling with mirth. Do I really look like a redhead? But the boys and some of the women like me this way.
Justine felt the woman's understanding grow until her smile faltered.
You're not a little girl.
The accusation in her gaze left Justine feeling small. She spit out the words before she thought too deeply.
My master made me. The surprise smoothed the woman's brow. Made you?
Maggie. Come over here and check this out. Before she knew it, Justine was bracketed by two gorgeous women who were doing everything to examine her but touch.
She's a construct.
I've never seen one this lifelike.
I thought it was a little girl at first. What's her name?
What's your name? Asked Maggie, leaning in close.
Ludmilla.
Maggie held out a hand.
Hello, Ludmilla.
I'm Maggie.
And I'm Keiko.
The redhead scrunched up her face.
Where is your master? Errands.
Justine extended her hand.
What happens inside?
Keiko looked to Maggie.
Mind if I show her around? Been slow today. I don't think Lisa will care, said Maggie.
Keiko stood and held out a hand.
Come on, Ludmilla.
The interior of the Onyx was glamour and glitz. Justine felt like she was stepping into the past or an old Vegas lounge. A beautiful woman with silky black hair was singing a duet with an older man shaped like a walrus, complete with a drooping mustache.
Singing. We do more than that.
Pour drinks, laugh at jokes, but most importantly, we provide companionship.
The world is a lonely place. Sometimes you just want a friend. What about?
Keiko put a finger over her generous lips.
That's up to the host or hostess. She tilted her head. You understand when two people get together? Yes, sex. So you're not a little girl, just a little body.
Justine nodded.
What's with the kid, Keiko? Asked a woman with healthy curves as she sauntered over. Not a kid.
This is Ludmilla.
Ludmilla, this is Andrek.
The walkie-talkie on her pocket clicked, but she pushed it deeper into her pocket and held out her hand to Andrek.
It's nice to meet you.
Andrek tilted her head with the realization she wasn't looking at a child, but a child-shaped doll.
It is nice to meet you too. Want a drink?
Iona cradled the chilled glass of glowing pink liquid, which put off a mist that cascaded over her hands.
I don't think this is a tourist bar, she said, nodding to the back booths where groups of Waku with the Wraithhawk badge were drinking and eating small plates of food. You wanted a drink. I wanted information. I thought bars were a good place to get it.
Zuri smirked at her.
You see that in a TV show.
Warmth rose to Iona's cheeks.
Is it not true? I guess you can, but this place seems dangerous to ask questions.
There's a bunch of Waku over there, and any one of them could have an amber stone, said Zuri under her breath.
Even over the music? Asked Iona, since she could barely hear herself. Even over the music?
Iona watched the Waku in back, laughing, playing drinking games.
If she had a bit of blood, she could see how many people they'd killed.
None of them looked as dangerous as Tiago, but this was their time off.
Even a gangster knew how to smile. Maybe you're right.
I don't see anyone I'd dare to ask, and I doubt they'd answer with those Wraithhawks in back, said Iona. When Zuri didn't answer, she turned to see her friend staring at the entrance where two new Waku had entered. Familiar faces. The guards from the Goblin's Romp.
Seven hells.
They both turned away, hiding their faces by leaning in close for conversation.
We have to get out of here.
For a moment, Iona thought the woman was headed their way, but then she veered around some rowdy tables towards the booths where the other Waku were. As soon as she reached them, Zuri threw some bills on the table, and they hurried out of the bar with their heads down.
Too close, said Iona. She had a piece of paper in her hand with what looked like a sketch of our faces.
We need to find the others and get out of here. Zuri clicked a message through the walkie-talkie as they headed back towards the area in the Torino where they'd split from Orion and Justine.
Damn it.
Neither one of them is answering. A pit formed in Iona's stomach.
Think that means they've been captured? We can't assume that. Yet, said Zuri. I wish we could obscure our faces, or use a look-away enchantment, said Iona. That'd be a dead giveaway. I know. I'm just, trying to think of options.
As they skirted past the area with the guy with the caged scorpic, Iona spotted a group of Waku with pieces of paper in their hands, spreading out and checking faces as they passed.
I feel like we can't avoid a fight, said Iona with growing dread. I need blood. We'll never beat them.
Not with these odds, so keep moving and keep your head down, said Zuri, dragging her towards the pachinko parlor. The sounds of thousands of steel balls bouncing over pins was headache-inducing, but Iona was focused on the exits. A pair of Waku were headed towards the BOGO, and when they tried slipping out the alternative exit, they found two more headed their way. Iona slipped behind a pachinko machine, searching for another escape route when they ran out of time.
Chapter 10.
The narrow gap between the stalls and vendors forced Orion to turn sideways. The cramped space was filled with the smell of steamed buns, the chatter of vendors hawking their wares in a multitude of languages, and bright flashing lights and neon signs. Orion worried he wouldn't be able to find the shop, or that Simple Sam had been lying to him because most of the signs were in other languages. He reached the end of the long alley, finding no construct vendor, but as he turned he realized there was another leg of the alley heading perpendicular.
The shop was 2 stalls down, tucked behind a noodle vendor.
The interior was larger than expected, and had none of the little constructs that were displayed in the window. A green door led to a back section, but Orion didn't want to intrude.
Hey, he said, hoping it was enough to get someone's attention.
Orion had about convinced himself that he'd been tricked by Simple Sam when the door rang behind him. 3 men with crowbars and knives blocked his exit while another 3 slipped out of the green door. One of them had a big handgun that would put a very large hole in him.
Sam wasn't kidding when he said you were a big man, but even giants can fall.
Hand over that wad of money in your pocket, and you can go on your way with all your limbs attached, said the man with the gun.
I don't want to fight you. You don't have to.
Now reach in your pocket, as if you're worried you have a live scorpion in there, and fetch that wad.
I'd really like to get back to the Thunderball game.
The Firehawks are on the comeback. Orion let his hand drift towards his pocket as he stepped forward. A simple exchange, and it would all be over. Orion didn't want the money.
It wasn't his, anyway.
Here. The guy snatched the wad, shoving it in his pocket with a grin firmly attached to his lips.
Never thought taking money from a demon lover would be so easy.
He smirked at his friends, taking his eyes off Orion for a split second.
The punch threw him through the door.
Orion heard the gun bouncing around in the small room, but never gave them a chance to find it. He'd electrified his hands, which turned each grab into a debilitating shock. 2 of the thugs managed to hit him during the fight, but he didn't feel them until he was barging past the stalls to get away. He had no idea if he'd killed any of them, but it seemed like there was a good chance. A couple of them were no longer moving when he left. He stopped at a vendor selling paintings of undercity critters, and checked his hands for blood. They were mercifully empty, so he caught his breath while trying not to think of the crack of bones. A buzz in his pocket reminded him of the walkie-talkie, which was frantically repeating the emergency signal. They'd been found. Orion charged out of the alley, then realized his mistake as he saw a group of Waku searching the businesses. With his size, he couldn't move through the Torino without being noticed, so he climbed behind the bar at Simple Sam's. The former owner had probably fled once he hadn't heard back from his conspirators. He stayed behind the bar, crouched on the ground, hoping no one was going to rat him out as he listened for footsteps over his heavy breathing.
That lady back there, said she saw a big man heading into this alley. How big? She didn't mistake a Broderian or anything, did she? No idea. Big. Or big enough to be noticed.
Their conversation moved away, so Orion dared a peek over the bar top, seeing they'd left his direct area, so he toggled the walkie-talkie to let them know he was safe, but he knew that was only temporary. There was little chance they'd be able to escape the Torino with so much heat. Orion was wondering if they would have to surrender to the Waku, when Justine's voice came over the walkie-talkie.
Come to the Onyx.
If it was a trap, Orion didn't care.
The Hostess Club was across the way, which would force him to cross the open area.
Orion put on a look-away enchantment, even though Zuri had warned them not to while they were in the Torino, but he wasn't worried about the Waku. They were searching for him, and the enchantment wouldn't work so well on them, especially if they had an amber stone, which many did. He did it so the regular folk of the Torino wouldn't notice the enormous guy hurrying across with his head down. Orion waited until the searchers had moved on from his area, and vaulted over the bar, moving at a fast pace but not running towards the Onyx, where a single hostess was standing outside.
Where'd you come from? She asked. Is Justine inside?
The woman wrinkled her nose.
I don't know a Justine. He held the flat of his palm low. She's about this height. Looks like a doll. Oh, Barker. Yeah, she came in a little while ago.
Keiko's showing her around the Onyx.
Thank you, he muttered.
The red-headed hostess that he'd seen earlier outside the Onyx was waiting for him.
You must be Orion.
Come with me. She grabbed his hand and he almost flinched away but remembered she was helping him.
Or he hoped. There was a chance this was a trap, but he had to know for sure.
Double doors led them to a hallway guarded by a man with an automatic weapon slung over his shoulder. The redhead touched him as she led Orion into a new room with lockers and 3 makeup stations, where a woman wearing only a bra and panties was touching up her face. He was confused until the redhead moved a pair of lockers that revealed a passage.
I don't understand, he said when she gestured towards it. Your friends are back there.
This passage will take you into the caverns outside the Torino. Getting out is up to you. Good luck and tell Ludmilla we'll miss her. Orion ducked through and followed the rough-hewn passage until he came out in a small cave where he found his friends waiting for him. Iona threw her arms around his belly, though they barely went to his sides.
I was worried you'd been captured.
He tried to hug back, but he couldn't convince his arms to move by the time she'd stepped away, and then she had a strange look on her face.
You're bleeding. I got in a fight. With the Waku. He shook his head. We can talk about this later, said Zuri. Right now we need to load up on enchantments and be ready to battle, but I'm hoping they still think we're in the Torino, which will give us a head start.
The smell of sorcery filled the air for a few minutes, until they were glowing with purpose. Dark vision enchantments gave them sight in the pitch-black caves. Orion took the lead. They didn't know where they were going, but hoped to find a marker or other signs of passage.
The darkness was oppressive.
The Undercity had always been a place of myth and danger. And while his mind had shifted based on what he'd seen in Big Dave's town and the Torino, Orion knew the caverns and passages outside those bright areas were as dangerous as the stories, so he kept his senses heightened. Whenever they came to a decision about which way to go, Zuri had them head the direction that seemed least traveled. They moved for about an hour in near silence, except for the crunch of gravel and the occasional scuffed foot on slick rocks. The caverns had beauty as well as danger. Twice they passed through spaces glowing with phosphorescent fungus, light blue and then a pinkish red, which felt like wandering through a dream. Another time they crossed a small stream that led them past a miniature waterfall, which sent a soothing mist across the hard rock. Orion's attention was drifting. The sameness of their surroundings made it hard to focus, when movement across the cavern snapped him to awareness. He shushed his friends before they could ask what he'd seen, But whatever it was larger than he thought prudent to investigate. Bigger than a dog, but not as big as a horse. The only thing he'd caught was flashes of bony paleness, and the faint click of claws on stone.
After giving it a few minutes of quiet observation, Orion decided that the creature, whatever it was, had moved on, so he led his friends in the direction it had left.
As they moved across the cavern, every noise was magnified 100 times in his ears, even his own heartbeat, which had taken on the properties of a war drum. Near the place where he'd last seen the creature, and close to the exit of the cavern, Orion paused as his senses were tingling with warning, even as he couldn't find the source. He held his friends in place, checking behind them, knowing that something was about to happen. 30 feet from their location, an explosion of movement caught him off guard. A reptile the size of a caiman leapt from a rock and went scurrying across the gravel, and something large and pale surged from the darkness, stabbing down with long talons and spearing its prey to the rock.
"Go," said Zuri, pushing him forward.
Orion ran out of the cavern, his attention split between the way forward and the creature behind, when he ran right into a group of hard men and women dressed the same as the Waku and the Torino, with blades at their sides.
Chapter 11.
Zuri ran right into Orion's enormous back, not understanding why he'd halted their escape until she looked past him to see the 5 Waku bristling with their weapons out.
"Hey!"
The parley was cut short when Iona tried to blast them with a force wave, but the woman in front extended her arms and her friend went tumbling backwards, the spell dying in her throat.
"Mages."
Before Zuri could blink, a blade was pressed against her neck. The battle was over before it had started. The man at her side had moved so fast she hadn't seen him except as a shifting blur.
"I wouldn't do anything unless you'd like to feed the scavengers," said the man.
The others were similarly corralled. 2 of the Waku were holding Orion, and rightfully so, they looked worried about their charge. A burst of muttering from the Waku holding Justine brought the rest around to examine the strange girl.
"What is this? And why are you sneaking around in the dark?"
"This is Wraithhawk territory. No one is allowed."
The tension in Zuri's chest loosened.
They didn't know about the Torino, which made sense, given the way the rock and the lingering phase blocked most kinds of communication over any distance.
"We got lost," said Zuri.
"Bullshit."
"She's lying," said a Waku holding Orion. "We did. I swear.
We paid a guide to show us the caverns, but then he ran off with our money and we got lost."
"Still lying."
The man at her side grunted.
"Bind them.
Make sure, and put a few around their fingers to prevent any spells."
"What about this one?" asked the Waku charged with Orion's capture. "Use extra."
In a matter of seconds they were each bound with multiple zip ties, including a set that weaved through their fingers, immobilizing them completely. She had to hope that whoever they were taken to would respond to reason, or maybe a deal of some kind, but that seemed unlikely. Anyone who moves aggressively or tries anything foolish will find themselves bleeding in a dark cavern. A fate that will not last as long as you might hope. The man at her side pushed her forward, so she stumbled and fell to her knees.
"Delaying won't work either.
Get up or I'll gut you now." Zuri went forward, realizing they were headed through the cavern with the creature when she saw the blood trail on the rocks. She peered into the darkness when she felt another shove.
"Keep moving." There was a creature in the cave. It killed a big lizard.
A quick blow to the head had her senses ringing. She did her best not to fall, but she felt disoriented.
"Liar."
From the back of the group, the Waku who had sensed her lying earlier said, "Marco."
"I think there's a—"
Zuri brought her head up as something large and white flew at them from the darkness. She thought she was going to be impaled when she was thrown to the side, landing between 2 sets of talons. She rolled out of the way as the creature danced above her, slashing at the Waku, 2 of which were already down. As she rose unsteadily to her feet, the bindings making movement awkward, Zuri got a good look at the creature. It looked like an enormous version of the scorpic she'd seen in the cage earlier in the Torino. Talons flashed out in multiple directions, as the two upright Waku avoided the slashing stinger. Zuri couldn't see her friends except as lumps on the other side of the battle, but if they couldn't kill the demon, they'd all end up the same way. She threw herself next to the wounded Waku who'd taken a talon to the shoulder. Blood bubbled out at an alarming rate.
Cut my bindings.
He stared past her, eyes heavy with shock. Zuri nudged him with her knee.
Hurry, or we're all going to die.
The Waku looked up, haze in his eyes, but miraculously, he held out his knife in a bloody hand. Zuri reversed it and with his help cut the zip ties. The demon was dancing around the attacks of the Waku. Neither of them was fast enough, and from what she knew from the stories of her sister, a simple 5-element spell wasn't going to hit hard enough. Standing a dozen feet from the battle, Zuri risked getting accidentally impaled as she started the spell Nandi had taught her years ago. The sorcery condensed around her hands as she gathered power, the motes of light turning black then sizzling into a crimson spear. She raised her hand to launch the sorceress weapon into the soft underbelly of the scorpic, when it unexpectedly turned, and Zuri knew she was going to be too slow. The demon leapt, the arcing path of its forward talons taking them right towards her chest, when a shape slammed into the side of it, tumbling the creature into the depression between the rocks. Orion. He was holding 2 legs of the scorpic, twisting the creature into a knot as the talons slashed at him. The 2 upright Waku didn't waste the opportunity, skipping past the thrashing talons to jam their weapons into the gaps between the carapace armor. With the scorpic occupied, Zuri recast the spell that Nandi had taught her, gathering the energy and hoping she was quick enough to save lives.
Move, she yelled with the spell completed.
As soon as she saw the others clear of the creature, Zuri jammed the sorcerer's spear into the weak spot between the upper undercarriage and the lower one. The impact seared through the hardened carapace, ripping into the demon's innards, which elicited a horrifying scream. The creature bounded away into the darkness, half its legs no longer working, which made it look like a foal on ice. Zuri would have fallen to her knees in relief, but they were still faced with the Waku. She raised her hands with sorceress intent, when she saw both Waku were covered in grievous wounds and barely standing.
Free the others, she told Orion as she approached the Waku. The one who had spoken earlier stared back defiantly. Make it quick.
Zuri hesitated as she weighed her options. Don't, said Iona, climbing over a rock with her hand held to her bleeding forehead. A rivulet of crimson ran down her cheek.
Are you sure? They aren't like Tiago. Leaving them alive will put us at risk. It wouldn't be right.
They kept us alive. I saw it. They put themselves between the demon and us. Zuri checked with Orion and Justine.
What do you think? No more death, said Orion right away while Justine shrugged apathetically. Fine. But we can't just leave them here like they are. They'll bleed out.
You, said Zuri, gesturing towards their leader.
We're going to stop the bleeding.
But if anyone tries anything, you're all getting crisped into char.
Understood. He nodded.
I'll do it, said Orion, lumbering forward. He knelt by the Waku, and after tossing away their blades, used his magic to heal the worst of their wounds, and then with the zip ties they had in their jackets bound their hands and wrists. Zuri added a binding charm to make sure they couldn't get free. The other 2 Waku were much worse. The one that had cut her free was barely breathing, and the other lay unconscious on the stone. He'd gotten knocked out in the first pass of the fight.
7 hells.
We can't leave them here.
That thing might come back and kill them, said Zuri, annoyed by this new twist. That blast didn't kill it, asked Iona. Doubtful. At best it's nursing its wounds in a dark place. At worst, well, we'd better get out of here before it returns.
Zuri nudged the bound Waku.
Where can we take you?
1 for your friend, he's in a bad way, and 2 so that thing doesn't come back and make a meal of you. The Waku gritted his jaw and shook his head, which left Zuri to sigh heavily.
Look, we can just leave you here. It's not a fate I would envy, but unless you can guide us to safety and not the Torino, you'll have to fend for yourselves and without your hands.
Boomer, pleaded the other Waku.
The mine isn't. Shut up, demanded Boomer, glaring at the other. It's our only choice.
Come on.
They could just leave us here.
The Estivaja will be back soon.
And look at Kenji. He's not going to last long, even after they healed him. I would do more if I knew how, said Orion, who was kneeling by the fallen Waku with his hand over the shoulder wound.
Boomer closed his eyes and muttered under his breath.
You can take us to the mine. It's a 20-minute walk. And then under his breath, way hose.
Orion picked up Kenji and the other unconscious Waku, carrying them like cordwood. Zuri took the lead with Boomer's help navigating the passages. Iona and Justine stayed to either side, keeping watch on the other Waku and the caverns in case the demon came back. The entire time, Zuri worried that they'd be walking into a trap. That Boomer or one of the other Waku had covertly messaged the others at the mine of their impending arrival, but when they started seeing light at the end of the passage, they found a large cavern that was oblivious to their arrival. At the center, a steel tower above a jagged hole held ropes which went into the darkness. Two small buildings had been constructed nearby, where two men with automatic weapons stood guard, staring passively into the distance. She saw a third standing near the hole, looking down with his arms crossed.
How many of them are Waku? She asked Boomer. He clamped his lips closed. Look.
If you don't tell us and we get surprised, we're going to get into a fight and it's going to go wrong, and there's going to be a lot of unnecessary death. If I know what to expect, I can manage this little encounter with as little bloodshed as possible. We want the same thing as you, that your friends live and we get out of here safely. Boomer chewed on his unspoken words before finally spitting it out.
Joaquin. The man at the hole. What kind of Waku is he? What stones? Amber and opal. Sensing and healing.
Perfect. Orion, come with me. Everyone else stay back, she said, hauling Boomer to his feet and pushing him forward. As Zuri stepped into the light, she had a sudden thought that Joaquin might not want to comply and kill Boomer along with them rather than give up the mine. No words were required to get his attention. As soon as they were fully visible, Joaquin barked at his companions with the automatic weapons.
We're not here to fight, called Zuri. Then why did you hurt my friend? Said Joaquin. We didn't. It was a scorpic.
Caught everyone off guard. The other three are grievously injured. They need healing or they'll die. We could have left them. We don't want trouble. We just don't want them to die. Can you be cool?
How do I know this isn't a trick? Asked Joaquin.
Zuri nudged Boomer in the back. He grumbled, and didn't appear to want to say anything until she pushed him again.
She's not lying.
About the Scorpic. Why they're here, I don't know.
We got lost, said Zuri.
The three clan members conferred near the mining hole. Zuri wished she had an amber like the Waku to be able to overhear their conversation.
Okay, said Joaquin once they broke up. Bring them in.
We'll honor this gesture and promise to do no harm.
Not good enough.
We want you to put away your weapons. Throw them to the edge of the cavern. Once we leave, you can have them back. Joaquin shook his head.
Then you can kill us all and take the fruits of the mine.
The clan leader would cut my throat for allowing Wayhos to take our valuables. If your clan leader values money over your lives, then they're not much of a leader, said Zuri.
These stones are our lives.
If we didn't have them, you mages would have already come into the shadows and taken what was ours.
The longer we stand here jawing, the greater the chance your friends are going to die.
Zuri wished she could have interpreted the long look that Joaquin gave Boomer, but eventually he nodded and instructed the other two to take their weapons to the edge of the cavern. Once they had, Zuri had Orion return to grab the wounded. Joaquin knelt by the Waku who'd taken a talon to the shoulder first, placing his hands on the wound with his eyes closed. Zuri stepped back with her hands at the ready, glancing towards the hole where phase crystals were being mined. Maybe this trip wouldn't be a waste after all. Chapter 12. Iona found the use of the phase crystals fascinating for many reasons. The first was that the use of them didn't put off a sharp tint in the air which made her nose itch, because it appeared the magic was contained within the body. The Waku named Joaquin had healed the first wounded, repairing his shoulder and other injuries sustained in the fight with the Scorpic, and then moved on to the unconscious Waku who appeared more critical than first thought. Iona knelt by Justine, who was standing near the other bound Waku.
"What were you doing in the hostess club?" "I wanted to see what was inside."
"They were nice to me," said Justine with a soft smile.
"That could have been dangerous."
"But it wasn't. Keiko helped us escape."
"You're right, but we need to be careful. Do you think Keiko is pretty?"
Iona tilted her head.
"Of course.
Why do you ask?"
"She said you're pretty too. That you could be a hostess." "That's nice," asked Iona, sensing annoyance from the living doll.
"Do you think I could be a hostess?" The answer caught in Iona's throat.
"I don't know enough about being a hostess to know."
"I guess it depends." Before Iona could clarify, Justine angrily stomped away, leaving her feeling confused. She'd thought spending more time with Justine would help her understand, but it only left her more unsure. With everyone focused on the wounded, Iona moved to the edge of the mine. Inside the hole, lights revealed a ladder going down at least 50 feet. A generator hummed nearby, powering the lights and oxygen lines that were keeping the air fresh below. She spotted movement at a cross-tunnel, but the workers didn't notice that anything was wrong above. Near the hole she spotted a bucket filled with chunks of rock, each containing sparkles embedded in the surface. She crouched over the container, wondering if any of the stones inside the bucket would satisfy Professor Hickford's request. When she looked up, she saw Boomer glaring at her with the force of 1,000 suns, and moved to the other side of the hole to examine the generator and oxygen equipment, while keeping an eye on the other clan members. Once the wounded were healed, she hoped they would leave immediately. The Undercity was worse than the Obelisk.
She couldn't wait to leave. "Don't touch that," yelled Boomer.
Iona's hand was hovering over the oxygen machine.
"I'm just looking."
The longer the healing was taking, the more she worried that something would go wrong. Joaquin had been working on the unconscious Waku for 10 minutes, which seemed too long in her inexperienced eyes, but she couldn't figure out a reason he might want to delay. The only thing that made her suspect something might be wrong were the occasional covert glances between Boomer and Joaquin. Iona decided to discuss her fears with Zuri when she saw movement at the opposite cavern entrance. A clan member with an automatic weapon slung over his shoulder had walked in, realization dawning on his face.
"Wait," yelled Zuri, holding her hands up.
The next events happened in slow motion. As soon as Zuri took her attention away from Boomer, he reached into a boot, producing a wicked knife. Joaquin did something to Orion that seemed to blind him, and the other clan members leapt at Justine with their hands still bound behind their backs. The force bolt flew from Iona's fingertips, slamming into Boomer's back, throwing him forward before he could jam the blade into Zuri's chest. Gunfire erupted as the newcomer sprayed bullets across the cavern at waist height. Iona threw herself behind the generator, as bullets pinged off rocks and steel. She looked up to see Orion pick up Joaquin and throw him into the scaffolding, spinning him around to land heavily on the rocks, while Zuri sent a rolling wave of flame after the newcomer, forcing him to flee into the passage. Iona ran around the hole to keep Boomer from getting to his feet, when he turned and extended his hand. She realized her mistake as the invisible force threw her backwards into the mining hole. She slammed into the back wall, ricocheting off lights, and managed to get her hand on the ladder to slow her descent before she hit a crossbeam with the back of her head. The headache gave her double vision, as the world shook uncomfortably. Iona couldn't quite understand what was happening, until she realized she was being carried by Orion, as he was lit by floating mage lights.
"Put me down," she said as her stomach roiled. "We have to keep moving," said Zuri, checking behind them as they hurried through the passage. "But
The contents of her stomach made an unceremonious exit from her lips, as Orion held her sideways. She hoped she didn't get any on him, but she was in no condition to control much more than if her eyes were open or closed. The bouncing of movement was like having her head poked with needles, and with every step it felt like a vice tightened around her head.
"How long have I been out?" 3 hours, said Orion.
3 hours. She couldn't believe it, but then again she'd been unconscious.
"Is everyone?" "We're all here.
Minor wounds except for yours." Iona turned her head to see the others, seeing them in double vision, which deepened her migraine. She wanted to ask about the mage lights, but was more concerned about vomiting again. Curled in Orion's arms, she watched the glistening walls of the caverns pass. Sometimes it was larger spaces with ceilings she could barely see except as tiny pinpricks of light, reflected from the rock or the clinging fungus. It was like the night sky, except underground, and she found it beautiful even as she knew they were in terrible danger. The gentle sway of Orion's gait made her realize he was stepping softly instead of his normal forward march. Iona smiled upward at him, even as he was too busy to notice. The feel of being protected helped soothe the needles that had been driven into the backs of her eyes from the migraine, until she managed to fall back asleep. Iona wasn't moving.
All being carried.
She shot up to a sitting position, which was a really bad idea because the world spun around her. She was about to ask for help when a small hard hand slapped against her mouth. Justine held a finger over her lips and shook her head. The double vision was no longer present, though her eyes were blurry. A single dimmed mage light rested on the ground, providing enough illumination to see a few feet.
As she sat quietly, Iona's eyes adjusted. They sat by a cavern wall, wet with perspiration.
Horsechip fungus clung to the walls. The sounds of foot scuffs made Iona's whole body go on high alert, which brought back the migraine. To her relief, Orion and Zuri appeared.
"The way is clear," said Zuri. "Oh good, you're awake.
Can you walk?" Iona tried to push herself standing, but her legs gave out. Before she could say anything, Orion scooped her up like a child.
"Thank you. I'm sorry you've had to carry me so long."
He stared without saying anything, then shifted his gaze to the way ahead. Weak but awake, Iona rested her hand against his chest to feel the rapid beating of his heart. Zuri led them through a trickling sheet of a waterfall, which felt refreshing even if it was brief. The passage afterwards was narrow, requiring Orion to turn sideways until it came to a set of sorcery-hewn stairs.
"Ready to climb?" asked Zuri. "Does this lead out?" asked Iona weakly. "It does." "How did you know this was here?"
The side of Zuri's mouth shifted to the side, even as Iona could see the exhaustion in her eyes.
"A little secret, Nandi told me. I doubt even the clans know about it."
Her gaze shifted upwards as she blew a breath out.
"Let's get this over with."
"I want sleep, breakfast and a shower."
"Not in that order. I'd even eat some of your diner food." At first Iona tried counting the stairs, but gave up after 400.
It was hard holding numbers in her head. She wasn't sure she could manage a spell beyond a mage light at this point, so she spent her time looking at Orion's face and feeling his heart beat against her hand. They stopped frequently for Zuri as both Orion and Justine didn't seem to need the breaks, even though the latter had to contend with steps not made for a figure her size. At the top of the stairs, Zuri used an arcane password to get them through the barrier, which shifted aside, returning them back to the city, which was in the throes of morning rush hour.
"Shame we didn't get what we came for," said Iona as they waited for the SUV to arrive.
Zuri, who had been leaning against the wall with her eyes closed, let a slow smile rise to her lips. She unshouldered the backpack and revealed that it was full of the rocks she'd seen in the bucket.
"You got them?"
"What happened to the Waku?" asked Iona as she shielded her eyes from the painful sunlight.
"Most of them were alive when we left," said Zuri as she stared at Orion. "I hope that doesn't come back to bite us."
No one spoke again until the SUV arrived. It took Iona to Golden Willow to get her concussion treated, and the others back to the Obelisk with their prize. Chapter 13. Getting an invite to the Hallows Eve charity ball had taken multiple favors, and a pretty healthy gift from her parents, but Zuri knew attendance would help her begin the laborious process of developing contacts within the community. If she was going to replicate what Professor Cornwallis had created, she couldn't do it from the shadows of the obelisk.
After passing through multiple levels of security to confirm she had no enchantments or trinkets on her person, Zuri strolled under the glittering chandeliers that led to the grand hall, which had been decorated like Dracula's castle.
The ghost of a maid with her throat cut welcomed her into the ball. The reception area was filled with clusters of people laughing and drinking from golden goblets, the nearest of which gave her a flat-lipped side eye. She knew it was a risk attending, but she didn't want to hide in the obelisk forever. They would have to get used to her in their circles again, and eventually they would forget why they hated her. Dotted amongst the groups were current members of Coterie, which made up the largest contingent of any hall, with the second most being alchemists. She spotted the Siren sisters talking with Celeste de Gastine, the head patron of said hall, who looked like a goddess come down from the heavens. The blonde ringlets around the crown of her head could have been white gold. Zuri spotted Bree Bishop, who'd been in Coterie at the same time as her sister, and went over to engage with her group.
"Hey Bree."
She was wearing a stylish carriage driver's outfit, with a top hat and cane.
"Why are you here?" asked Bree, nose wrinkling.
The others in her circle made no attempt to make room, leaving Zuri standing outside. "Because we should all be so charitable.
We'd rather not have our private conversations spilled to the press, or the legal system."
Zuri put up a brave smile.
"I'll leave you to your conversation."
"Good. We didn't invite you." Her back warmed with the heat of their glares as she strode through the party, looking for others that might be more welcoming. Zuri spotted Blake standing with Valdemar and Professor Ravenscroft, laughing about some private joke. Blake turned his head slightly, acknowledging her presence, but to her surprise did nothing more.
What is he up to?
It was unlike him to not use this chance to berate her in public.
To humiliate her.
She counted herself lucky and went a different direction, looking for older contemporaries of her parents in hopes that their connection was enough to overlook the past, but as she tried to join their circles, either the people she knew turned away, making it clear they didn't want her, or simply told her that it wasn't a good time.
After an hour at the charity ball, she had nothing for her effort except a half-empty martini glass and an ache in the back of her calves, so she reached into her clutch purse, producing a tube of lipstick.
Zuri got in line for another drink, and dropped the tube into the open purse of the woman in front of her. Lillian Davenport. Not exactly the center of high society, but the older woman was known as something of a gossip. Zuri found a place to stand and slipped the receiver in her ear. Enchantments and other listening devices were forbidden, but she'd devised the lipstick tube to bypass those protections by using one of the extra phase crystals they'd gotten from the Undercity. The natural source of phase didn't get picked up by the senses.
Can you believe she's going back for a second time after the catastrophe of the first procedure?
The sound was filled with intermittent static, probably from the inhibitors that the Bastille placed around the interior to keep things like this from happening. Zuri swirled the rest of the drink in her glass, as she listened to Lillian blather about the sorcerous procedures her fellow octogenarians were getting to keep them looking like they were in their mid-40s. When it seemed like the conversation was going to move towards more interesting topics, the sound cut out, which meant the device had failed somehow.
Probably by the security sweeps that happened at intervals during the event.
Zuri shoved the receiver in her clutch purse and contemplated leaving the charity ball when she heard the patter of heels rapidly approaching.
Margot, said Zuri when she saw who it was.
The first year leaned in for a cheek kiss, with a grin the size of a chandelier perched on her lips. Margot was nearly bursting out the front of her ball gown, as auburn tresses fell upon her shoulders. Can you believe the people here? I stood behind Celeste de Gastine in line a little while ago.
I almost reached out to touch her. Probably not wise.
Zuri took a sip of her martini.
And neither is talking to me.
The going rate is that I'm a plague carrier.
They'll come around, said Margot. I heard at least a few people say they were impressed that you dared to show your face at an event like this. I doubt that's how they meant it, but I appreciate the sentiment. How is your first year going?
Margot sighed.
We're on the 2nd level.
First group of our year.
That's great.
The second's a doozy, well they all are, but that felt like the first time that we were presented with really difficult challenges.
It couldn't have been that hard for you since you won the 2nd year games. They're all hard, and hubris is punished severely in the Obelisk.
Margot leaned in conspiratorially.
Did you know who else is on the 2nd level?
Zuri shook her head. Margot jutted her elbow towards the back of the ball where Blake was still conferring with Valdemar and Professor Ravenscroft.
Really?
Why? And where?
He's in the area past the Golden Calf. There's nothing in that area. That's what my entire group said.
He goes there every day without his team, and once Josh checked if he could find him, but there was no sign. Zuri wondered what secrets he'd uncovered using the elixirs. She briefly considered bringing it up with her team and checking out the area, but that would be dangerous considering his foresight. Instead, she should just take it as a boon that he was busy on other pursuits, rather than making her life a living hell like the previous 2 years.
Thanks for that useful intel, Margot. Happy to, she said, beaming. You know, if you ever hear or see anything else like that, please bring it to me.
And if you have any questions about progressing through the levels, I can help with that in return. Margot bounced on her heel, making tiny claps with the tips of her fingers. She caught someone waving at her from across the hall.
Have to go. We should get lunch sometime soon, said Margot, giving her a kiss on the cheek.
Zuri returned the gesture.
I would be delighted.
As Margot ran off to her friends, Zuri contemplated the meaning of Blake Lockwood on the 2nd level. Focus on your own problems, Zuri, she told herself. After they'd brought the bucket of phase crystals, Professor Hickford had rewarded them with information about how to get past the 4th level. They hadn't yet attempted it, since Iona was still recovering from her injuries, but the plan was to try in a few days' time. Someday they won't have a choice but to pay attention to you, said Zuri as she strode from the charity ball with her head held high.
Chapter 14.
The flashing red hand symbol made them stop in a cluster of tourists waiting to cross the street. Justine regretted having her friends put a see-through mesh on the backpack, as a few curious onlookers examined her through the barrier.
Isn't she a little big to be riding in a carrier? An older woman asked Iona.
Justine covertly flipped the woman off, as Iona offhandedly answered.
It's a doll. Not a real girl. But it moved, said the woman. Sorcery, Mom. The city's full of it. Oh.
Once the light turned and they were back on track, Justine tapped on Iona's back.
I'm a real girl. Of course you are, Justine, but that old woman was being annoying. I should have just told her to mind her own business.
Justine sulked in the back of the carrier, watching the city recede. At the next block the air had a mix of metallics and fish, which meant they were getting close to their destination. The apartment building above the ice cream shop had steps going all the way to the top. Iona let her out of the carrier a few steps inside.
Are you sure about this? Asked Iona. You don't have to crouch down.
I can hear you just fine, said Justine. After standing, Iona replied, Your wish is my command.
I didn't mean it like that. It sounded like that.
Justine frowned.
I'm sorry. Don't worry about it.
Iona glanced up the stairs.
How long will this take? I'll message you when I'm done.
If it takes too long, I'll get Zuri's salve.
If it's only a few hours, my visit should be done by then, and we can go back together.
Justine watched as Iona left the apartment. She was headed to a specialist for her headaches. The treatment at Golden Willow hadn't been able to fix everything, and head wounds involving a phase conduit were always tricky.
The door looked normal enough when she knocked. Not that she knew what to expect, but based on her communications, she was expecting something more.
The door opened after the third knock. He looked like some B-movie villain with a ring of jet black hair around his bald head, and a beard that made a perfect V beneath his chin.
Come in, Justine.
I've been waiting a long time for you. Should have answered the door the first time then.
I'm delighted to meet you, Dr. Maelstrom. The pleasure is all mine, he said, extending his hand. And please, let's cut the formalities. Call me Clytus.
Justine was so focused on his peculiarities, she hadn't realized that the entire interior was a garden, but as she followed him deeper in, she realized it wasn't a normal garden.
What sort of plants are these? She asked, reaching out to touch a structure that looked like a plant leaf made from sugar crystals.
The other foliage was similarly crystalline, jagged and blocky, with leaves that clicked when they bumped together.
These aren't plants at all. They're not.
Clytus spun around and, while stroking his beard, extended his hand in a wide arc.
This is the garden of possibilities.
I'm a mage of uncommon sensibilities. I see things that others do not, just as I see you are similarly gifted. Do you really believe you were a human woman before your transformation?
It wasn't a transformation so much.
More like a soul phylactery that looks like a doll. Clytus stared into the distance while continuing to stroke his beard.
Interesting.
She'd expected him to ask more probing questions about preparation or the nature of the soul transfer spell, but he continued leading her deeper into the unusual garden. Maybe he would dive deeper into the arcane constructions once they'd reached their destination. His laboratory was past a plant that looked like a giant tulip made of rocks. She found his garden more interesting than the man himself, but at least it was a sign that he could perform magical miracles.
Please, Justine, have a seat in the examination chair. I have much to learn today.
She climbed onto the padded seat, which had places for clamping wrists and ankles. Clytus sat backwards in a rolling office chair, which only made him look more ridiculous. She imagined it was like wandering onto a movie set and finding your favorite character lounging on a couch eating a pizza in their on-screen outfit.
Tell me in your own words, Miss Thornlock.
What is it you wish me to do?
Well, if it's possible, you see, I went on a date and I really liked him. Not saying he's the one, but there are certain things I didn't consider when I took this form.
Plain words, Miss Thornlock. Plain words.
She swallowed and looked away.
Talking about private matters, while he was staring at her intently, was making her skin crawl.
I love my body. I have no regrets about what I did, but it has limitations. I didn't think I'd miss it as I did. Your meaning, Miss Thornlock? I'd like to be able to. She cleared her throat. I'd like to be able to fuck again. Her answer hung in the air like a bad fart.
She nearly ran out of the room when he didn't answer right away.
Of course you do, Miss Thornlock.
It's only natural to want to experience all the things that a human woman could. The flesh is an imperfect vessel, but yet it can perform miracles. You wish to experience that miracle yourself?
Yes, I'd like to be able to do that again. If it's possible. But I still want to be myself. I'm not asking to reverse this, if it's possible. Do you trust me, Justine? I just met you. I know, but I feel like we know each other.
Do you think you could let me examine you? It will hurt at times, but I must be able to understand.
It's imperative. I guess it depends. Tell me.
You mentioned you'd met a boy and wanted to have that most intimate of experiences.
You wanted to fuck him. Is that correct? Yes. Think about that for a moment.
Close your eyes. Reach back into your memories and bring that forward.
Why?
Clytus Maelstrom smiled as he sat backwards on the chair. Eventually Justine gave up and closed her eyes, thinking back to the date she'd had with Leaf.
At first she thought only of their wonderful discussion in the bar, and how she felt she'd met someone she already knew, and then her mind drifted towards the moment she'd followed him upstairs and...
Click. The noise, followed by the cold steel against her wrists, had her trying to sit forward just as Dr. Maelstrom was clamping her ankles.
What are you doing? Examining you, Miss Thornlock.
Just as we agreed upon. We have much to learn together. Today is going to be a special day. You were right to come to me. You're a gift I cannot ignore.
I'm not a gift, said Justine. Who really made you, Justine? I did, she said as she pulled against the restraints. I'm sure you believe that, but we must find the truth.
Whoever your maker is, I'd love to meet him.
I'm sure he and I could do wonderful things together. I did it myself, you arsehat, said Justine, growing more desperate. I'm a mage in Coterie.
Look me up. My father is Justice Thornlock, the famous thunderball player. Clytus stroked his beard.
How delightful.
You actually believe you're alive. This is the most marvelous construct.
I can't wait to see what makes you tick.
He went back to a set of shelves and pulled out a crude hacksaw.
Please don't. My friends know I'm here. They'll kill you if you touch me with that. Friends, said Clytus as if he'd never heard the word before. What are these fictional friends' names?
Realization of how screwed she was dawned on Justine.
Even more so than when they'd been in the Undercity, trying to escape the Waku. At least she'd been with her friends.
Clytus held up the hacksaw.
First, we're going to find out what's in those wonderful wooden limbs of yours. I find it's best to deconstruct how others have created things, to provide inspiration. Touch me with that and I swear to the seven hells I will rip your guts out and feed them to you, said Justine, hating how filled with fear her voice was. Now, Miss Thornlock. No need to be rude. I know it's only your programming, but I would prefer civility.
He placed the jagged teeth of the hacksaw against her forearm and pushed it forward, dragging the serrated steel across her wooden flesh. The dark wood was hardened against such abuse, but it didn't keep the pain from making her scream.
I'm going to kill you, she muttered in the aftermath. Curious, he said, staring at the saw. Maybe I need to use more pressure.
The second attempt nearly had her blacking out.
If she would have been flesh and blood, she would have certainly vomited from the pain.
Clytus flicked the steel with a fingernail.
Seems I need to find a better tool. Now where's that electric bone saw? It should do the trick.
As the strange mage dug into the drawers of a toolbox, Justine tried to yank her hands free of the clamps, but the metal had been adjusted to fit her smaller wrists. Concentrate, Justine. You're stronger than this. She closed her eyes and drew the phase from her mind. The clamps kept her wrists locked in place, but they didn't keep her fingers from moving. The spell made sparks dance from her fingertips, and made the runes that Amat had written into her wooden body glow faintly. Low-spoken Kemetic incantations filled her body with a peculiar energy. A spell that she had not learned, but somehow absorbed from her time with the ancient being.
Aha!
Hiding from me, you little bugger.
I knew you were around here somewhere.
Dr. Maelstrom turned with a mean-looking electric bone saw in his fist.
What have we here?
Did my attentions wake something placed in you from your creator? We cannot have this.
Not yet.
I must understand you first. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a hand cannon. Before she could finish the spell, he activated the trigger and a webbing of electricity collapsed around her. The convulsions made her lose the spell. Her wrists and ankles hurt from banging around the metal. When she looked up again, Dr. Maelstrom holding the bone saw, which looked tough enough to tear her wooden limbs off. The bone saw roared into life, the serrated metal rapidly moving back and forth.
Hold still. We have much to learn together.
A flick of her fingers and a bit of phase had a flaming pod leaping from her hands, slamming him in the face. Dr. Maelstrom screamed as he beat the flames from his flesh. Justine wasted no time, returning to the previous incantation. As the words flew from her lips, Dr. Maelstrom finished putting the fires out. His beard was half seared from his chin, and his cheeks were angry and bubbly.
I'm going to rip your limbs off, you little shit.
Before he could reach the bone saw, Justine burst the clamps with the spell. She dove for the saw, which was still running and spinning around the tile floor from vibration. He reached it at the same time, and at first she feared he was stronger due to his size, but then the runes on her flesh glowed brighter, and she turned the tip towards his chest.
The screams were louder than the saw as it pierced his sternum, blood gushing out in a geyser, splashing over her body.
He lasted for a few seconds before his eyes went dim and he no longer fought her, but the saw was still running in his chest.
It took her half a minute to turn the damn thing off, and by this time she was covered in sheets of blood.
Justine rolled onto the tile, staring at the ceiling and cursing her bad luck. Eventually realizing that someone might have heard his screams and called the police, Justine started to leave, before she remembered she couldn't go outside looking like a murder victim, so she stripped off her clothes and using rags wiped the blood from her body. Then she found an old cloth robe that was too long that she managed to wrap around her body.
It didn't look good.
More like a child trying to avoid a bath, but it was better than the bloody mess she'd been before. She texted Iona and told her she needed to be picked up quickly. Heading through the strange garden, she stopped to examine one of the plants, only to realize that it was just a normal poinsettia with a sugary coating on the outside. Using her fingernail, which still had blood underneath, she chipped away the sugar.
A fraud.
Justine didn't know what was worse. Dr. Maelstrom trying to dismember her, or that he wasn't even the miracle mage he claimed to be. The other plants she examined were just as fraudulent. The SUV was waiting outside when she reached the street.
"Where are your clothes?" asked Iona when she climbed in back. "I don't want to talk about it."
Iona started to open her mouth, and then reached out and touched Justine behind the ear, pulling her hand back to show drying blood on a fingertip.
"Didn't go so well."
Or do living dolls get their periods in different ways than humans? Justine snorted and flipped off her friend, which only made Iona laugh. "Come here," said Iona, exposing her side. Justine leaned against Iona as the SUV took them back to the obelisk, the horrors of the afternoon quickly fading from her mind.
Chapter 15.
There were 18 cubes, each with different runes on their 6 sides, and only 5 openings on the wall where they could go. Zuri stared at them with her hands on her hips.
"Are you sure this is where we should be?" asked Iona. That archway in the other room looked more promising.
Zuri held up the book that Professor Hickford had given her. The tattered journal had pages of notes about the level.
"It says this is the place, but I don't understand, and the notes aren't as clear-cut about how to solve the puzzle."
"It only says rods." "Should we ask Professor Hickford?" asked Justine, sitting on the edge of a block covered in hieroglyphics and wearing a flowery summer dress that didn't equal their task.
"I saw the notes on his desk and they don't match the handwriting in this journal," said Zuri. "Then whose is it?"
Zuri thought about it for a moment, and then cast the spell that she'd used once to find where her sister hid her notes.
On the inside cover, faint scribbling appeared. "Oh damn. It's Professor Petrov's. She must have been in charge of setting up the 4th level. He stole it from her." "I guess there's no loyalty from the professors either," said Zuri. "They treat him like an outsider," said Orion. "Well, that proves that it's good information, if only we could figure out what it means and how to get past it," said Zuri.
Justine picked up one of the cubes.
"What if we put an eidetic connecting spell on them, to see which ones have been used together?"
Good idea, but that could also trigger the trap runes that are clearly shown on at least one side, said Zuri.
These are mismatched runes.
Maybe we need to find someone in Arcanium to help us translate the meaning, said Iona.
Did you hear yourself?
No one in Arcanium is going to help a mage in Coterie. Besides, Professor Petrov would have never set up the problem to require outside assistance, and especially not from Arcanium. These might be mismatched runes, but I don't think that's significant in itself and might be a red herring.
A red herring? Asked Iona.
Do we eat them for the answer? Zuri shared a smirk with Justine. Sometimes she forgot that Iona had been sequestered in a farmhouse in the middle of Missouri for most of her young life.
It's one of those, isn't it? Asked Iona. Sorry, Iona. I know you can't help it. You know, it doesn't help that I spend all my time in the Obelisk or other weird places rather than experiencing the city, she said, glancing hopefully at Orion, but he was busy staring at the cubes.
The big man grabbed two, rotated them until he found similar runes, and presented them to the group.
Find something? Asked Zuri. These almost match.
Still waters ran deep, but sometimes she wished Orion would explain himself without her having to drag it out of him.
Can we not do the guessing game today?
He blinked twice.
The note in the book said, rods. Those don't look like rods to me, said Zuri. They look like headless horses. Not rod, said Orion with a heavy sigh as he looked to Iona.
She reached out and put a hand on his arm, which made the corner of his lips twitch upward.
Take your time, said Iona. He furrowed his brow. Petrov is Russian.
The word for kin is rodstvenik. Zuri checked back to the cubes, which had many similar but not exact pictographs. Kin. Right. Why didn't I see that before? You're a genius, Orion, said Zuri.
I don't understand, said Iona. The two cubes he has aren't exact, but they're kin.
Like how a father and son might look similar, but not the same. We have to find a grouping of 5 images that look sort of alike. They descended on the pile, searching through them until they found a series of 5 images that all seemed to have something to do with plants. Zuri shoved the cubes into the holes, leaving the images facing them. When the last one clicked into place, a heavy thunk sounded somewhere deep within the floor, and the wall started to disassemble, forming a rectangular door with the darkness of a starry night inside.
Great job, Orion. Shall we?
They held hands and went through the portal.
After years of using the sudden transfer system, Zuri no longer felt vertigo except as a faint tickle in the back of her mind.
The first thing Zuri sensed was the humidity in the air, and the second was that the way ahead was covered in overlapping plants with multiple hues of purples and oranges in the leaves.
Look how tall this is.
Bigger than the pyramid level, said Justine, extending her arm towards the sky.
I don't see a roof, said Iona.
Zuri held her hand over her eyes, protecting them from the sun-like glare even as she could see no orb.
I wasn't expecting this.
Hey you guys, said Iona with a grin plastered on her lips.
What? We're the first group to the 5th level. That's cause for celebration. Let's go out tonight. I love this idea, but I promised Margot I'd meet her for dinner.
She wants to pick my brain about how to approach the Obelisk puzzles, said Zuri.
I have a stack of books to study, said Justine as she swung the lower half of her summer dress back and forth while staring at the way the fabric moved.
Iona looked at Orion hopefully.
Big guy. It's been a long day.
Zuri shoved Orion in the shoulder.
You should go out. Someone has to celebrate our victory.
He looked between her and Iona before the wrinkles on his brow smoothed away.
Oh.
Yeah.
We can go out. Great, said Iona buoyantly. It's a date. I'll find somewhere fun for us to go.
The word date seemed to reverberate in Orion's gaze. Zuri smirked behind a cupped hand. She hoped the big man understood what Iona had in store for him.
Chapter 16.
The white dress clung to Iona's hips, which had filled out in the last year. Her ass had been rather flat, until she'd started eating the rich Coterie food, rather than the microwave burritos and ramen noodles that had been a mainstay in the old farmhouse. She checked to make sure that there were no wrinkles in the reflection in the window before Orion arrived, then breathed into her hand to make sure her breath was clean. Orion exited in street clothes, wearing a black hoodie which he had over his head. The moment he saw her, Orion stopped and looked back to the obelisk. Heat rose to her face as she rushed over to stop him before he tried to go back in.
It's okay. I like getting dressed up. You don't have to change.
She worried that the moment he went back to his room, she wouldn't see him again until tomorrow when they went back to the 5th level to begin exploration. Orion chewed his lower lip before muttering, "You look nice." Then he climbed into the back of the SUV, which sank from his weight. The ride to the restaurant Calyx in the 2nd ward was mostly in silence as Orion stared out the window. The sky was covered in grey clouds which were supposed to bring snow later that night, but for now they only reflected the lights of the city.
It's going to be a long night if you're not going to talk, she said. Tired?
We've been going pretty hard.
But thankfully you figured out the puzzle.
The other groups are going to shit themselves when they learn we've moved on. Orion leaned his head against the window glass.
Are you actually tired?
We don't have to go out tonight if you don't want.
He shook his head. Are you sure? I don't think I noticed until now, but you have huge bags under your eyes. Growing makes me tired. I bet.
Lot of energy tied up in that big body of yours. He checked back with sadness in his eyes.
I don't want to be this big. You wear it well, Orion. The compliment didn't seem to reach him, but then they turned into the entertainment district.
With the streets blocked, they had to make the final block on foot.
I'm not great with high heels.
Would you be my support? She asked, hooking her arm around his. The walk to the restaurant was spent in comfortable silence, as they watched illusionary pirate ships do battle over the heads of the people on the street, firing cannons and swinging across on ropes to clash with curved swords. The entrance to Calyx was beneath a hanging sword that glowed faintly with sorcerous light. Orion paused before entering.
They should have named it Damascus.
Iona burst into laughter, squeezing his arm.
You're really funny when you want to be. I didn't mean to. Let's go in.
I've been looking forward to this all day, and I'm famished from all the work in the obelisk. The truth was, she'd been looking forward to a night with Orion for much longer, but she didn't want to scare him off. Iona gave her name to the hostess and watched through the glass to the interior where a waiter was bringing a bowl with purple flames dancing towards the ceiling.
I'm sorry, Miss Storm.
We can't seat you, said the hostess after checking her book and glancing surreptitiously at Orion.
Is it the hoodie?
We can come back with better clothes.
I saw a menswear shop a block up. It's not that, said the hostess, continuing to glance between Orion and her. And I'm sorry I didn't inform you when you made the reservation today. That was my mistake. But I still can't serve you. What? This is crazy. What's the reason?
Overbook.
I don't understand, she said.
Iona Storm and Orion Dreadmarsh.
I didn't give you his name on the reservation, said Iona coldly. I'm sorry.
I really am.
This is the first time I've run into this, but our owner put out a do not serve list for all his properties. I didn't think much of it at the time.
Iona felt her mood descend into the floor.
Who is the owner? She asked, even as she had a good idea. Valdemar Canute. He's normally very hands-off.
I'm sorry.
I have to rescind your reservation. She grimaced.
Could you please step outside so I can serve the next guests? Iona almost turned away before something uncoiled in her chest that had been trapped there for a long time. She could almost understand the way she was treated in Coterie of Mages, given their traditions and pedigrees. Almost.
But outside the obelisk, it wasn't right. It wasn't fair.
No. I'm not leaving. We made a reservation, and you have to honor it. Orion put a hand on her arm, gently steering her away.
Iona.
She yanked her arm back, as the heady feeling of speaking her mind made her feel drunk.
No.
I'm sick of being treated like this.
You should be too.
We're not monsters.
You get used to it, said Orion. We can go somewhere else. I don't want to get used to it.
Ever since I came to Coterie, they've treated me like I was an insect to be stepped on.
The hostess looked sick with worry.
A waiter from outside the glass gestured, but she waved him away.
Please, Miss Storm. If you could only step outside. I'm not.
Before she could finish, Orion picked her up and carried her down the block next to an alleyway, while people stared at them as if they had snakes for heads.
Why did you do that? She asked. There was no point in staying. She wasn't going to change her mind.
We can go somewhere else.
I don't want to go somewhere else. I wanted to celebrate with you.
Celebrate our victory.
And that's not what I meant.
Why didn't you fight back? You're a Dreadmarsh, and Valdemar is nowhere near.
You should have told her you were getting seated or you were going to make trouble. There's no point. They would have had the police kick us out.
Iona threw her hands in the air.
Is that all? You just let them win. They've already won, Iona.
We're just living in their world.
Trust me, it's easier not to make trouble.
Anger rose up in her chest until she was choking on it.
I don't get why they get to control everything.
You're a Dreadmarsh. Can't you use your family connections to get back at him?
You've seen my family, Iona.
We're not Magnus or Victoria Dreadmarsh. We're the part of the tree they want to ignore, and I'm too tired to fight.
It doesn't work anyway.
Trust me. You should know from Zuri's experience that it'll only get you ostracized.
I'm already an outcast. What difference does it make? They can always make it worse.
We're better off keeping our heads down and climbing more levels. Iona screamed, which turned heads.
Orion. Can't we just go back and try to get seated?
Please. Before he could speak, a trio of guys that looked like they were bodybuilders approached.
Miss, are you okay? Is this guy hurting you? Go away. I didn't invite you.
Orion stood back passively, arms at his side, but she could see the pain in his eyes. One little scream and they jumped to conclusions.
We're not afraid of demonkind, said the guy, clenching his fists. I killed a four-legged thing with horns during the invasion. I'm not afraid of him, so if you need us to escort you to safety, let us know. I told you.
I'm fine. We're fine.
Now go away.
Before she'd finished speaking, Orion left, heading back towards where they'd gotten dropped off. Iona didn't know how he could give up so easily, and while a restaurant reservation wasn't where she expected to make her stand, she just wanted to have a nice night out with Orion and maybe take their friendship a step or two forward.
Would you like us to stay with you in case he comes back? Asked the bodybuilder, putting his hand on her shoulder.
Iona struck him as he touched her. The snap was audible to the other people on the street, and when she looked down, his forearm was at an awkward angle.
Merlin's tits, I didn't mean to.
She stared at his broken arm in horror, while his friends grabbed him and steered him down the street. Everyone nearby stared at her as if she had fangs.
I'm sorry.
She stared at her hand incredulously.
This wasn't supposed to happen.
It wasn't like she'd ingested the blood of a creature. Iona stared at herself in the window, but the reflection gave no clues as to why she'd been able to casually break the bodybuilder's arm. Feeling empty and wanting company, Iona burst into a run to catch up with Orion, but within half a block she realized that he was no longer in view. He'd either taken a different way back or known she was coming, and ducked into a store to avoid her. Iona kicked a trash can with her high heel, denting the front, so she slumped onto the sidewalk and stared at the illusionary fish swimming overhead, wishing the night had gone any other way than the one it had.
Chapter 17.
Orion didn't normally ride the train, but 2 in the morning on a Saturday night was an exception because he was the least interesting person in the car, which meant he could ride in peace for once. A few seats away, 2 Eastermancer students who'd clearly come from a club had made themselves look like pink stuffed animals complete with velvety fur and eyes that flashed with similarly colored lights, while further down a trio of rat people were beatboxing over an antique boombox, and then past them were 2 energetic figures obscured by a privacy enchantment, but Orion was pretty sure they were having sex.
Brain candy.
A guy with a pinched face and a light blue tracksuit held his hand out. 2 neon green lozenges rested on his palm.
No thank you.
Guaranteed to increase your IQ by 30 points for an hour.
You'll get the best thinking done.
No side effects either.
This is high-grade alchemy. I said no. Come on, man.
You're clearly a sad sack with problems out the wazoo. I've seen it before. A couple of these and you'll solve all those vexing problems. Orion held up a fist, squeezing until his knuckles cracked, which convinced the drug salesman to back away.
Your loss. But I know my customers when I see them.
Orion got off in the Enochian district of the 11th Ward, at the same time as the rat people. The area was known for being a sanctuary for non-humans, one of the few places that allowed them to live without constant harassment. Snowflakes drifted onto his shoulders as he shoved his hands in his jacket pockets and trudged towards his destination with his hood still up. A nearby bar spilled out flashing lights and raucous music when a couple of girls wearing fishnets and nearly see-through tops stumbled onto the sidewalk.
Hey sexy, slurred the first as she caught up to Orion. I'm not interested.
The girl grabbed his ass with both hands.
I am.
He flipped back his hood, revealing the nubs on his forehead, and growled in his meanest voice possible.
Oh, he's a flirt, said the second, laughing. I like it rough. You can have us both, demon boy.
We like to get freaky too. She reached up to try and touch one of the nubs, so he pulled the hood back over.
I told you. I'm not interested. I get it, said the first girl. You must have a lady friend. What's her name?
Or is it his name?
It took a moment for him to muster the courage, but eventually he said, Iona. That's a pretty name. What's she like? Asked the first girl, skipping beside him. I don't like conversation.
Show us a picture and we'll leave you alone, otherwise we'll think you're lying and there's no way we're passing up a big hunk of demon like yourself.
I'm not a demon.
Orion produced his phone, thumbing through the pictures, of which there were only a handful and mostly images of spells or puzzles in the Obelisk, until he came upon the picture of Iona that had been in the paper after they won the second-year games.
Wow. She's beautiful.
Has that sweet feral look too? The girl smiled up at him.
Good luck, big man. We were just having fun.
They went the other way, leaving him on the quiet street, with the sounds of cars providing a hum in the background. Orion sighed as he stared at the spire at the center of the city. The enormous tower made it feel like no matter where you weren't that far from the center, even if it was miles away, when sometimes he wanted to be somewhere entirely different than the city of sorcery. Orion banged on a black door.
The shop was closed, but he'd messaged the owner ahead of time.
He heard a mumbled voice, so Orion pushed inside. The interior was pitch black, and Orion didn't have a dark vision enchantment. The crackle of burning followed by an orangish red glow from the tip of a cigar revealed a tattooed figure in a high-backed chair.
When you gonna come at normal time like rest of my customers, mate? Said No-Face Jack as he stubbed the cigar into an ashtray, the faint glow revealing a New Orleans Voodoo's jersey.
Orion found the light switch, revealing the 3 barber chairs. Posters of famous Thunderball players had prominent places on the wall, and during the day a television played live games.
Can we get this over with? Asked Orion as he took one of the chairs, which groaned under his weight.
No-Face Jack leaned into view. His face was covered in tattoos of ancient poems, which made the whites of his eyes glow bright. Orion had always suspected that he was non-human, and the tattoos were a way to pass, but he'd never cared enough to ask.
"The usual?" asked No-Face Jack as he pulled a heavy-duty wood shaver from a lower drawer. "Do I ever get anything else?"
No-Face Jack smiled, which revealed the other whitest part of his head, the teeth.
"Don't want to make a mistake. You're too big to make mad. I don't want to be this big. And I didn't want to be this beautiful, but the fates curse us in different ways."
No-Face Jack put a chair cloth over Orion's chest, and lowered the seat as far as it would go with pumps of his foot. A vial of dark green liquid was handed to him, but Orion waved him off.
"It's gonna hurt. It'll make me sleepy and dull on the way back. Your choice, mate."
Using a stool to reach his head, No-Face Jack placed the wood shaver against the right nub and began sawing. Little flecks of bone drifted past his eyes, which he kept at a light squint.
At first the pain was minimal, but as No-Face Jack got near the bottom, he had to grit his teeth not to make a noise. "Back to the bottom.
I'll get the other before I fix the last bit." The second nub was more painful than the first, probably because he was tired of holding back. He tried to distract himself by thinking about the interaction with the girls outside the club, but they hadn't been interesting enough to keep him occupied long.
"You sure you don't want one of my greenie specials?"
"You're squirming in this chair more than a 5-year-old full of sugar."
"I'm fine. You don't act like it, but it's your dime."
When No-Face Jack was finished with the nubs, he pulled out a container of grey paste and used a fine brush to paint the corrosive on the final plateau of bone. The paste had a pungent smell and sizzled when it was in contact with the nubs. When the corrosive finished its job, No-Face Jack used a second liquid to neutralize it. The final step was a thin sheet of fake skin to hide the concave nubs, and then a hand mirror so Orion could see the final job.
"All good, mate.
Ready to rock it with the normals again." When Orion didn't get up, No-Face Jack tossed his towel on his shoulder and shook his head.
"Don't like the way it looks. Some of my best work, mate. Not that. I told you. It's too dangerous.
More likely to kill you than fix what you think is a problem."
"It is a problem. Only if you let it be one. That power inside you has to go somewhere."
Orion thought about how the guys outside the restaurant immediately jumped to conclusions, and how his first thought was to crush their heads in. He could have done it easily, but then Iona would never look at him the same.
"I want to do it. You sure I can't talk you out of it?"
"I like you, Orion."
"I don't want to see you get hurt."
Orion looked No-Face Jack dead in the eyes.
"Do it. Come with me."
No-Face Jack led him into a back room with a big metal chair with heavy restraints.
"Got this from an old prison that used to give the death penalty to us weirdos, so it should be good to keep you from moving."
Orion settled into the chair, which had been outfitted with soft leather backing to keep the hard metal from biting into his flesh, while No-Face Jack closed the clamps.
"Last chance, Orion. You don't need this.
You have gifts.
You should use them. It's what helped you win the second-year games last year. They only wanted my muscle. Somehow I don't believe that, mate. Do it."
No-Face Jack fed him a bitter potion that tasted like metallic dirt.
The reaction was immediate.
Orion shivered as his body temperature dropped precipitously. He fought against the internal cold, but it felt like he'd gotten lost in a blizzard. When he opened his eyes, No-Face Jack was no longer wearing his Thunderball jersey, but heavy overlapping robes as he leaned against a gnarled staff. The tattooed figure was muttering an incantation, which made Orion dizzy upon hearing. A faint greenish mist rose from the cracked concrete. Sharp pain blasted through Orion's midsection, making him cry out, followed by a burning sensation that grew in intensity.
It felt like his bones had been dipped in lava. "Don't fight me, Orion Dreadmarsh."
The power of No-Face Jack's voice startled Orion. It wasn't the easy-going barber he was hearing, but a warlock of uncommon strength. This pleased Orion, even as it frightened him. The pain made him black out, and each time he woke he was straining against the restraints. Once when he opened his eyes he saw the fear in No-Face Jack. The ritual went on forever. Orion was lost to the fire, while No-Face Jack encouraged him to let go.
But he couldn't. It felt like the flames were taking something from him.
He saw visions of himself standing on a mountaintop with a staff of his own as a storm raged around him, but he wasn't afraid. He was wielding the power of nature as if it were his own fist. The heavy snap of metal sounded like a thunderbolt at close range. He became aware that half the chair had been split, and he was holding it up with one arm while No-Face Jack cowered against the wall. The mist quickly faded from the room once the warlock stopped his chanting, and with it, the pain that had embedded itself in his bones.
"I ruined it," said Orion. "Ruined ain't the word I would use, but it's done if that's what you mean."
"You might think you want this, but your body says otherwise." No-Face Jack released him from the restraints.
"Sorry about your chair." "Don't worry about it. There's a welder up the street who can fix it. But that's not what I'm worried about."
Orion let his chin drift towards his chest.
"Don't be sorry, Orion.
I don't think you would have been happy if it had worked, which means you ain't listening to that body of yours. You fear it too much, instead of understanding it." He reached into a pocket and produced a wad of cash. No-Face Jack tried to refuse it, but Orion pushed past him and left the barber shop.
Chapter 18.
The fact that Professor Hickford wanted to meet them at a coffee shop in the 8th Ward worried Zuri because it wasn't far from the Goblins' Romp, where they'd entered the Undercity a few months ago. The city was under a heavy freeze warning, but no signs of precipitation were visible, though it was hard to tell as night was falling. Zuri cradled an espresso in both hands while her friends fidgeted in the booth, especially Orion.
"I don't like this," said Iona. "We're too close to the Goblins' Romp.
I keep expecting to see one of those Wakum marching up the street. The bigger question is, why are we meeting here, and why did he tell us to bring all 4 of us and prepare like we were going into a new level in the Obelisk," said Zuri, tapping her fingernails on the ceramic cup. Justine was wearing a hoodie to hide her face. She'd refused to ride in the carrier, which Zuri had thought a bad idea, until Justine had shown up looking like a short person or a precocious child rather than a living doll. A car honk startled Zuri. A white paneled van was sitting on the street, with Professor Hickford in the driver's seat. The window was down, and his wispy grey hair was blowing around his forehead. Nothing about him suggested he was a professor of the most prestigious hall at the university, with his round face. A few years ago Zuri would have been insulted by his appearance and vehicle, but now she was relieved that he wasn't too obvious. He gave them a wave, summoning them to the van.
"What's going on, Professor?" asked Zuri as she climbed into the passenger seat, while her friends slipped into the back where there were no seats and piles of hiking gear. "I'll tell you along the way."
"We've got a tight window, or it's not going to happen."
"Or what's not going to happen?"
As the van lurched into motion, the professor adjusted the rearview mirror.
"It's good to meet you finally, Miss Thornlock." "The staff knows about her?" asked Iona. "No one other than myself that I'm aware of," said the professor with a cherubic grin. "Where are we headed?" "Somewhere outside of the city, by the looks of the gear." "Oh no," he said. "This trip will be quicker than a mare giving birth. At least the first part."
"You're going to use the portal in Animalians."
"There's something in Kaya Korsith I need you to fetch. It's called a disruptor."
"I've put together some information for you, in this packet."
"It should take a few days, no longer than a week."
"The gear should get you there and back with plenty of time to spare." "Easy peasy."
"As simple as syrup."
"A week isn't short, Professor Hickford," said Zuri, frowning at the packet.
"How was the information I gave you about the 4th level? Saved us a month of time at least." "Well, there you go.
Even with a week you'll have 3 to spare, and there's more where that came from, Miss Musa. The van pulled into the parking lot for the Invictus Menagerie and Cryptozoo. A student wearing a zoo shirt approached the van.
Hey, Professor. Andrew.
Professor Hickford shook the student's hand, which involved an obvious passing of cash. Andrew climbed into the van. Take the path past the ghost dog enclosure. It'll take us right behind the arena. The Animalian student directed the professor to a large octagonal 5-story building.
They parked in back. Bring all the gear. You'll have to figure it out once you pass through the portal, said the professor. Come on, we need to hurry.
There's a short window between when Professor Vlad took his group through and when the third years will be coming back, said Andrew. The last thing Zuri expected inside was an enormous tree that brushed the ceiling. Purple and yellow flowers gave off a pleasing scent, which relaxed her irritated mind. Vines hung from the branches, which she could imagine swinging from if they had more time.
Through here, said Andrew, leading them to the opposite side across lush soil. What is it? Asked Iona, peering into the high canopy.
Baliban tree, but I don't have time to answer any more questions. We're almost out of time, said Andrew, swiveling his head as if he expected intruders at any moment. Zuri didn't understand until she saw the big crack at the base of the tree, leading to an interior chamber. She knew that a Nekia tree could lead to the Veil, but was unaware that any other trees could take someone to a different realm, but then she saw the obsidian pillar inside, which made more sense.
No password necessary.
Just give it some phase and you'll be in Kaya Corsiv, said Andrew, ushering them forward. The professor started to turn away, but Zuri said, What happens when we return?
Are we going to get in trouble for using Animalian's private portal? I put it in the notes.
But if it worries you, you'll just have to wait until a group passes into the realm, and then you can sneak back. You might get caught, but don't worry, there's little they can do to a fellow hall member. Anyway, good luck. Zuri didn't like not being the one to prepare for the journey. She felt like she was being goaded into a trap, but the information the professor had given them to pass the 4th level had been worth the danger of the Undercity. She pressed her hand against the obsidian and the first thing Zuri noticed was the humidity and the warmth. While she usually went outside with a weather enchantment on, the sharpness of the air was still evident on her exposed face, so stepping into a place without it was refreshing. Whoa, said Iona, craning her neck at the purple sky and dropping her gear onto the soft grass. A ring of willows protected the portal location. Zuri jogged to the edge where a path led, wanting to get a view of the surroundings outside the willows. A lake surrounded the portal on 2 sides, with knee-high heather forming a soft barrier to the water. Zuri was about to turn back in when she saw the line of students heading their way.
We have to go.
Now. The Animalian students are returning.
Where? Asked Iona, grabbing her pack. This way, said Zuri, pointing to the opposite path. Hurry. They'll be here soon.
Orion lifted Justin onto his shoulders, hauling extra gear as they pushed through the willows, freeing bog cotton from the trees, racing in a direction that felt like south.
The path took them between the 2 lakes.
Colorful fish splashed at their sudden passage, while at other points birds took to the air, startling Orion in the lead, while Justine giggled at their flight. Behind here, she said, having them hunker behind a patch of heather. It was unlikely that the others had seen them, but she didn't want to take the chance that a curious student glancing through the willows would spot them on the path. She had them wait for a few minutes while she glanced at the notes, which included a map. Judging by the scale, it would take them a few days to reach their destination, which appeared to be an old city without a name.
I think we're clear.
Grab your gear and let's get moving, she told them. The path led on a meandering trajectory, taking them past countless lakes with more colorful fish and birds. A couple of times Orion spotted movement ahead, but the others never saw the creature, so they assumed it was just the wind. Does anyone else think those birds are watching us? Asked Iona, glancing at a huge blackbird sitting in a lanky tree with thick leaves.
Birds do bird things, said Zuri. I get that, but there always seems to be at least one on our path.
See.
There's already one ahead, and now that we've passed the other, he's taken off, said Iona.
The big black birds continued their supposed observance for the next half hour, though Zuri wasn't convinced that it wasn't just avian curiosity. The others bantered about the birds, discussing every minutiae of their behavior, until the lakes ended and they were traversing high grasses filled with mud patches and benign insects. The others deferred to her as she led them across the barely visible paths. Zuri had been on a few curated hikes when she was younger, and their parents felt like she wasn't getting enough outdoor exercise, but that was the extent of her experience. The map was less than helpful without obvious trail markers and no real landmarks that she could navigate by. The only thing that was going their way was that the path they were on went the same direction as the map suggested.
There it is again, said Orion, gesturing ahead. Are you sure you're seeing something moving, or is it just the wind? Too low and too big, he responded.
Zuri craned her neck, but she couldn't see anything. Nor had Justine noticed, and she was on the big man's shoulders.
Keep your eyes out.
Eventually, the sameness of their surroundings made it hard to stay vigilant. At a near distance there was much to see: insects with red bulbs on their backs crawling through the heather, finger-length snakes with yellow dots on their heads lying on warm rocks, or cute hedgehog-like creatures that disappeared into watery holes whenever they approached.
But that wasn't where her attention was placed, because she kept scanning ahead in hopes of seeing a landmark from the map, but it appeared they had much further to go to get out of the mud fields.
Their gear had come with containers of water, but they were quickly draining their supplies, and eventually Zuri had them stop to refill at a small lake covered in lilies and floating birds. Zuri taught them the purifying spell she'd learned on those early hikes.
It's a little muddy on the edge, she said.
Can you hold my pack or something, Orion? Long arms grabbed her back while she leaned over the edge, dipping the open bottle into the lake and watching tiny fish dart around the opening. The other containers were passed over and she filled them in turn.
Any more left?
Iona was digging through the packs which they hadn't had time to check when Zuri heard a small splash nearby. The water's edge seemed different than before, though she couldn't place her finger on it. The smooth curve of the bank now had a bump out, which she swore wasn't there a moment before.
Orion, do you?
The words had barely left her lips when a leafy vine extended from the bump and grabbed her around the neck, yanking her forward. Water went up her nose and she was quickly submerged as more vines wrapped around her limbs. Zuri fought, but the creature was stronger, and she was running out of air since the attack had startled the breath out of her. A huge splash announced Orion's entrance into the lake. She opened her eyes to see him wading through the now muddy water, fighting off vines slapping at his chest. Sorcerous lights reflected on the surface, and then a hand pulled her away from the vine-covered creature. Back on the spongy land, Zuri heaved for breath as Orion waded out behind her.
What in the seven hells was that? She asked, spitting mud and other lake detritus from her mouth. That must have been the thing Orion kept seeing, said Iona, scanning the water. Fuck, said Zuri, realizing her pack was missing.
My gear is in the water. The map and other stuff were in there. Orion waded back in under supervision from the others with sorcery ready, but it appeared the pack had been stolen by the plant creature. Zuri stomped around the grass, muttering to herself as her friends watched.
She hated how out of control she felt. How nothing was going her way.
A surprise expedition that she hadn't been able to plan was like spikes beneath her fingernails.
Do we go back? Asked Iona.
The idea was tempting. It wasn't like they'd gone far, but she hated the idea of giving up.
It's going to be hard without the map.
I remember a little, but...
I can help, said Justine cheerily. You can. Close your eyes and lean your head back, said the diminutive doll as she approached with her fingers working.
Zuri might have declined if she were alone, but the others were there to make sure nothing weird happened. She did as asked, trying to relax her hands, but they were digging into the soil. The spell's completion felt like being hit in the forehead with a feather.
Concentrate on the map, said Justine. I can't concentrate on the map since I don't have it.
Zuri smiled and did the best she could, not understanding the point of the spell, until the image appeared in her mind as if she were seeing it through a looking glass.
I see it.
With the way forward revealed, they put their gear back and continued the hike towards the jungle city. Since Zuri had lost hers, she took Justine's pack to make it easier for Orion to carry her. A few hours later, the sky dimmed, and they made camp after debating whether or not it was safe to travel at night. Despite their access to dark vision and mage lights, Zuri decided it was better for them to deal with the dangers of Kaya Corsiv, whatever they were, in the daytime, and besides they needed their rest. They camped in a small clearing surrounded by high grass, and some distance away from any water. After the vine thing had stolen her gear, they'd taken a more cautious approach around the regular lakes. Zuri took first watch since she couldn't sleep anyway, frustrated from her failure earlier. Night was full of strange noises, including clicks, wailing calls, and the splash of water. A few times she heard what sounded like something dying, but it was far enough away that she didn't alert her friends. When Iona took her place on watch, Zuri rested on the soft soil and, despite the rigors of the day, promptly fell asleep. The next morning, after eating rations from the packs, they continued in the direction she thought of as south. Trees, which were mostly lone soldiers, grew more frequent until there were regular groves. Midway through the day, Justine remarked from Orion's shoulders, "What's that haze in the distance?" Zuri hadn't noticed before because she was focused on the near and middle distance, but once it had been said, they could all see it.
The sky held a black cloud that spread over the horizon.
By the end of the day, when they were moving through thicker forest, they realized it was smoke and could smell the acridness. Zuri hoped the city they were marching towards wasn't near the source of the smoke, but knew that was probably incorrect. The night was louder in the trees, with call and response coming from creatures above them they never saw. Not long into the morning of the third day, the forest turned to tangled jungle, which required Justine to walk on her own so Orion could tear the vines and other branches out of the way. Zuri hated how much noise they were making, but there wasn't much choice. She did have them apply an extra layer of protective enchantments, since they could no longer see past a few dozen meters due to the jungle. To their surprise, the jungle fell away when they reached a sheer cliff, and they found the source of the smoke that had been less visible in the trees.
Not what I was expecting, said Iona.
At the base of the cliff, nestled in a small valley, was an old stone city slowly being reclaimed by the jungle. Huge colorful plants dotted the canopy, including bright greenish-yellow pods. The reason the place had been abandoned was made clear by the source of the smoke, a huge lake of lava that had already eaten a third of the buildings.
Now what? Asked Justine, holding the straps of her pack and looking like a child on expedition. I don't know, said Zuri.
Can Justine do that memory trick again? Asked Iona.
I wish she could, but I never got a chance to read all the documents. I was so focused on getting us away from the portal, and I thought we'd have time.
A grunt from Orion with an outstretched hand had everyone looking down into the city to see what he was indicating. Zuri didn't see it at first until she realized the trees between the buildings were moving.
Whatever that is, it's big, said Iona. Very big, repeated Justine. We know we're after this disruptor.
I'm going to assume that it's being held by someone in the city, said Zuri.
While it's not that big and part of it's already been eaten by the lava pool, there's still a lot of ground to cover, said Iona.
Zuri extended her arm towards a bridge over a finger of lava that had split part of the city.
That looks more recent than the buildings.
Almost new.
There's someone or something living down there, and they probably have the disruptor.
We just need to find them and take it. Iona snorted.
Hopefully they're easier to deal with than the Undercity Waku. We need a way down, said Zuri.
She had Orion lead them along the cliff's edge, until they found a section covered in thick vines that reached the canopy 100 meters below. If they didn't reach the ground, they could always climb into the trees with the big yellow-green pods and use them to get down.
No one on the same vine.
Go slow and steady and make sure it's good and solid before you put your weight on it.
The hardest part was convincing herself to climb over the edge, but once she was facing the wall and using the rocky cliff face to buttress her feet, it got easier.
The vines put off a sticky sap, which helped them keep hold of the plant material as they moved down the cliff. Halfway down, Zuri found a short ledge where she was able to give her hands a rest. This gave her the opportunity to see what lay beneath them from a closer distance. The buildings along the cliff were covered in vines and other materials, but further out she saw avenues that had been cleared, which confirmed her suspicion there were people of some kind living in the ancient city.
"I can't wait to get to the bottom," said Iona as she moved confidently downward, nearing the upper reaches of the canopy.
Zuri looked over the city as unusual bird calls rose from below. She swung back onto the vines and prepared to follow when she heard the sound of something hitting the cliff rocks. She peered below to see figures hidden in the trees and realized they were shooting needles upward.
"Watch out," she called to her friends, but it was too late as she saw Iona arch her back from being hit and then in slow motion let go of the vines and fall, crashing through the canopy. Chapter 19.
The needles stuck into her wooden arm as she clung to the vine, while the others hid behind the foliage, until the assault ended. Seeing she was the only one who could do something, Justine loosened her grip so she slid down the plant rope until she had descended through the canopy, finding the vines ended about 15 feet above the ground, but the final drop was onto soft soil. She landed in time to see figures covered in colorful feathers, carrying an unconscious Iona away from the cliff. Another volley of needles ripped through the trees, including 2 that hit Justine in the chest. The needles looked like they'd been harvested from a plant and turned into a weapon. She ran to the edge of the building to see where they'd gone, but it was as if they'd never been there. The feathered figures had disappeared into the jungle-choked ancient city. A heavy thud announced Orion's arrival as he dropped the last few meters, landing in the soft soil. Crackles of electricity formed over his body. Orion started to run past Justine, so she yelled,
"She's gone. I tried to see where they went, but I couldn't.
We need to stick together." The big man looked delirious in anger, leaning his head against the stone wall until Zuri arrived.
"Where's Iona?" "They took her," said Justine.
Zuri approached and plucked a needle from Justine's arm, sniffing the end.
"Poison." "We need to find her," said Orion, looking like he was going to run into the trees by himself.
Zuri seemed to sense the overwhelming need and gave a curt nod. A quick search revealed impressions in the soft soil that led away from the cliff. Orion followed the tracks further into the city, marching after with his head down and his hands curled into fists. A pang of jealousy formed in Justine's heart that had no origin at first, until she realized she wished she could be like Orion and Iona, even as she was certain they'd never done more than moon after each other.
The tracks split.
Orion pointed in 2 directions. One a wide avenue that headed perpendicular, and the other towards the lava lake on the other side of the city.
"Let's follow the one away from the lava," Zuri said, then glanced back the way they'd come. "But first, put up any enchantments that will protect you from those poisoned needles.
We can't afford to lose any more of us." Black smoke hung over the jungle-infested city. Justine didn't have the same sense of smell she'd had when she was fully human, but the acrid scent was strong enough even she found it off-putting. The buildings were vine-choked and covered in soot. The cleared avenue turned back to jungle, forcing them to struggle through the trees, but at least they had Orion who seemed to relish the destruction. Shortly after they entered the trees, Justine felt a vibration in the ground that wasn't coming from the big Coterie mage.
"Zuri."
The black woman sensed it as well, nodding immediately and calling to Orion, who bristled at the idea of stopping, but eventually held himself still. It was easy to hear the heavy steps of something extremely large. Zuri motioned for them to hurry into an old stone building. Once inside, the shaking grew nearer, rattling the canopy of trees and releasing leaves to float through the air. The creature went past the building on the far side where there were no windows, but Justine was certain that it was much too large for the three of them to tackle.
"I think it's gone. Let's go," said Zuri. The trail took them through the destruction the creature had left.
Trees were bent at odd angles as it forced its way through, leaving a strange V-shaped space that headed toward the middle of the city. One of the yellow-green plant pods had been ripped in half, leaving Justine to imagine that whatever it was could easily swallow her whole. They followed the path of the creature's destruction, but paused when they heard unusual bird calls ahead, the same ones they'd heard on the cliff before they were attacked. Orion wanted to charge forward, but Zuri had them slip into a crack of a building that looked like it had been stepped on in the past. A few seconds after they slipped behind the stone wall, feathered figures appeared in the gap between the buildings. Zuri had to put her hand on Orion's arm to keep him from attacking, which was a good thing, because a party of at least 20 of the figures appeared, carrying spears and nets, which was more than they could easily handle, even with the advantage of magic. It was clear the colorful feathers were not natural, but a cloak of some kind that provided protection against the elements as well hid the true nature of the beings.
At first, Justine thought they only spoke in trills and whistles, but then two of the figures spoke quietly between themselves in a language she didn't understand.
The feathered people spread out, searching the ground, looking for signs of passage, which meant they would soon be discovered. Justine realized that the group had split on purpose to lead them towards this larger war party. Zuri gestured for them to get ready for battle.
It was hard to see how they were going to avoid it.
Justine peered through a gap in the wall to see a feathered figure moving in their direction, studying the ground where Orion had passed. His head was moving back and forth in a searching pattern, and it wouldn't be long before they would be discovered. The spell came instinctively, a leftover memory from when she'd been captured by Amat. The runes hidden on her wooden arms glowed with forgotten power, which she was unsure of how to use until her arm twitched forward, and she saw the feathered figure pause in his search. As she concentrated on the feeling, the connection grew, and she reached out her hand as if she were holding puppet strings and turned her wrist. The figure rotated awkwardly, nearly stumbling over the rocks. It was like the first time she took control of Ludmilla in her suite, dancing her around the room from afar.
But it wouldn't be enough to turn him away if he were conscious of her interference.
As the runes grew brighter, sizzling with power, Justine let her intention reach into the feathered figure. She felt his curiosity and concern immediately.
They tasted acrid like the smoke in the sky.
She sensed more too, but they were buried within the strange concerns of a creature she knew little about, nor how to interpret. Closing her eyes helped her take complete control. She was no longer guiding him with invisible strings.
She was the figure.
Justine felt the limp in his left leg from when he'd fallen off a building, and the bitter leaves in his mouth that he chewed for enjoyment. She felt more but pushed them to the side to concentrate on sending him away from their hiding spot. Justine wasn't quite sure how she did it, but the figure turned towards the others and called out in a confident voice that there were no tracks this way. The leader of the party accepted this assessment, and within a minute there was no sign of the feathered figures as they disappeared into the jungle. Justine let the runes fade.
"That was you?" asked Zuri. "Yes." "How?"
Justine didn't know how to explain, so she said, "It worked."
"That's all that matters, right?" "Small surprises," said Zuri with a wry grin. "They took her towards the lava," said Orion suddenly. "How do you know?" asked Zuri.
He extended his arm towards the black cloud, but that wasn't what he was trying to indicate through a gap in the trees. A domed building lay in that direction, near the lava pool. It hadn't been as distinct from above, but now it was clear that's where they'd taken Iona.
"It's a temple," said Justine without thinking about how it would affect Orion.
The realization of what that meant dawned on Zuri as well. Primitive temple. Ruined ancient city next to a lake of lava.
They're going to sacrifice her. Chapter 20.
The headache wasn't as bad as the one she'd sustained in the Undercity, but her shoulder felt like it was dislocated from when she'd hit the soft ground, and her chin and arms were scraped up from falling through the trees. The smell of acrid smoke was overwhelming, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the reason why. Iona was bound to a stone table in a room with no walls on the far side, where the lake of lava sent trailers of black smoke rising. Heat created waves in the air, but not directly around her. Given her location and the bright glow of lava 100 meters beneath, she knew the heat should have crisped her alive, but something was keeping her and the temple safe. Through bleary eyes, she watched as a trio of feathered figures approached. These were more colorful and varied compared to the ones that had captured her, and the one in front held a thick staff with a gem suspended in a catch at the top.
The disruptor.
She knew it by sight and the way it put off a high-pitched keening. She worried they had come to kill her, but based on the way they gestured towards her and then back to the cliff, told her they were trying to determine her origin. During the course of the discussion, she could tell that they were wearing masks beneath the cloak of feathers, hiding their true nature. They spoke for a few minutes, and then the three feathered figures returned to the temple proper. Iona wished she knew if the others were alive, or if there was any chance they might find her. She tugged at the bindings to find they were tight around her wrists and ankles. Her injured shoulder had been wrapped in wet bandages, and not far from her was a small table covered in knives and other implements. The room was larger than she first thought, with huge runes pulsing on the stone floor. She assumed they were protecting the temple from falling into the lava, which was a neat trick, even if she knew they couldn't protect it forever. The edges were already breaking down. A couple of meters from her location, the floor looked ready to break free and fall into the lava. The reprieve was short when she saw stone double doors open and the three figures returned, including the priest with the staff. Their voices were louder this time, and Iona thought they might be speaking in a distant dialect of Fae, which was confusing to Iona, but she had little time to consider the reason before the priest approached the table where she was bound. The three stood over her talking as if she wasn't there, gesturing towards the knives, picks, and other implements on the nearby table. Iona tugged at her bindings, but nothing moved. She was trapped, and unless she could find a way to access her magic, they were going to cut her heart out or slice her throat and dump her into the lava as a sacrifice to whatever god they worshipped. After handing his staff to another, the priest took the knife from the table and approached. The blade reflected the orange-red glow of the lava. He stood over her, mumbling in his language, gesturing towards her shoulder and neck, while the other two looked on. She didn't want to watch him jam the knife into her chest, so she closed her eyes and reached for the rage that had saved her from the Dark Nine.
But she had no blood, and no way to get any.
Then she remembered the day outside the restaurant, when she'd casually broken the arm of the bodybuilder without trying. I need that. Iona had told her that she was filled with power. Maybe the blood was only one way to achieve it. Something shifted inside. It felt like the day she realized that she was more than just a slave for Fenris. Long before the tattoos and assisting him with his rituals, she'd gone into his laboratory and started cleaning up the tables and sweeping the floor. She'd sensed his initial anger when he'd found her in there, but then he gave an odd smile.
Not quite pleased, not quite angry. And after that, he'd started involving her in his work.
A shift in her thinking had been required before she could change her surroundings. Iona reached inside as the priest started chanting softly. She felt power bubbling in her gut, a rage barely contained by her flesh, as if there was another Iona beneath, the one Iona and Fenris had been trying to coax to the surface. Fear almost ruined it. The other Iona started to recede, until she opened her eyes and saw the tip of the knife descending towards her neck, so she let the dark Iona take control. The feathered priest turned his head to speak to his companions when she snapped the ropes that bound her limbs. The ease with which they broke was frightening and exciting.
The priest turned as she sat up.
He made a bleak noise from beneath the mask and lunged to stop her. Iona grabbed his wrist, snapping it to screams. The interruption brought the other two feathered priests, but they were no match for her power. She pushed the injured priest towards the lava lake with such fury that he slipped over the edge, descending to his death. She moved after the second priest with the staff, grabbing it before he could use it against her while he shrieked warnings, and the third went running for the door. A punch to his sternum cracked bones beneath the feathered cloak, and he fell to his knees.
But the third priest was going to get away, and she knew once he left the temple room, he'd bring others and her brief escape would come to an end.
Iona flew after him with such speed it felt like he was standing still. She broke his neck, letting his body slide to the stone floor while the one she'd left alive was whimpering near the table. Iona approached him in a slow stride as he backed against the table, holding the staff as if it could protect him. She gently removed the weapon from his grip, and curious about her assailants, reached down and removed the mask from beneath the feathered cloak.
Chapter 21.
Orion's throat choked with fear.
Not for himself, but for Iona.
He knew every second she was in the temple over the lava, there was a good chance that she'd be killed. The guards didn't seem to be anticipating their arrival, and he snapped their necks without giving it much thought. He hated the way he was giving in to his rage, but the idea that he might lose Iona seemed worse than the temporary pain.
The power in his chest was seductive.
Dangerous. Too much would lead to a loss of control. He could see it in his friends' eyes as they stepped over the bodies, bringing memories of the recrimination in his grandmother's eyes the day he'd killed his father. They snuck through the outer door, finding no guards inside the long hallway. Orion took the lead, because he couldn't stand the idea of anyone ahead of him. He poked his head through doors, finding ruined rooms that had collapsed.
The temple was falling apart.
A strange place to take up residence, but he wasn't there to understand them, only to rescue Iona and get the prize that Professor Hickford had sent them after. Thinking the next room empty, Orion burst through only to find a pair of cloaked figures quietly conversing on the far side of the room. They lunged towards the door. Orion reacted without thinking, and instead of using the electricity that he could pound with his fists, he sent 2 whips out, wrapping them around the fleeing figures, which made them fall to the ground in convulsions. When he reached them, he grabbed the first by the shoulders, intending to snap his neck so they couldn't follow them out of the temple once they'd rescued Iona.
Stop.
Iona was standing in the opposite doorway, holding a staff containing a translucent gem. She was injured by the way she held her shoulder, but that wasn't what was causing her pain.
We can't leave them alive, said Zuri. They'll chase us from the temple.
Iona limped over to them, using the staff to aid her walking. She removed the mask from the unconscious figure, revealing a human face. An abyss opened in Orion's gut, one he wanted to throw himself into, as he began to suspect what Iona was about to tell him.
Who are they? Asked Zuri.
Iona continued unclasping the cloak, which revealed street clothes. Then she turned the mask over, revealing small alchemical bottles which made it into a breathing apparatus.
They're from Explorers Hall. Not all of them.
A few of them are the Fae that live up north where we came in through the portal.
But they tried to kill you with blowguns, said Justine.
Iona shook her head sharply.
Have you seen any?
No.
That's because they didn't cause me to fall.
It was those big yellow pods.
That's why they're all wearing the feathered cloaks.
It keeps them from getting hit by the poisonous plant needles. They didn't know anyone else was with me when they took me to the temple.
They were going to fix me.
Iona closed her eyes and gritted her jaw. Orion reached out and collected her, pressing Iona against his chest as she sobbed.
I killed them. Oh fuck, said Zuri, turning away with her hand on her head. We have to get out of here. Why would Professor Hickford send us here to kill them? Asked Justine. We probably weren't supposed to, said Iona. He said this job was as simple as syrup.
Random murder doesn't sound simple.
What do we do now? Asked Justine in a high tinny voice. Do we just leave? That's the other problem, said Iona, holding up the staff. This is a disruptor.
They brought 3 of them. One of them must stay in the temple at all times to repress the runes in the lava room.
She bunched up her lips. I made the guy the first thought was the priest tell me before I killed him.
He wasn't going to live, anyway. One of his broken ribs had pierced his lungs, and he could barely speak. They're researching this ancient city that predated the Fae coming here.
The temple is going to fall into the lava soon, but the disruptor is keeping it from going. But if we take this one while the other two are out in the city, then the whole thing is going over. Where are the others? Asked Zuri. Hunting. There's some big creature that patrols the city.
It's killed a number of them, so they were planning on taking it out, but they didn't bring weapons beyond a few knives.
That was part of the deal they made with Lord Asphodel. 7 hells, said Zuri, crouching on her heels with her hands slapped to her forehead. Yeah. Tell me about it.
I killed those poor saps who were trying to help me, thinking they were about to sacrifice me.
Why didn't they just tell you? Asked Orion as he stared at his own hands. The poison in the plant usually makes people delirious and knocks them out for a few days. They didn't think I was aware, so they didn't bother. We have to get out of here. Now, said Zuri. What about the disruptor? Asked Iona. We have to take it. But the temple will fall into the lava, said Iona. And hide the evidence.
A wave of disgust rose from Orion's belly. He wobbled on his feet, until Iona put a hand on him.
What choice do we have? Asked Zuri.
If we leave the temple intact, they'll know someone did that and come hunting us. I don't know who that Lord Asphodel is, but if he finds out that we killed his people or if the Explorers Hall finds out, then we're screwed, and it's not like Coterie will protect us. Valdemar and the other alumni would be happy to get rid of us.
But we murdered them, said Iona. We didn't know.
We thought we were acting in self-defense. There was probably information in the packet I lost in the water that would have told us what was really going on, but I never got a chance to read it.
This is awful, but what else are we going to do?
Orion wanted to say, turn themselves in, but he couldn't convince himself to say it.
He wasn't a fool.
He knew Zuri was right, even if it confirmed the thing he'd long thought about himself.
That he was a monster.
If anyone thinks we should do differently, speak now, said Zuri harshly.
Otherwise, we need to go before they come back and find us here.
No one spoke. No one made eye contact with Zuri. Eventually, she nodded.
What about these two? Asked Iona.
Go on, said Zuri with a grim countenance.
I'll catch up.
As they left the room, Orion felt a warm hand touch his and held it for dear life. Zuri met them at the time they left the temple grounds, and almost as soon as they entered the jungle, the ground started rumbling beneath their feet, sending birds into the sky. The march through the city felt like they were going to their deaths, even if it was the other way around. Halfway to the cliff, they heard a great crash as the temple fell into the lava, sending great plumes of smoke and lava spilling into the jungle and setting it on fire. They made it back to the area where they'd come down the cliff, using the vines. Before climbing into the trees, Zuri shot the yellowish-green plant pod with a force bolt, and it sent a volley of needles against the cliff, confirming what they already knew. The entire 2-day journey back to the portal was in silence. Orion kept expecting the other explorers to catch up to them and punish them for what they'd done. He almost wished it, even as he was relieved they'd gotten away, if only for Iona's sake, not his.
It was a terrible mistake. That was what he kept telling himself over and over, until they made it back to the portal and left the realm of Kaya Korsith. Chapter 22.
Pretending to laugh at the joke that Angel Westwood told over fresh-cut sashimi-grade Isonade wasn't difficult for Auti, but it grated on their nerves. The Coterie students laughed as if it were a good joke, but it seemed to Auti that it was like breaking the back of a kitten with a boot and thinking it was funny. The grand hall inside the lowest level of the Obelisk was a cathedral to excess. They'd watched the diners leave gross amounts of marbled blackhorn steaks on their plates uneaten, not to mention the sprinkled golden truffle sauce.
Auti drank in their pheromones.
Lust. Anxiety. Greed. Jealousy. A potent cocktail that led them to climb over each other's bodies, in hopes of reaching the top of the pile. They smile and nod, touching each other familiarly while their hearts thunder against their chests, the primate's fight response at constant attention. One wrong word from teeth being bared, and sorcery erupting in battle. The eldritch flame caught his backside, searing his pants off and leaving him with burns that took a week to heal, said one of the tall, handsome boys at the end of the table. They knew his name, but what was the point of identifying him when they were all the same? Cruelty was the point. The willingness to do ever-increasingly awful things was a way to race to the head of the pack. Sociopathy was strength. Empathy a weakness.
Audie scanned the hall out of boredom.
The Christmas dinner was a rare moment when nearly the entire hall was together. The professors sat in array at the front of the room, bracketing the ineffectual acting patron Professor Sinclair. No wonder the alumni were trying to take his head. His position as the leader of the school had surprised them, but maybe patron Antarist had seen something in him the others couldn't. As the professor of demonology, Sinclair had to show a sense of detailed scholarship and bravery.
Or maybe his weakness was the point.
Demonology had long been known as the most dangerous, arcane study, bordering on illegality. Who better to lead the topic than someone who wouldn't overstep their bounds? Maybe this Malden Antarist had foreseen what might happen if someone more ambitious was in the position. Made him a good temporary replacement as patron in that way too. The other professors were more varied in their intensity. Unlike most of their classmates, Audie enjoyed Petrov's teachings as the Russian professor did not brook substandard scholarship, unlike Professor Ravenscroft, who cared more about what the students thought of him than passing on usable arcane knowledge. Professor Kingsley was a fine professor, even if her topics of study were uninspiring. The final two professors, Green and Hickford, were hard to read, especially because neither of them held many classes, and none which they could reasonably attend without drawing suspicion. Their gaze finally rested on the table at the back right of the grand hall. Three figures huddled together, speaking quietly and with an intensity reserved for war councils.
Audie wasn't the only one glancing their way.
Those three were the most famous of the current student body, and not only because they'd won the second-year games the year before.
The traitor.
The outcast. The enigma. The only one they might pit against them at this juncture was also the only one who'd shared their win. Blake Lockwood. He wasn't what they'd expected to find in the shadows of the Obelisk. The trial and acquittal wasn't unknown to them, but they'd thought him a straightforward sociopath. The kind that kicked dogs when nobody was looking, but now he seemed something more. Studied. Patient. A danger to all who underestimated him, which was few these days because of the rumors of his girlfriend Scarlett's demise.
Audie let their senses wander broadly, picking up the tension in the room.
More than normal, which was hard to believe, given what they were put through in the upper levels of the Obelisk. It was like a chain being twisted, until the metal was put under great strain, threatening to break. And break it would.
Audie could see the cracks, the little fissures that would grow to great chasms.
It would only take a little more pressure. A bit more twisting and then.
Chapter 23.
Zuri was watching the snow fall in heavy clumps outside the Wizard's Coffee in the 10th Ward, when her phone rang.
It was her sister, Nandi.
Zuri hesitated, not because she didn't want to talk to her sister, but rather she knew that it was unlikely to be a catching-up session. Nandi didn't do small talk. And her parents didn't do confrontation, which meant she likely knew what the topic was about. "Hey," said Zuri, cradling the warm mug with one hand with an open book propped against the window. She kept scanning the sidewalk across the street.
"You know they're pissed," said Nandi right away.
Zuri forced herself not to react despite there being no chance her sister could see her face.
It was what Nandi did best.
Get under someone's skin and root out the truth or whatever she'd intended to do.
"Who are we talking about?"
"I've got a lot of enemies, Nandi.
It's hard to keep track." "Cut the bullshit, Zuri. You know who I mean." Don't you have anything better to do at your foundation than bother your little sister with our parents' insecurities?
The only thing she could hear was the sound of her sister breathing through her nose. Zuri smiled in quiet victory.
The foundation is great. And so are our parents.
You know, it'd be nice if you called other times than when they want you to be their surrogate.
Zuri.
You drained your account and then went into their general funds. These aren't small amounts you're spending on Merlin knows what.
What's going on? This isn't them speaking but me.
Are you being blackmailed?
Has someone pulled one over on you? Are you serious?
I'm insulted that you'd even think that. I keep my accounts more locked down than your love life.
I've been dating. Coffee with coworkers doesn't count.
Movement across the street caught her notice.
I'm going to call you right back. Wait.
Zuri hurried out of the Wizard's Coffee right as Deda Billington appeared with Amir Singh, her fellow fourth year and leader of a different clique in Coterie. Last year the rumor went that Amir had killed Nicholas Brannigan when he'd wandered away from their group on the 6th floor. If the others knew that Deda was sleeping with their rival, and probably passing information, then they'd take it out on her personally. Zuri snapped a few pictures as the two kissed, before they climbed into separate limos, heading in opposite directions. Margot had given her the tip about the affair. Zuri would have to reward the first year somehow.
Back, she told her sister when she answered. Don't do that to me. Do what? Hang up without an explanation.
Zuri stared at the phone.
I'm your younger sister, not your child.
If Mom and Dad want to scold me, they can do it themselves.
What's the deal with the money?
Seriously, are you in trouble? There was a healthy 5-figure payment to Night Mother Industries. I couldn't find this company on any registry.
It's not a corporation, just a small shop in the city that does good work. I hired them to make something for me. What are they making? None of your business. Zuri.
I'm your sister.
And secrets aren't secrets if you tell someone. Just trust me, will you?
You told me when I came to Coterie that I needed to learn to be a monster. Well, I'm doing that.
But why so much money? Mom and Dad can afford it.
Would they rather I die in the shadows because they were too cheap to fund my defenses?
Zuri. I'm not kidding, and I'm not like you.
I don't go after people with a knife to their throat, and even if I wanted to, I can't be that direct. A moment of silence followed.
I'll talk to them. Thank you. How are things going? The trip to Kaya Korsith was fresh on her mind, even as she tried to push it aside.
She could still smell the acrid smoke rising from the lava pit, as the old temple fell into it, and the way the two unconscious researchers convulsed as she brought the knife across their throats. The act of killing had been so personal, so patently vicious, that she hadn't slept much in the weeks since.
Fine. You don't sound fine. We're almost to the 6th level.
No one else in our year, not even Blake's team, has made it to the 5th. The information that Professor Hickman had given them in exchange for the disruptor was as valuable as the diary. She figured they'd make the 6th by the end of January.
7 hells, Zuri.
We didn't make it to the 6th until our 4th year, and we were the first group to do so.
Do you trust me now? I always trust you, but you know, Mom and Dad are, well, Mom and Dad.
They didn't attend Coterie.
They don't understand what it's like.
They only see line items on financial statements.
Then keep 'em off my back, would you? For your little sister.
Another long pause.
What should I tell them? I don't know, Nandi.
I'm busy, and since you have time to bother me, you have time to figure out an answer they'll accept. A snort of laughter came through.
When did you turn into a badass? I've always been one, sis.
I'm just not one like you were.
I didn't save the world.
Another call was trying to get through from an unexpected number.
I have to go, Nandi.
Give Mom and Dad hugs and kisses for me. For yourself too. Once things settle down, we need to have lunch.
Love.
Zuri hung up on her sister and took a deep breath before she answered the next call.
Wasn't expecting you today. Trust me, I wouldn't be, except.
The corners of Zuri's lips curled upward. Finally, one of her hooks was paying off.
Do you have something for me? There's an alumni meeting sometime next week, at the Regal Night in the First. I know where that's at, Jessica. Don't say my name. Someone might hear you. I'm not anywhere near Coterie, Jessica Goodheart. Stop it please, whined Jessica. What's the meeting about? They're going to vote to put Valdemar in charge of Coterie. How? They don't have the votes. I don't know, but you said to call you if I had valuable information. Not that valuable if you don't know much more than that the meeting exists. You wouldn't have known about it otherwise. Are we even yet?
Zuri stared at the phone incredulously. Sometimes she didn't know how these other Coterie students survive.
Not even close.
Get me a date and time and I'll consider it.
I'm not invited. How?
Zuri hung up on Jessica, which would have felt better if the news she'd brought hadn't been so terrible. Valdemar wouldn't be trying to force a vote if he wasn't close or possibly over. At the very least, he wanted to learn who was against him so he could use leverage on them, and once he had control, Zuri's time at Coterie would rapidly be over. She slammed her fist on the table, rattling the coffee cup and spilling some into a little dark reflective pool. Once she composed herself, Zuri sent messages to the rest of her group. They needed to put everything else aside and figure out how to get into this meeting.
Chapter 24.
Iona zipped up the dark blue jumpsuit with the Nefar's heating and cooling badge on the front, wishing Orion were with them, but he was too large and too obvious for this clandestine operation.
I don't know, Iona.
You're much too cute to be a maintenance technician, and you look like you're swimming in that jumpsuit.
Haven't you been eating?
Iona's stomach gurgled in response. She'd been eating twice her normal amount, but it wasn't helping. She was always hungry, and she could see the bones in her shoulders when she looked in the mirror.
I'll wear a hat and a look-away enchantment.
No one notices the help.
You can't, said Zuri. That kind of magic is useless unless you're in a crowd.
In fact, they have detectors all over the building.
You'll have to go in cold. What about Justine? Asked Iona, gesturing to the living puppet sitting on the desk.
At a glance, the outfit made her look like a little girl dressing up as a factory worker, until Iona examined her too long.
No one's going to see her. No, her magic. The stuff that keeps her alive. I won't affect them, said Justine. Are you sure? This is going to end real quick if you're wrong.
Justine crossed her wooden arms.
I'm sure. I guess I'm going in cold then, said Iona, not liking the prospect as she'd gotten used to having protective magics of one kind or another on her person at all times.
She put on the tight-fitting hat, pulling it down over her face as Zuri helped Justine crawl into the space in the bottom of the maintenance cart.
Are you sure you can do this? They might ask questions, said Zuri.
Iona snorted softly.
Fenris didn't like to bother himself with minor maintenance issues, and he certainly wasn't going to let someone into the house.
I learned a lot about home maintenance watching videos, including the heating and cooling system.
I know my way around an air exchange unit.
Zuri saluted and opened the door to the van. Iona pushed the cart down the ramp, and it started to speed up due to the weight, but she used her newfound strength to keep it from rushing into traffic. The sidewalk in the first ward was filled with people on their phones, or completely obscured by privacy enchantments. The only reason anyone noticed her was the heavy red cart she was pushing required avoiding. A few older gentlemen in suits muttered obscenities when they had to step out of the way, which only made her smirk beneath the cap. The security guard had to open a side door to let her through, after scanning everything with a wand that detected latent magic. Iona's heart sped up when he waved the detector over the compartment on the bottom, but as Justine had said, it didn't pick up her unusual nature. A desk attendant led her to a service elevator. The entire ride up he kept glancing over as if he were going to ask a question, so she stuck her finger in her nose and started digging around, which made him turn away really quickly. Iona added a belch for good measure, and when the elevator opened, he gave her directions to the maintenance door rather than escorting her the entire way. A keycard got her through the door. Iona wasn't sure where Zuri had gotten it, or the rest of her gear, but it worked as advertised. She pushed the cart into the corner, and checked the wall schematic to make sure she was in the right place. 2 floors beneath the Regal Knight. Just as planned. Iona released Justine from the hiding spot. The girl-like doll unfolded like a Swiss Army knife, reminding Iona that she wasn't flesh and blood anymore.
You ready for this?
The door opened, revealing a guy in a security uniform.
Hey.
The words died on his lips. He reached for his walkie-talkie, so Iona surged forward, moving faster than he could blink.
What?
She slapped him across the temple and his knees dropped out, and she lowered him to the floor gently. Iona shoved the door closed, locked it, and dragged him into the room.
Are you going to kill him? Asked Justine, looking almost excited at the prospect. No. I'll tie him up and message Zuri. She'll know a memory wipe spell, I hope. But we need to get you into the vents, right away.
The meeting is starting soon. The entrance was in the room behind a set of boilers that were vibrating loudly, but when they went to open it, Iona found heat and rust had warped it shut.
Of course, said Iona, shaking her head. Need me to get something from the cart? Asked Justine.
Iona rested her head against the metal for a moment before she dug deep, hauled her arm back and punched right through the metal sheet.
The hole allowed her to yank it open, revealing a vent tunnel. Message if anything goes wrong, said Iona as Justine shouldered her pack.
As the puppet was gathering her gear, Iona leaned against the wall because she was dizzy.
You okay? Asked Justine. I'm fine. You need to hurry. Don't worry about me.
The look on Justine's face said she was worried, but she did as requested and ducked through the opening. After she was gone, Iona slid down the wall.
It felt like she hadn't eaten in weeks.
Then she remembered the security guard. Iona hauled herself to her feet and found him unconscious where she'd left him. Her mouth filled with saliva the moment she laid a hand on his arm. Visions of blood pumping into her mouth made her vibrate with excitement.
No, she told herself while shaking her head. She wasn't going to be like Iona.
Or Fenris.
But the longer she stared at the unconscious man, the more the idea that she could take just a little grew in her mind.
She couldn't keep eating herself, which was what she realized was happening. Since the day she'd broken the bodybuilder's arm, she'd been occasionally drawing on an internal strength, not realizing that the power had to come from somewhere. She'd hoped that maybe she was utilizing her phase or some other resource, but now she understood as she shook with hunger that she'd been cannibalizing herself. Iona grabbed the security guard's arms and dragged him into a cleaning closet filled with empty mop buckets that smelled like cleaning chemicals. No one would notice he was gone.
No, stop. But the longer she stared at him, the more she knew she had to do something. I should call Zuri. But the phone wasn't in her hand.
A screwdriver was. The one she'd needed to open the panel.
There was probably a knife in the toolbox too.
Caught between dizziness and hunger, Iona slumped to the ground outside of the cleaning closet and stared at the unconscious security guard.
Fenris, why did you do this to me? Chapter 25.
The vents were Justine's own private tunnel. She grinned with the excitement of it, as she hauled herself up the slope using the walls as leverage. A snippet of a song appeared in her head, so she sang softly, giggling at the end of each verse.
Little spider Justine climbing in the walls.
Going through the vents and right above the halls. She'll hold you, control you with her little strings.
She'll find you, remind you that you don't own a thing.
The song repeated until she reached the vents near the Regal Knight's kitchen. The heat would have been stifling if she'd had a real body, and the shouts between the chefs as they hurried to get food ready for the party made it hard to even hear her own thoughts. Justine searched for vents that would take her into the next room, but the best she could find was a single passage that went along the side of the dining area, but without any holes for spying.
Even if she could use a hearing charm, which she couldn't, she wasn't sure it would be good enough to hear through a wall on the metal side of the vent. Little spider Justine.
She mumbled as she considered her options, unsure of how to get into the party until she saw a waiter pushing a cart filled with appetizers through the swinging double doors. With a new goal in mind, Justine searched for a way out, but the vents were held tight with screws. She was about to head back to Iona for a screwdriver, when she found a vent near the back that had a pack of cigarettes sitting inside.
The screws had been replaced with wire, which allowed it to be opened and closed without making noise.
Justine giggled as she slipped out of the vent, dropping to the tile floor near a desk covered in papers. The kitchen was filled with chefs and helpers moving in controlled chaos, shouting to each other.
The calls of "Yes, chef" echoed over the little ditty she hummed to herself.
When one of the workers spilled soup over the floor, receiving a scalding rebuke from the head chef, Justine scurried beneath the cart that was being readied. Crouched beneath with her arms around her knees, she could see out the bottom of the cloth, but it was unlikely they could see her unless someone was lying on the floor.
The cart lurched into motion.
She sung quietly, swallowing her words the moment she left the noisy kitchen. The cart made stops at each table, as quiet discussion was happening around the room. Justine didn't want to get brought back into the kitchen, so when the waiter stopped by a table in back, she darted beneath, making herself as small as possible as not to get hit by the 6 sets of feet. Her quick decision was rewarded when one side of the table rotated towards the front, and she heard a sorcery-aided voice boom across the room. "Good afternoon, fellow Coterie alumni and current faculty. Thank you all for coming today. Valdemar Canute." Even before she turned herself into a living doll, Justine knew about Canute from her father, and while Justice agreed with many points that his fellow alumni made, he often griped about his cultural arrogance. As a young girl, Justine hadn't understood her father's complaints, but now she saw how Valdemar would have probably looked down upon Justice's career as a famous thunderball player.
"I know you all understand the severity of our current situation in Coterie, but I must reiterate it so we know the enemy we face. There is a great rot in Coterie."
The sound of fists thumping on tables filled with room. Justine dared a glance from beneath the tablecloth to see a table full of Carringtons, and next to them, a few of the lesser-known Dreadmarshes. The main branch of the family was unlikely to attend, no matter how important the other alumni thought it was.
On the opposite side of the table, she caught a glimpse of Blake Lockwood with his parents.
She ducked beneath when he turned his head as if he sensed a presence. "Too close, Justine." She hugged her knees to her chest and prayed that no one would check beneath.
"It pains me that we must have this discussion at a time when the world is full of danger and upheaval.
We're only a few years removed from the invasion, and we all know how the oracles of Oculus have been warning that new threats lurk on the horizon.
Which makes it all the more important that we must remain strong and keep our hallowed coterie free of distractions.
We've already had to face our greatest test, with the unfortunate disappearance of patron Malden Antarest. His absence and the ascension of Professor Sinclair to the role of acting patron has put Coterie in a precarious position. While I have no personal qualms with Professor Sinclair, he is a great scholar of demonology, and his guidance helped us through the difficult time of the invasion. He is not the kind of man we need at the helm of our hall at this critical moment. More thumping and murmurs of agreement from the room. We are in a war for the soul of the 100 halls. The street rat known as Pythia Silverthorn somehow usurped the position of head patron, and has been diluting our ranks with students that have no business being in the halls, let alone Coterie of Mages.
These outreach programs that she's been conducting have made a mockery of our application system.
Before she came along, students had to fight to get into the halls, push themselves to pass the trials of magic, which ensured we had the best and brightest. No longer. She's been inviting students from all over the world into the halls who have no business being a mage, who will pose a danger to our world with their ignorance and ill-preparedness.
She is a menace.
A false prophet. Adding to insult, she dared to foist upon us a student that shouldn't even have been in the halls, let alone the obelisk. A pause as the ruckus died down. It was bad enough that the traitor tried to ruin one of our great families, the Lockwoods, with specious allegations and vicious rumors, and that she was somehow let into Coterie. Now maybe one might say it was because of her sister's role in the invasion, but I say it was the weakness of the current system. If we don't stand up to stop it now, then there won't be anything left to stand up for. The entire room rose to their feet, clapping and cheering. Justine dared another peek from beneath the cloth, only to realize she was next to the table with her father, Justice Thornlock. He applauded enthusiastically, whistling and stomping his feet, looking older and grayer than she remembered. The years had not been kind to him. Could it be that he grieved her absence? To her relief, she didn't see her mother with him, but it was no surprise. She'd never been a fan of these kinds of events, but it made her two hearts ache seeing him, even if he'd never been a fan of hers. Despite everything, he was her father, and that meant something, even if she was no longer human. She wondered what he would think of her now. Justine suspected he might be impressed, even if he would be repulsed. He'd always told her to be great at something, anything, and then went on to explain why the things he'd done at a young age were the right way, and she should follow his example.
She'll hold you, control you.
After the applause died down, another speaker took the stage. Sasha Billington, but she didn't have the same effect on the crowd. She talked about a vote to replace acting patron Sinclair, and how they had the required number of professors, listing off the yeses with Petroff, Kingsley, Ravenscroft and Green. Then she went over the current status of the alumni, which was getting close to the 75% required, and how they thought it would only be a few more weeks of outreach before they had enough. Sensing she'd learned everything she could, Justine started looking for a cart to escape the room in, but no waiters were present. They'd been banished for the important discussion. A few more speakers presented their case after Sasha, but Justine was no longer listening. They were repeating the same points, probably to look good in front of Valdemar more than anything else, since it was likely he'd be in control of Coterie if the vote passed. Eventually the speakers finished, and the waiters were brought back in with dessert and new drinks. None of the carts came near her location, and she was getting desperate. The longer she was beneath the table, the more she worried she'd be caught. When one of the carts stopped 2 tables over, Justine reached out with her eyes closed, taking control of the waiter. His name was Andrew, and he was shaking, frightened of making a mistake in front of these powerful people. She let him hand out the last dessert from the cart, and then push it around to her table. She threw herself beneath as she let go of control. Justine felt his confusion the moment he returned to himself. Once he was pushing the cart back to the kitchen, she let herself relax. Getting back into the vent required climbing up the nearby shelves, but then she was scurrying through the metal tunnels back to the maintenance room, where she found Iona sitting against the wall with the security guard lying in her lap, covered in blood. Expression racked with anguish and lips kissed with glistening crimson, Iona said, "I need your help."
Chapter 26.
Iona was glad the mirror was no longer in the room. She didn't want to see her cursed face, how the contours had filled out and the flesh regained the semblance of pinkness. What would it have been like had she known about her true self when the ceiling had rained blood? Maybe she could have destroyed the mummy without needing to shatter the mirror. She wasn't sure she was human like her friends. 7 hells, even Justine was more human as a living doll.
What a group they were.
She wished she could talk about it with Orion, but he'd been distant since the trip to Kaya Korsiv.
They'd all been to an extent. What they'd had to do weighed on them in ways that made Iona worry they were breaking apart.
The door was blocked with the heavy armoire. Iona easily moved it out of the way so she could leave, wondering who else would have to pay the price for her newfound strength.
At least they'd been able to find a solution for the security guard once he'd woken from his sorcery-induced slumber.
A couple of compromising pictures with Justine ensured he'd never speak about what happened, or be branded a pervert. Iona hated the way the security guard had looked at them. As if they were monsters to be feared, not people. It was one thing to be seen as ruthless in the Obelisk, but the way this normal guy had looked close to tears by their presence had been more instructive than anything she'd done previously. Checking the time, she realized that she would need to meet her group in an hour to continue work on the 5th level. Iona slipped out, only to see a figure crossing the darkness past the fountain. She crept to the edge of the hallway to see who it was and where they were going, only to see the hunched shoulders of Professor Hickford.
What was he doing?
It was rare to see the professors outside the 1st level, where their offices and classrooms were located. The only other occurrence she was aware of was when Professor Cornwallis battled Ammett. The professor ran his hands along the fresco of an ancient battle, until the wall clicked and he pushed through. Iona hesitated at the secret door before following, only to find the professor leaning against a rune-covered column with his arms crossed.
"Nothing spooks an old field hand more than being followed, even if it's one of his old mares," said Professor Hickford. "I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't know who it was when I started following you."
"I don't normally see the faculty outside of the 1st level."
"That's not entirely true, is it?" said the professor with a wink. "Professor, since we're here, can I ask you a question?" "Asking is free."
The way he cocked his mouth reminded her of the farmers she saw in Missouri with their sun-baked skin, deep with valleys. Sometimes she thought of him as a caricature of the folks back home, while other times he was a paragon.
"Are you worried about Valdemar?"
"If he takes control of Coterie, he might push you out."
"I've got farmland and property to return to if my time in Coterie comes to an end. What will you do?" "I don't know, Professor." He winked. "You could start by reaching the 6th level.
He'd be hard-pressed to say you don't belong, if you're a level and a half above the other groups."
"That's good advice, but somehow I don't think he'll care about that."
"They'll make up some excuse about how we got there, accuse us of cheating, which isn't far off."
"If you're not cheating in Coterie, you're not trying, but I understand the sentiment."
Valdemar Canute is a bit of an old-fashioned soul.
He sees the world in black and white. "I didn't realize old-fashioned meant an arrogant, righteous asshole," said Iona.
Professor Hickford chuckled.
"He's more stubborn than a kicked mule."
"Meaner too." Iona couldn't help but laugh in response.
The knot in her chest loosened a twist. "Are you ready for your next task? What's the point if he takes control of the school? None of us will be here for a mentorship. Not even you." He tilted his head as if he were tipping his hat. "Still,
some wars aren't won in a day or even a year. Best to gather allies while you can."
"That sounds apocalyptic, Professor." "You knew what you were getting into when you joined Coterie," he said.
Iona saw no point in telling him otherwise, but then again, this hall was preferable to being used by her father, Fenris Storm.
"We're ready if you are, though we'd like a little more warning than last time."
"Mistakes were made because of our rush to finish the task," said Iona.
"But finish you did."
"Flying colors and all that," said Professor Hickford.
"The 4 of you are an excellent team."
"I have no doubt you'll be able to finish the final task."
"When?"
"Soon. A couple of weeks, mayhap."
"Not much longer."
He raised his bushy eyebrows high. "Maybe this Valdemar won't even be a problem by then."
"What do you mean, Professor? Do you have a plan?"
"Me? No.
But men like him tend to fall in the graves they dug for their enemies. Sometimes it takes a little push, but they'll do it in time." "We don't have time." Focus on what you can control, Iona stormed. He turned towards the wall. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some errands to run.
Would you mind?
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Professor.
I need to get going anyway.
Like you said, if we're on level 6, it'll be hard for them to justify kicking us out. Professor Hickford winked.
That's my girl.
I'll send along the information you need in plenty of time for the third task. Thank you, Professor, she said, heading the other way. Iona stayed at the fountain for a few minutes before returning to the room that she'd been in previously with the professor, but there was no sign of him. She checked for phase residue to see if he'd cast any spells that might indicate where he'd gone, but none was found and there seemed to be no other exits.
Was there another secret door, or was this a portal like the one Amat had used?
As she studied the pillars, she saw what looked like an eclipse at the top of the rune totem. She'd forgotten about the prophecy that Orion's grandmother had given them until that moment.
This cursed light brings death for those daring to look upon its face.
The alarm on her watch signaled it was time to leave. The mystery of where he'd gone and why would have to wait.
Chapter 27.
The other pedestrians didn't give Justine a second look, as she strolled down the sidewalk in a stylish tan trench coat. A few older ladies' smiles faltered when they saw her up close, but no one stopped her from continuing on her errand. It was a thrill to be in public. Her carefully applied makeup and updo gave the impression she was a young girl on the move, as long as they didn't look too close. She had to contend with fewer people on the sidewalks once she crossed into the 12th ward, which was mostly abandoned industrial buildings and empty cracked concrete. Her sharp clothes stuck out even more. A cluster of gang members on a far corner eyed her suspiciously, but said nothing as she strode across the street to the enclave. A brutish, grey-skinned figure leaning against the chain-linked fence smoking a cigar barely reacted when she appeared. Justine had never met a Fomorian in person, though she was aware they lived in the city in places most humans feared to tread.
I'm here to see Elder Bagner.
Billowing smoke blew past her face. The Fomorian guard chuckled.
No human girl.
Go before we eat you like squirrel, he said, baring his sharp teeth. Justine held out her wooden hand.
I'm not human.
He leaned forward and sniffed, recoiling slightly. The guard stepped out of the way, allowing entrance to the enclave. The old industrial site had been taken over by non-humans. Fomorians mostly, but she saw other exiles from realms that no longer welcomed them back, including a few Denarians and a faceless creature that was sitting on an empty pallet staring into the sun without eyes to see. A few humanoids called out to her as she passed, but she ignored them, until a short figure around her size that looked like a person made from a bundle of sticks tried to get in her way, so she held out a dancing flame on her palm and the stickman let her pass. Once she was inside the old industrial building, she worried for her safety as she sensed she was being followed by more than one being. While she was relatively impervious to normal weapons, she was not immune to being ripped apart by a couple of healthy Fomorians. If they saw her as a threat, the visit would end tragically. But no one stopped her from reaching the old boiler room, with cracked concrete and empty bolt holes where equipment had once sat. Smoke from a campfire rose in swirls, heading upward until it reached broken scum-covered windows.
A hulking figure covered in overlapping robes sat by the fire, poking it with a stick. You'd make good kindling, said the shaman in a raspy voice. I burn hot, said Justine in the Fomorian language.
Elder Bagner chuckled beneath the robes, her hulking form shaking with mirth.
Come girl, let me see you.
Justine approached the shaman. Thick smoke had hid the old tents in the corners where bones and other trinkets hung from wires and strings. Justine resisted the urge to make the strings dance. The shaman hissed when she drew near, making signs with her fingers that felt like wards. Justine sensed the followers drawing closer, like a noose around a naked neck.
Powerful magic made you, said the elder in awe. I made me, said Justine, feeling pride well up in her chest as she continued the conversation in the shaman's language.
The shaman leaned into the firelight, revealing ancient eyes and lips blackened and scarred as if they'd been cut hundreds of times.
You do not lie.
The shaman gestured towards the entrance, and scuffing feet retreated into the darkness.
What is it you want? Asked the shaman. I do not regret my transformation except for one thing.
The shoulders of the shaman moved up and down. Justine couldn't tell if she was silently laughing or weeping.
Power without wisdom is certain doom. I had no choice. Death was the alternative. Then you should be thankful, said the shaman. I am, but I still want to experience certain things. You want to lie with a man and feel him between your legs, girl.
Justine hung her head.
I do.
A gnarled finger lifted her chin until she was looking directly into the black eyes of the Fomorian elder. Justine felt like she was looking into the past, seeing the world as it was before magic came into the light.
Never feel shame for your power. Can you do it? Take off your clothes.
A year ago, or even a few months ago, Justine would have hesitated, or even refused out of modesty, but she had fewer of those human feelings the longer she lived in the wooden body. She undid her buttons and stepped out of the dress, leaving both cloak and clothes in a small pile behind her. Ancient calloused fingers brushed her arm gently. The shaman gave her more consideration than her human gynecologist had on her first visit, which let Justine relax slightly. The elder reached into a pouch, filling her palm with sparkly dust, which she blew over Justine, revealing runes.
More than your own hand has touched you, said the shaman. I was briefly enslaved. You were given a priceless gift.
Who did this? Hesitant to reveal secrets from the obelisk, Justine chose to obfuscate.
He was a powerful being from another realm.
He'd intended to take me, but another interfered.
I can see why he'd want to study you.
These magics were meant to control, but without his hand, they can be used on others.
I know this. Good, said the shaman, patting her shoulder. I didn't come to learn what I already know, said Justine. Can you do what I asked? I can, if you're willing to pay the price.
Anything. The shaman placed a gnarly fingertip against her forehead.
Everyone has their limits. I want this.
Bring me a human child about your size. Female. Nothing else matters. Then I can remake you. Justine had been prepared to endure pain or pay an exorbitant sum if necessary, but she hadn't been prepared to make someone else pay for her sacrifice, and especially not a young girl. It would be worse than how her father had treated her.
You hesitate, asked the shaman. I can't do that.
The shaman leaned back, placing her hands on her knees. The smoke and dim light made Justine dizzy, and had she been human she would have worried that she was being poisoned, but Justine realized it was only her doubts affecting her.
You have limits. I don't want them.
The shaman grabbed her hand, pulling her in close.
Limits are good.
I sit in this dark place because others did not have them.
I want to feel. Power always requires a sacrifice, even if you're not the one to give it.
Justine stepped away from the shaman and slipped back into her clothes. The elder watched passively, giving a slight head nod before Justine left. The way out of the enclave, Justine didn't sense that anyone was following her. Either she posed no threat, or the elder had given her permission to come and go as she pleased.
Not that it would matter.
She couldn't take a life to satisfy her own needs.
That would make her like her father, and she refused to go down that path. Chapter 28.
The booming, arrogant voice couldn't be ignored. Zuri was on her way to a class on bending ward spells with Professor Kingsley when she heard Valdemar Canute's haughty tones from the bust-room, but the specific words were obscured by a personal charm. She pressed herself against the wall and pulled out the tiny beetle construct that she'd equipped with a phase crystal. The insect lifted from her hand, wings blurring to invisibility, and darted towards the opening. Zuri pushed her senses into the spy as it entered the next room. Finding the two men in quiet conspiracy, she landed the insect behind the bust of Leonidas Dreadmarsh.
would require extensive renovations, but I'm sure the alumni would give generously again once the hall has been put to rights. You know, the facility offices haven't been touched in decades.
We could prepare our students for current challenges if we had access to private laboratories rather than using the common one, said Professor Ravencroft.
That would be an option, but I cannot do anything until Sinclair is removed. You have my full support, Valdemar. I didn't see you at the alumni gathering we had this weekend.
Professor Ravenscroft cleared his throat.
I'm in the middle of an interesting project.
Something Blake Lockwood brought to me.
I would have been there otherwise. Your lack of attendance makes me think you secretly want Sinclair to continue as acting patron. No.
I'm your man, Valdemar. I would be thrilled if you were to replace him.
Between you and me, I don't think Malden is ever coming back.
The injuries he sustained during the aftermath of the invasion were extensive.
Even if he does return, I doubt he'll ever be the same. He'll be pleased that you took control for him. Actions speak louder than words, Gideon. I'll be there next meeting. And the one after that.
You can count on me, Valdemar. The sound of approaching footsteps had Zuri pressing herself further into the alcove. Professor Ravenscroft strode through, oblivious to her presence. She was aware through her link to the beetle construct that Valdemar was still in the room in quiet contemplation. The alumni reached into a pocket, pulled out something small, and after fiddling with it, headed the opposite direction as Professor Ravenscroft. Zuri had the beetle follow him from a distance, but once he entered the grand hall, the insect was out of range and she could no longer see him, so she had the construct return, placing it into an inside pocket for later modification. Zuri left with thoughts of how to turn Professor Ravencroft against Valdemar, which she knew would be hard, but if she could find the right blackmail, maybe it was possible.
While he was the most loved of the professors, he was also the most vain, which made him easier to manipulate.
Lost in thought as she ascended the stairs on her way to the first-level portal, Zuri didn't hear others approaching until an unexpected familiar voice reached her. She leapt over the edge, landing hard enough to make her teeth clack, and scurried behind the statue of Malden Antarist.
Tell me who else I need to worry about once I'm installed as patron.
Can you do that, Jessica? To Zuri's utter shock and disbelief, Valdemar Canute was descending the stairs with Jessica Goodhart at his side. There was no possible way that Valdemar could have beaten her to the stairs, or had time to engage in a full conversation with the fifth-year student.
But there he was.
Raven black hair. Ivory-handled cane. The arrogance of royalty. This was Valdemar Canute.
But so was the other she'd seen talking to Ravencroft.
Which meant one of them wasn't real. A fake. There were spells and charms that could do such a thing, but they were hard to master and easy to spot, especially in a place filled with knowledgeable mages. The other more plausible option was that Coterie had been infiltrated by a changeling.
I'd be honored to help you, Mr. Canute. Please call me Valdemar. Thank you, Valdemar, she stuttered. I should be going, Jessica, but please, keep me informed.
The future of the hall depends on it. He headed to the lower level, and Jessica looked like she was about to return higher, but she turned.
There's one more thing I can think of, she said.
Zuri Musa and her friends are trying to find out what you're doing.
She's been asking a lot of questions.
Valdemar paused and turned his head slightly. Zuri could sense a grin without seeing his face.
A distraction, Jessica. I'm not worried about a third-year student who won't be long in Coterie, and neither should you. He strode from the room like an emperor.
Jessica watched him go, then hurried back up the stairs as if she expected retribution. Once Zuri was comfortable that Jessica couldn't see her, she moved after Valdemar. One of the two she'd spied upon was fake.
She just had to figure out which one.
Hoping he wasn't paying attention, she ran across the marble floor, doing her best to make her steps silent. She was deciding which direction he'd gone when an exclamation startled her from behind.
Zuri.
The bubbly Margot came skipping into the room and threw her arms around Zuri, giving air kisses to both cheeks.
Where have you been?
I've been wanting to tell you all about our group's progress. Your advice was invaluable. The Anton's oscillating charm worked perfectly. Feeling pulled, Zuri found it hard to keep eye contact.
That's great. Is something wrong? Asked Margot, glancing over her shoulder.
Realizing that she'd lost the chance to follow Valdemar, Zuri relaxed.
No. It's fine. I thought I'd heard someone I wanted to talk to, but you know how it is in the Obelisk with voices.
Margot wrinkled her freckled nose.
But that's great about the spell, continued Zuri. I'm glad I could help. Me too. I love that you're my mentor. I'm not sure I'll be able to much longer.
Why not? Have I done something wrong? I've listened to everything you've taught me, said Margot in distress.
It's not you. It's the alumni.
I'm afraid Valdemar is close to getting enough votes to oust Sinclair.
If that happens, they'll kick me out. That would be terrible, said Margot, grabbing her hands in solidarity. I don't want that to happen. Is there anything I can do?
Zuri thought about involving Margot in their schemes, but at this point she thought them unlikely to work. Better not to get the poor girl kicked out too for being a supporter.
If I think of something, I'll let you know. I need to go now. I'm meeting with my group in a little bit.
Margot gave her a long hug and then headed towards the stairs, leaving Zuri to her thoughts. The presence of a changeling in Coterie complicated things. She knew little of the race, other than that they came from a hidden realm and could disguise themselves so completely that even a mother wouldn't know the difference.
What did they want?
Why were they using Valdemar, and which one of the two was real? It put a lot of her plans in doubt if there was a third party in the Obelisk, especially if she didn't know their motivation.
She needed to gather the others.
They had much to do before Professor Hickford sent them on their third and final task in a few days.
Chapter 29.
The others crowded around Orion, making him claustrophobic, until Iona placed her hand against his wrist, giving him the chance to breathe.
You're the best one to do it, said Zuri, holding out the small metal device. He won't suspect you.
Orion hated lying, even if it were for a good cause.
He hated all the subterfuge too.
He'd come to Coterie to focus on his studies and turn himself into the mage that everyone thought he was, but he kept getting dragged into new schemes.
She's right, said Iona. We need you, Orion.
He made the mistake of looking into her grey-blue eyes. They reminded him of a winter day when the air was crisp and the ache of cold felt refreshing. He wanted to pull her against his chest and hold tight, but he couldn't trust himself. Nor them. He'd thought them better than the other Coterie students, but what they'd all done in Kaya Corsiv had exposed his lie. They were as bad as everyone else.
I can't.
Iona faced him, holding both his hands. They were warm and calloused, which made him want to smile.
Orion.
Something weird is going on in Coterie. If Zuri's right about a changeling, then we might be in bigger trouble than this alumni thing.
Changelings are ruthless, awful beings, said Zuri. They relish in deceit and destruction.
For all we know, the changeling might be the one behind this Valdemar plot. Either he's in on it, or being unknowingly manipulated.
Why test Professor Hickford? He asked.
Because we need to know that he's really on our side before we go after the third item, said Zuri.
Look, this shouldn't be hard.
Just visit his office with the device. Get the information and check to see if the device is giving you a signal. If it is, then we know he's the changeling and can go from there. If not, then we can trust him.
100 arguments bloomed in his mind, but none of them seemed worthy enough to speak aloud.
They stared at him while he made his decision, eventually nodding because he couldn't bear the thought of disappointing them.
He held out his hand.
Zuri placed the device in his palm.
There's nothing to it.
A red light will come on if he's a changeling. It'll also buzz, so you can leave it in your pocket during the meeting.
It'll work. They're not easy to get.
I paid a lot of money and cashed in a lot of favors for it, so it had better, said Zuri. Orion shoved the device in his pocket.
I should go.
Iona followed him into the hallway. Her hands tugged on the hem of her shirt, and she had trouble making eye contact.
We haven't talked much since Kaya Korsith, she said.
The memory of throttling those people in the temple rose in his mind, which also made him think of his father, the way his eyes bulged before he went limp forever. He wanted to punch through a wall.
What do you want me to say? He asked, hearing the venom in his tone.
Iona recoiled slightly, which made him feel terrible.
I don't know. Just tell me what's on your mind. Tell me what you want.
I like you, Orion Dreadmarsh, and I suspect you like me back. I'll admit I'm not sure how things like this are supposed to go. I didn't have the normal growing up experience, and Coterie hasn't provided many opportunities for normal relationships, but I know I want to be with you.
Do you want to be with me?
The simple answer should have been yes. He liked her more than he knew what to do with. His feelings for her were like an ocean of water trying to be contained by a bucket.
But feelings and words were two entirely different things.
He wanted to be with her, but feared their effect on each other. He'd avoided giving in to his interior thoughts since killing his father by staying away from others.
But her presence was drawing the demon out of him.
Look what they'd done in the Undercity and then Kaya Korsith.
What would they do next?
Who would they kill next?
Are we bad people? He asked.
Anguish twisted her expression.
I don't know. I should go.
Orion left Iona in the hallway, looking forlorn. Before he'd met Iona, he feared that he was the villain, but then for a short time he thought he might be the good guy. This year had proved to him that he was what everyone said he was, a dangerous half-demon Dreadmarsh.
Not to be trusted.
Better left alone. Come in, came Professor Hickford's voice through the door before Orion had lifted his hand to knock. Orion maneuvered through the garden, which was overflowing onto the path, reaching the office to find Professor Hickford at his desk, quietly sorting through papers.
I was beginning to wonder if I'd left the barn door open too long. Ha!
A cherubic smile formed on Professor Hickford's lips.
An expression, Mr. Dreadmarsh.
The third task. I've been waiting for one of you to show up for the last week.
Time is getting down to the quick. It is.
Orion suddenly remembered the device in his pocket.
He hadn't felt it buzz, but maybe he'd missed it. Or maybe he wasn't close enough.
Zuri hadn't told him the range, but he should assume it would work in his office, right?
Is something wrong? I'm worried about Coterie.
Professor Hickford leaned back.
About Valdemar. I wouldn't worry about him.
Men like him exceed their ambition all the time. We won't have to worry about him much longer. The sinister comment made Orion alert, but then again, Coterie of Mages was known for its cutthroat behavior. There was no reason that shouldn't extend to the alumni and professors. Especially for a professor who'd been an outcast during his time in the hall, and was first on the chopping block, should Valdemar take position of patron. Hickford probably had a few scores to settle. The professor handed over a packet of papers, a small velvet bag that jingled, and a small oval disc made of a silvery material covered in arcane designs.
This is the information for the third task.
This one should be more straightforward than the others. You'll be purchasing the final item. No need for skullduggery or violence.
I know none of us want that. No, said Orion softly.
With nothing else to be said, Orion tucked the packet, bag and silver disc under his arm and headed out of Professor Hickford's office. When he reached the hallway, he checked the device one last time to confirm that the professor wasn't a changeling.
Chapter 30.
Iona hurried down the sidewalk on the sunny late February day, enjoying the way the cool air felt on her face. The third ward was normally busier, but she was almost in the 11th, and it was early enough that the tourists hadn't flooded onto the street. She paused and checked the directions on her phone. Navigating in urban environments confused her. She felt much more comfortable in the deep forest, or on a country road. The only good part about finding her way in the city was that the spire made it easy to keep one's sense of direction, since it was always in view. Before she turned the corner, she glanced across the street, catching a familiar reflection in the wizard's coffee window. Half a block behind her, the first-year Margot was heading up the sidewalk, looking both alert and cautious. Seven hells.
Was she the changeling?
Since the day Zuri had spotted two Valdemars, Iona suspected everyone except her close friends, since she was certain she would have noticed a change.
This was especially true for Orion, who had barely talked to her since Kaya Korsith.
Iona hurried to an alleyway and hid behind a rusted blue dumpster. Shortly after, Margot went past, clearly on the lookout for her. Iona gave it a few minutes before heading out and crossing the street, making her way to the meet-up location where her friends were waiting. She was particularly relieved to see Orion, even as he didn't look happy to be there. The only one looking like they were having a good time was Justine. Once she'd figured out how to pass as a young girl, she'd been leaving the Obelisk more often. Today she looked like she was headed to Sunday church in a demure pink dress that clashed with her jet black hair. Iona told them about Margot and her suspicions.
I don't think she's the changeling.
She came upon me from behind in the Obelisk after I saw the two Valdemars go opposite ways, said Zuri.
Changeling or not, it's a problem, said Iona. Has she been pumping you for information? She could be working for someone else.
Blake. Maybe even Valdemar.
The Siren Sisters.
We've no shortage of enemies.
I'll be careful, said Zuri, but Iona wasn't so sure.
Her friend was very confident about her abilities, sometimes too confident, like last year when she got them mixed up in gang business because she'd been using Professor Cornwallis' blackmail.
What now?
Zuri checked the courtyard behind the old bookstore, and after confirming no one else was around, she touched 3 slightly discolored bricks, mumbling an incantation under her breath. When she pulled her hand away, an archway shimmered into existence, revealing an interior space. Inside, they found an obsidian pillar reflecting the outside light on its glossy black surface.
The archway closed behind them.
Did you figure out where this goes? Asked Iona. Deathbird, said Justine brightly, adding a few cores afterwards for effect.
Is that a joke? Asked Iona. Not a joke, said Zuri sternly. A very real place. I'm not sure how Hickford got a portal key, or the passwords to Deathbird, but this is worse than the Undercity or Kaya Korsith. Hickford said it was a simple job, said Orion. That we're paying for the item. Has anything he's sent us on been simple?
Look. I dug around after I learned where we were going. The few people that have heard of Deathbird warned me away from going there. It's a realm tucked away in a dangerous, almost unlivable place, where the most notorious thieves and assassins make their home. There's even a leadership group called the Black Council, but thankfully this visit has nothing to do with them.
It could have been worse, said Iona with a shrug. Not much, unless we were going to go suck poisoned air in Ilithusis or something, said Zuri. I'm not afraid, said Justine.
Zuri rolled her eyes.
Not all of us are so impervious to death. Can we get this over with, said Orion.
Iona tried to make eye contact with him, but he was obviously avoiding her gaze.
Fine, said Zuri. We're headed to a bar to meet a broker.
We're going to hand over the payment, and if all goes right, he'll hand over the item.
What is it? Hickford wasn't clear on this one.
This bothered Iona, but it was too late to bring it up. If they wanted a mentor, and more importantly an ally within the faculty, they needed his help, and now that they'd determined he wasn't the changeling, his support was more important than ever. The 4 of them loaded up on enchantments and charms. Zuri muttered activation words over the bracelet on her wrist, which made the single gem glow with faint blue light. Once they were ready, Zuri approached the obsidian portal with the silvery disc, placing it against the glossy stone. A command word and 3 gestures later, she motioned for them to enter the portal. Iona placed her hand against the cool surface and made a phase connection, which threw her to another place. She landed a little dizzy but otherwise upright, unlike her early years of extra-dimensional travel. As the others arrived, Iona took in the strange valley. A city was nestled amidst the mountains, with enormous villas taking prominent spots on the hilltops.
The higher elevations were covered in crystalline trees that glimmered and caught fire in the weak sunlight.
As a cloud passed beneath the sun and then revealed it once more, the mountain range exploded in scintillating colors.
"Beautiful," she whispered. "Deadly," said Zuri. "We're not going anywhere near them, but if you do, they'll slice the skin from your bones.
Come on.
Let's get this over with."
A path led down to a cobblestone street. The buildings looked like they belonged in another time. Iona saw no one else, but she'd seen smoke and heard the sounds of people, so she knew that they were there.
"What's that fortress?" asked Justine, extending her arm towards the far corner of the valley, where a massive stone building hunched beneath the mountains. "Not our destination," was all Zuri said.
The black girl led them over 2 bridges which crossed glittering rivers containing strange crystalline fish. At a 3-story building, which presented a sign showing a coin with an eye in the middle, Zuri pushed inside to a comfortable-looking tavern.
A half-dozen customers glared their direction, including a thick-necked gentleman at the bar wearing pistols on his hips, who nodded as if they were old friends.
Iona didn't like the vibe. It felt like she'd wandered into the Old West and walked into the wrong saloon. The decor was more modern, and the bartender had a fancy espresso machine behind the bar, but the tension was palpable.
"We're looking for..."
The bartender held up a finger, pointing to the 2nd floor.
"Thank you."
Iona checked behind them to see a group of 4 hard-looking men at a booth watching them ascend the stairs. She grabbed Orion's hand.
"Stay ready."
He let her hold it briefly before yanking it away. She worried that he might hesitate, given how the trip to Kaya Korsith had gone. She knew he'd hated what they'd done, but it wasn't like they'd gone into the trip with plans of mass murder. A set of double doors led to an open room that could have been in any corporate headquarters. 2 men and 2 women were seated on high-backed chairs situated along the outer wall.
"The lights in the city are bright," said a shorter man with a beard and a glass eye that glimmered like a gemstone. "The shadows hide more than the buildings," responded Zuri. "Varum." "You must be the courier," said Varum, rising from his chair, which signaled to the others to do the same.
While Varum looked relaxed with a broad smile on his lips, the other 3 were like coiled springs. Iona couldn't tell if they were mages by their demeanor and attire. The only thing that stuck out was the thin woman in the back with half her head shaved, who had a crystalline short sword on her hip. While Zuri approached the one-eyed man, Iona kept her gaze firmly planted on the others. Everyone looked 1 step away from a fight. Not even Justine's childlike appearance gave them any hesitation. Clearly they were used to such strange sights. A handoff was made between Zuri and Varum, but Iona wasn't really paying attention because she saw the woman with the crystalline blade stiffen as she glanced past them.
"Who in the high tower are you?" asked the woman.
Iona turned in time to see the hard-looking gentleman with the twin pistols step into the open door. Varum stepped away from Zuri.
"This isn't what we agreed on."
Iona wasn't sure who to be worried about more, the newcomer or the band of 4, but then a gunshot rang out, hitting the woman with the crystalline blade, and everything went to hell.
Chapter 31.
Orion was wondering why he'd allowed himself to get dragged along on a trip he knew was screwed from the start when the shooting started. Then all thought went out the window. The man with the twin pistols blasted the woman with the crystalline blade in the chest, throwing her backwards. She landed unmoving on the hardwood floor, as everyone burst into action. The electricity Orion carried within him released as a cage to protect Iona when the bomb went off.
The floor dropped out of the center of the room.
Orion landed on the bar top, shattering a highball glass and knocking the wind from his lungs. Where was Iona? He didn't see her in the debris on the first floor, as he hauled himself to his feet. The bartender was running out a rear door, abandoning his establishment as bullets and sorcery sprayed the wall. Orion dove out of the way, as the espresso machine exploded into coffee grounds and hot water. Pinned behind the bar, he waited until there was a brief lull before leaping to his feet and sending waves of electricity at the men. A guy in front with a shotgun caught the brunt of the blast, and his head popped like a champagne cork before the others resumed firing. The battle continued above, and he had no idea if any of his friends were still alive, until Justine landed behind and to the right of the men. One of them turned to blast her with a handgun, but she extended her arms stiffly, and the man promptly turned and fired point-blank at his companion, blowing a hole through his head. The others fled when Orion leapt over the bar. Iona. He ran up the stairs 3 at a time, nearly knocking himself out when he caught the crossbeam with his forehead. Dizzy and with blood leaking into his eyes, Orion stumbled into the demolished room to find Zuri on the ground, with the hard-looking man that had started the fight leaning over her unconscious form. He was rooting through her jacket when Orion roared and sent twin whips of electricity after him. The man leapt away nimbly, avoiding the whips, and landed on the other side of the hole. He took a long look at Orion before smirking and leaping through the partially shattered window, sending shards of glass onto the street as he disappeared. Orion hurried to Zuri, finding her mostly uninjured but moaning in pain. The blast must have knocked her senseless. He lifted Zuri in his arms as he searched for Iona. There were only 3 of the 4 that had been in the room, and no sign of his fellow third year. "Put me down," said Zuri, tapping on his chest with the flat of her hand. He did as she asked.
"We have to get out of here," said Zuri on unsteady feet.
She reached into her jacket with a frown.
"He took it. That bastard took it." But Orion wasn't listening. "I can't find Iona."
The black girl squinted.
"I thought I saw her go that way."
Orion found Iona in the next room over.
At first he thought she was tending to a bloody and wounded man lying on the floor, and then he processed what he was really seeing.
Iona lifted her head, mouth covered in blood, looking both frightened and frightening. She checked back to the clearly dead man on the ground with his throat ripped out.
"I didn't mean to."
Before he'd come today, he'd thought about leaving the group. They were too dangerous. Too wild. It was turning him into the person he knew he didn't want to be. And even if he didn't leave, he was likely to get kicked out of Coterie when Valdemar took over as patron.
But when he saw Iona kneeling on the floor, covered in blood and vulnerability, looking at her worst, he couldn't help but want to cradle her against his chest and tell her everything was going to be okay. "Did you find her?"
"We have to go now," said Zuri from down the hall. Iona looked on the verge of tears, but she nodded and climbed to her feet. She was about to run past him when he grabbed her by the side and gave her the briefest of hugs. "Thank you," she mouthed as she wiped the blood from her mouth. The downstairs was completely destroyed when they ran through. Small fires had started in multiple locations, and none of the windows or mirrors remained intact. Iona helped Zuri, while Orion lifted Justin on his back to run to the portal, which was nearly a mile away. No one stopped them, though occasionally Orion saw people peeking at them through curtained windows. When they reached the obsidian pillar, Zuri pulled out the silvery disc and pressed it against the glossy black surface. Orion took one last look at Deathbird, catching sight of a group of men and women coming up the path before they triggered the portal, and returned to the city of Invictus.
"What the hell happened back there?" asked Iona once they landed in the hidden portal room.
"Did anyone else feel like that guy was waiting for us?"
"The one who started the fight."
Zuri looked ready to spit.
"Someone leaked the information," she said. "We lost the item he sent us after."
Hickford, said Justine in her pink dress with bullet holes in the middle.
He set us up. No. It was someone else. It has to be, said Zuri. Why send us on a mission to retrieve something, only to have it intercepted by someone else?
Orion was barely paying attention.
He only had eyes for Iona.
She looked heartier and more filled out than when they'd left for Deathbird. Thoughts of leaving the group no longer seemed relevant. He couldn't let her face this alone.
What about Valdemar?
Or Blake? He could have used his foresight potions to burn us like that, said Iona.
Doesn't feel like him, said Zuri. Not the new Blake, anyway. We should get back to the Obelisk.
If they knew about our trip to Deathbird, they might know where we are in Invictus. I'll call for a ride.
You two wait in here.
You both look like you barely survived a massacre. Orion turned to Iona to ask what happened, when she broke into tears and pressed herself against his chest.
He held her as she sobbed. I ripped his throat out.
Didn't even hesitate.
I don't know if I can control it anymore. You did what you had to do, he said. That's the thing.
That guy. He ran from the room after the bomb went off. He wasn't trying to fight.
But something about the way he was fleeing triggered something in me. I had to chase him down. I had.
More sobbing, followed by hyperventilation requiring him to pound on her back to get her breathing normally again.
Orion, she whispered.
Iona was looking up at him. Beautiful and fell. The stain of blood ringed her mouth. Her skin had never been brighter.
She was glowing from within. It was glorious.
Justine returned to let them know their ride had arrived. The SUV took them back to the Obelisk, but once they were inside, Orion found no relief.
Chapter 32.
The explosion still rung in Zuri's ears as she stalked down the hallway to Professor Hickford's office.
Her mind whirled, trying to figure out who could have betrayed them.
She was certain it wasn't Hickford. He'd been the only one who'd been on their side during the long and difficult year. Then she saw her. Margot. Coming the other way from Hickford's office.
Zuri, I've been.
Zuri slammed the first year against the wall so hard her teeth clacked.
What were you doing following us? I wasn't following.
Zuri pulled her back and pushed her against the wall again.
Wrong answer.
Iona spotted you following her.
That wasn't a coincidence. It was.
I saw her and thought she might be coming to you.
I wanted to warn you about Valdemar. Bullshit, Margot. You're not the person I thought you were.
You're not a naive first year who wanted me as a mentor.
I don't know why I didn't see it until now, but you've been using me.
7 hells. You were so bloody subtle, too. The auburn-haired girl's eyes went wide as she softly shook her head.
No. I swear.
I've been on your side this entire time.
I really was trying to find you, but your friend scares me. She scares a lot of people in Coterie. I don't think she's entirely human. I don't think you are either.
Margot's face screwed up.
What do you mean?
Zuri remembered that she had the device in her right front pocket. It hadn't buzzed the entire time. And it was doubtful that Margot could have beaten them to Deathbird, or the bar. The guy with the twin pistols had been waiting when they arrived.
Never mind. I'm just mad. It's been a terrible day.
She paused.
What did you mean about Valdemar? They have the votes.
He's below meeting with the faculty.
He's taking control of Coterie.
A pit opened beneath her feet. The same way she'd felt when Gemma had died, or the verdict against Blake had come back not guilty. It felt like she was descending into a fathomless emptiness, until Margot shook her arm.
Zuri. I have to go, she said, heading to Hickford's office, but no one was there.
He was probably below with the other professors.
The desk was cleared off.
Not a paper or pen in sight.
Even the shelves were empty. What was going on?
Did he know Valdemar was coming? Did he know their task had failed? Zuri hurried to the dining hall, finding a huge crowd of students, faculty and alumni gathered around Valdemar Canute. The bastard looked like he was eating up the attention, smiling and shaking hands like a winning politician, while acting patron Philip Sinclair was standing off to the side looking forlorn.
It's too late.
Zuri threw herself behind the door before anyone noticed her.
She had to get back to her friends. They needed a plan. There had to be a way to salvage this mess.
She arrived in Iona's suite to find the pale blonde girl, after a shower, rubbing out the wetness of her hair with a towel. Blood no longer ringed her mouth, but Zuri could see the effects of it in her system. She seemed like an entirely different person than before they'd entered Deathbird. If they weren't good friends, she might have felt a twinge of fear. Orion was there too, but Justine had returned to her hidden room for new clothes.
She was supposed to be back soon.
Zuri gave them the rundown of what had happened while they waited.
What do we do? Asked Iona. Are we just screwed? No. There has to be a way.
We haven't worked this long and hard to let it all come crashing down now, said Zuri as she paced. She was going to suggest they leave the obelisk temporarily, when the world shivered. For a brief moment Zuri stood outside of herself. It was like she'd stepped forward or backwards in time and was watching herself from a nearby location, and then it snapped back into place, leaving her feeling like she'd just gotten thrown through a portal.
What was that?
Did you all feel that? She asked, but knew they had by the looks on their faces. A crash, followed by a scream, reverberated through the heavily enchanted door.
Should we investigate? Asked Iona.
They went cautiously into the hallway. A haze of darkness permeated the rock garden, making it hard to see the whiteness of the stones. Zuri released a floating mage light to dispel the shadows, only to realize that it was a cluster of gloomwrens. The shadows shifted, revealing a mangled corpse and more gloomwrens than she could count. Dozens.
She'd never seen so many in one place.
When they were found in the obelisk, it was in ones and twos. Not this many, which would be impossible to fight for the three of them.
Run.
The shadows chased them to the stairs. Zuri fired waves of flame behind them, but it only slowed the gloomwrens. She thought they were going to get caught by a wave of sharp teeth and claws, when another student stepped into the hallway. Screams followed them as they descended. When they reached the lowest floor, Zuri stumbled to a stop, checking behind to make sure the gloomwrens weren't still following.
What in the seven hells was that? There shouldn't be that many, said Orion. They don't hunt in packs. They do now, said Iona.
We need to warn the staff.
Something's wrong with the obelisk.
The sounds of multiple people entering the room behind them startled Zuri.
Whatever it is, I'm sure you and your friends were behind it.
Valdemar Canute leaned on his cane, a catbird smile gleaming in the dim light. He was surrounded by 24 alumni, and a few upperclassmen and Blake Lockwood.
At least a dozen gloomwrens tried to kill us.
They got 2 other students. We barely made it down here alive.
A shame, said Valdemar coolly. Grab them before they cause any more trouble.
For a brief moment Zuri considered going down in a blaze of glory, but Iona grabbed her arm, silencing her spell. Then they were corralled away from the stairs, as Valdemar looked on in quiet victory.
Chapter 33.
The walls were impossibly smooth and impervious to anything but a small nuclear strike, while the front contained thick enchanted bars. Iona kicked the base again, ignoring the pain in her foot.
I could strangle that Valdemar. I cheer you on, said Zuri, sitting on the bench next to Orion. But save your strength. There's no getting out of here. I know.
Iona tried to conjure a miniature tornado in her open palm, but the phase wouldn't connect in her mind. The jail walls prevented them from using magic.
What happened up there?
With the gloomwrens?
What does it matter? Asked Zuri with her head hung low. We're stuck here and Valdemar's in charge. But that weird thing that happened right before, and you said it yourself.
Gloomwrens don't gather in packs like that.
A hunting pair at the most, but that was a blender of teeth and claws.
Zuri hunched her forehead.
That was strange.
Iona was about to speak again, when the world revolved around her. 3 sets of Zuri and Orion sat on the bench, and for a split second, Iona was standing outside the jail, before everything went wonky again and she was back in the cell. Her stomach threatened a revolt in the seconds afterwards. The others looked equally ill.
What was that?
Felt like the worst portal travel ever, said Zuri. Orion lifted his chin and met her gaze. Iona knew when the big man had an important thought, so she kept her mouth shut until he spoke.
What if it was? What are you talking about? Asked Zuri. We're nowhere near a portal, and the cell walls prevent any magic, so it's not like we could activate one.
Orion stared at the ceiling. Iona didn't quite understand until the pieces snapped into place.
Merlin's tits. What? Asked Zuri.
Iona gestured emphatically at the walls. If we're nowhere near a portal, and this room prevents us from using magic, then what's the only reasonable explanation? The answer hit Zuri in the chest, making her sit up as her mouth formed a circle.
Oh no. Oh no is right, said Iona.
Zuri stood up and stared at the ceiling.
The obelisk is a giant pillar of obsidian.
Why didn't I see that before? Because it's never been a problem, said Iona. Zuri paced as she spoke.
I always wondered where the gloomwrens and other creatures came from.
I thought the professors put them in the obelisk, as part of the challenge.
They must sneak through the gaps from time to time, but whatever just happened must have opened up a gate rather than a crack, said Iona.
Amat used a portal, said Orion. Iona had almost forgotten. He would have taken her and Justine with him, except for the battle with Professor Cornwallis.
I always thought he just knew a secret way of travel. But that's right, said Zuri. But how? Asked Iona. And why?
More importantly, why is the obelisk, if it is a big portal, breaking down? Asked Zuri.
We did it, said Orion. We did it, asked Iona simultaneously with Zuri. What did we get from the Undercity and Kaya courses? A disruptor and a phase battery. And what did we try to get from Deathbird?
Zuri put a hand to her forehead.
It was a device for accessing a portal. To reprogram it or something like that. But we didn't get it, said Iona, then she understood. Oh no, we did this.
We got all the pieces for Professor Hickford.
He double-crossed us. But he's not the changeling, said Orion. We sent you to check him while he had the disruptor. The device wasn't working when you went in to see him, said Zuri. This is turning from bad to worse.
Another wave of dislocation hit. Not as bad as the previous, but Iona had to close her eyes or the contents of her stomach were going to come up.
I hope they don't leave us here while the obelisk falls apart, said Iona. We need to get out.
Warn the others what's really going on. No one spoke for a while, as they tried to think of ways of escaping. Iona was hopeful that Justine might find them, but she wouldn't know where they'd been taken, and if the obelisk was falling apart, she might simply leave to save herself. Another portal shiver hit, forcing Iona to ride it out, but this time she kept her eyes open. Halfway through the worst of the dislocation, Iona took a step forward. Since she was standing near the bars, she saw herself shifted outside of it briefly before getting catapulted back inside, but when she landed she saw she was in a different place than before.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to hold back my lunch if another one of those hits, said Zuri. I have an idea.
Come over here. Stand right next to the bars, said Iona.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
If one of us falls into one, we'll get shocked, and there will be no one to help and we can't use magic, said Zuri.
Do you want to get out of this cell or not?
Orion joined her at the bars, which forced Zuri to follow.
The next time it does that wonky world-shaking thing, don't close your eyes, and as soon as you see yourself outside of the bars, take 3 steps forward."
The realization of what she was implying wasn't lost on her friends.
It took another few minutes for another to hit, but when it did, it was a doozy.
Iona almost forgot to move due to the severity, but then she leapt forward at the peak, which should have thrown her into the bars, but when the portal nonsense ended, the 3 of them were outside the bars.
"Hell yeah," said Zuri, hugging Iona. "What do we do now?" she asked. "We need to find the device," said Orion.
Zuri scowled.
"It could be anywhere. Hickford will know."
"We need to find him, and I think I know where he might be." Iona led them from the basement of the obelisk. When she reached the main level, she heard screaming from nearby, followed by a clap of thunder. They ran into the bust room in time to see a pair of second years running from the room with an enormous plant creature in pursuit.
It looked like a horse made of vines. "What was that?" asked Iona. "Not a clue," said Zuri, shaking her head.
The sounds of battle and sorcery echoed through the halls. Another portal shiver hit, and a pool of black goo formed on the wall behind them, replacing the expensive paintings for a few seconds, before returning to its previous condition.
"To Hickford's room," said Zuri.
They raced up the stairs, pausing twice for minor portal convulsions. The ceiling before the faculty area was dripping blood. Back inside Hickford's office, they found it mostly cleared out as the black girl had said, but she went digging into his desk, looking for any information.
"He's gone." "He took everything," said Zuri, exasperated. "Where could he have gone?"
Iona snapped her fingers.
"The day I saw him outside of my mummy mirror hideout, he went into a dead-end room and disappeared."
"I bet he knows how to use the obelisk as a portal."
On the way out of the faculty section, they ran into Justine, who looked as frightened as Iona had ever seen the living doll.
Iona gave her an update on what was happening, and they continued to the second level. As they neared the fountain, a high-pitched keening made approaching difficult. Justine snuck ahead and came back to report that a banshee had trapped someone.
"We don't have time for a rescue," said Zuri. "We can't leave this person to die, and we have to go past the fountain anyway," said Iona. "Fine, but we have to be quick about it."
Banshees came from the veil. Vengeful ghosts, they were difficult to banish unless one knew the reason they were stuck in this realm.
But brute force worked too.
The 4 of them strode into the fountain room. The banshee turned from its prey, shrieking loud enough to break glass, but they'd already protected their hearing. Orion lashed out with his electrical whips, freezing the banshee in place while Iona pelted it with air blasts. This gave Zuri and Justine a chance to quickly draw a containment field on the marble floor. "Come here," said Zuri when they were finished, beckoning the banshee forward. The vengeful ghost streaked after, drawn by the invitation and incited by the sorceress attacks. When it reached the field, it realized its mistake and tried to flee, but they locked it in place, using their collective magic to send the banshee back to the veil. Once it was gone, Iona ran over to the fallen form to find the auburn-haired first year crouched in the corner. "Thank Merlin," said Margot, climbing to her feet unsteadily.
"I thought I was going to die." "What are you doing here?"
"The obelisk isn't safe anymore," admonished Zuri.
"I was looking for you. I want to help."
Iona saw the pain in Zuri's eyes. She told them how she'd accosted Margot in the hallway.
"It's not safe," said Zuri. "We're safer with more people," countered Iona.
Zuri turned on Margot.
"Why were you looking for us here?" she asked. "I've seen Iona come here, but really I was following Professor Hickford." "Why?" "I don't think he is who he says he is."
Iona grew suspicious.
"Why would you say that?" asked Zuri, furrowing her forehead.
Margot's gaze darted around the room.
"I don't know.
I just never trusted him, and when you yelled at me outside his office, I assumed you didn't trust him either. He also had this habit of using sayings that didn't sound quite right, like he'd never actually owned a farm. Once in his class he said the spell I cast was tighter than a bug. Isn't the saying tighter than a tick?
You're right, said Iona. I always thought he was poking fun at himself, using them wrong, but he said all sorts of things like finer than toad hair during his welcome speech. It's frog hair.
A scream echoed from a distant hallway, followed by another shiver of portal dislocation. Iona wasn't sure how much more surprise vertigo she could take.
We need to go, said Zuri.
Iona led them to the room where she'd followed Professor Hickford. There was no sign of him, or anything to suggest he might have gone this way. The only thing in the room of note was the rune totem at the center. Any ideas? Asked Iona.
This is as far as I got last time.
Margot went straight to the pillar, touching it in specific locations. Her final move was turning the eclipse at the top a half turn to the right. The bronze casing shifted into the floor, revealing an obsidian pole.
How did you know how to do that? Asked Iona. We don't have time if we want to save Coterie, said Margot, holding out her hands. We can all go at once, if you hold my hands.
Iona was going to ask more questions, but the other three surged forward, forming a ring with one space missing. If they trusted Margot, then maybe she should.
It wasn't like they had any choice. Let's go.
As soon as she clasped hands with Orion and Zuri, the portal sucked them through, landing them in a dense jungle beneath a dim sun.
Chapter 34.
Crouched beneath a canopy of bruised purple leaves, Zuri peered through the gap in her fingers at the strange sun, a black disk surrounded by 3/4 of a corona.
An eclipse.
Dread permeated every inch of her being.
What was that prophecy again? Asked Iona, which got a response from Justine.
Beware the shadows of occlusion. When time stands still, and fate hangs in the balance.
This cursed light brings death.
For those daring to look upon its face. Bringing an end to the stolen tower.
What's that? Asked Margot with a pained expression. A prophecy we hoped we wouldn't have to deal with, said Zuri. But we can't hide here.
We need to find Hickford, or whoever he is. Before she could step out from the trees, Margot grabbed her arm.
What are you doing? Asked Zuri.
Margot gestured to the sky.
This cursed light brings death for those daring to look upon its face. I'm sure it's a metaphor, said Zuri, trying to pull free, but Margot had an unusually tight grip on her wrist. It's not, said the first year. How do you know?
Margot looked pained.
You think Hickford is a changeling?
Zuri nodded.
Where do they come from? I have no idea. The realm is called vicious, and it's named that for a reason.
Light from an eclipse will change you, and not in a good way.
That's how changelings came to be. Strange that we'd happen to come here right at the beginning of an eclipse, said Iona. They happen all the time, said Margot. How do you know so much? Asked Zuri. Once I suspected that Hickford wasn't who he said he was, I did some research. There's not a lot of literature about vicious, because the changelings don't want anyone to know about them, but there was enough to learn the basics. Great, said Zuri, throwing up her hands. Then how do we track down Hickford?
Orion snapped a huge bruised purple leaf from a nearby plant and held it over his head.
Good idea, big guy, said Iona, grinning. We can make a traveling sun blocker.
The next few minutes they created giant leaf umbrellas to carry above their heads. While they worked, Zuri kept glancing at Margot, who seemed different than the excitable first year she'd been dealing with all semester. Gone was the bright-eyed enthusiasm, replaced with hardened duty. Zuri wasn't sure if the disaster had brought out the best in Margot, or there was something else about her. A gap led them from the obsidian pillar into the jungle, while the eclipse continued to deepen, turning the shadows between the leaves into little crescents. Orion took the lead, pushing through the foliage that was trying to swallow the path.
Hey Zuri, said Justine. What do you think the last part means? Last part of what?
Bringing an end to the stolen tower. Because I think I know. The implications were laid bare by the question.
You think the stolen tower is the obelisk? Yeah, said Justine quietly. How do you steal a tower? Asked Iona.
No one responded, leaving the sounds of their passage through the trees ringing in Zuri's ears.
No idea, but it's always been a point of speculation.
When the obelisk was first built, or whatever it was, giant scaffolding covered the area, and then after a year of few contractors going in and out, it was revealed.
But that doesn't help us with our problem right now, said Zuri. It does make sense, said Iona.
A giant tower of obsidian sounds really difficult to create, especially with the arcane knowledge of 80 years ago. Add to it that it's a giant portal too, and you've got a big-ass mystery. Zuri was busy contemplating the implications, when Margot cried out a moment before the jungle exploded. One moment, Orion was leading them past a boulder, and the next, a grinning maw of teeth opened on the rock face and tried to swallow Justine. The nearly 3-foot-tall puppet was fighting with a massive pink tongue, while Orion had the jaws held open, grunting with effort. Iona punched the hard surface of the rock, cracking chips away, but the rock creature barely reacted to the heavy impact. Zuri tried to maneuver past the others to hit the tongue with a wind dart, but she couldn't risk a shot without hitting one of the others. Then the rock creature unceremoniously spat Justine out of its wet mouth and shifted into the jungle, disappearing in a matter of seconds, leaving them stunned and mystified.
What in the 7 hells was that? Asked Iona. And why did it give up?
Zuri had a good idea, because she was back a ways from the fray, and had seen Margot appear from behind the rock creature after it fled into the jungle, but she wasn't sure she wanted to confront the first year when they had more important things to do.
It doesn't matter.
What matters is finding Hickford and fixing the obelisk, she said. When Orion moved to take point position, Margot stepped into the way.
Let me lead. No offense, Margot, began Iona, but Zuri cut her off. Let her.
Iona gave her a look, then lifted her shoulders. The auburn-haired first year pushed through the jungle beneath her leaf umbrella. Zuri noticed that she wasn't as diligent as everyone else at keeping the eclipse light from touching her skin. A few minutes later, the jungle broke away, revealing a transparent blue dome in the center of a small valley.
They stood on a short cliff.
The dome was about a 5-minute walk from their location.
That's Hickford's place. He won't be expecting us, said Margot. We can take him by surprise.
While the first year was speaking, Zuri approached from behind and before she could do anything snatched the leaf umbrella from her fist.
Hey, cried Margot, spinning around. Who are you really?
Iona grabbed for the umbrella.
Zuri, what are you doing? The eclipse will kill her.
Zuri gestured towards Margot, who stared back passively, making no effort to regain the umbrella. The strange light from the sky darkened her face. Iona's gaze darted between them before settling on the first year.
What's going on? Asked Iona.
Margot craned her neck at the eclipse briefly before holding out her hand. The skin turned purplish-gray, and had thousands of tiny bumps, as if she were having a serious case of gooseflesh before turning back to her normally pink skin.
She's one of them, said Zuri.
The quirk of a smile formed on Margot's lips.
I should have known you'd figure it out.
Who are you, and what are you to Hickford?
Until a few days ago, I didn't know he was a fellow changeling.
Margot glanced again at the sky and held out her hand.
I'm more protected, but the eclipse is still dangerous.
Zuri handed over the leaf umbrella.
Keep talking. I'd always thought something was strange about Professor Hickford.
I wasn't lying when I said I suspected him because of his incorrect colloquial sayings, but it wasn't until I ran into the false Valdemar Canute the same day we spoke that I understood who he really was.
And that is?
Amongst changeling society, there is a majority that want to profit from the ignorance of mages in the halls.
But there is also a minority that hates your kind.
An unreasonable hatred that cannot be deterred. I know the one that is masquerading as Professor Hickford. He goes by the name Lethic, which means forever hate in our tongue. Margot checked back to the dome.
You know, the longer we stand here, the greater the chance that the obelisk is destroyed and we're trapped here. We're not leaving until I know if we can trust you, said Zuri. Where are you in all of this?
The grifters or the haters?
Neither, said Margot. But if you had to classify me, I'm closer to the first group.
I'm running my own grift, but it's on a much smaller scale than the majority.
I see, said Zuri. Was there ever a real Margot Carrington? Of course, but she died to a horrible disease when she was 9 years old. I had nothing to do with her death, but I took her place near the end.
Her miraculous recovery was heralded by her parents and the hospital staff. They loved the new Margot as much as before. Truly loving good parents. I was lucky, especially when I hear the stories of most other Coterie parents. My real name is Outi.
Why are you helping us? Asked Iona.
Because Lethic's plan is about to ruin everything I worked for. If he destroys the Obelisk, then Coterie is finished, and I'll never have the place in high society that I desired. Zuri had more questions about the other changelings in the City of Sorcery, but knew they didn't have time. For now.
How do we know we can trust you? Asked Zuri with her arms crossed.
Margot held out her palms facing up.
I know I deceived you, but I never led you wrong all year. And my admiration was not an act.
I thought how you stood up to Blake and the rest of society was admirable, even if it was ill-advised.
You risked a lot by aligning with us, said Zuri.
Voltaire contrarian by nature, and I'm more than the usual, said Margot with a shrug.
That's why I didn't run with the regular groups and did my own thing. But I've always been able to make it work.
She gestured towards the dome.
We should get moving if we want to stop him.
Anything we should know before we get down there? Asked Zuri.
Lethic is a dangerous changeling even for our race. That's his home turf. It's sure to be protected appropriately.
He may not have all the magical ability that Professor Hickford had, but changelings have enough to be dangerous.
Noted, said Zuri. Let's go then, but you take point, and if I think you're leading us into a trap, you'll be the first to die. I wouldn't expect any different, said Margot.
Chapter 35. The journey across the jungle valley, even though it wasn't that far of a distance, took much longer than expected, due to the frequent attacks. The rock mimic was only the first of many, and Margot didn't spot them all. A calloused hand touched his forearm as they shifted past a towering tree, covered in bluish leaves that smelled like honeysuckle. Orion, said Iona softly.
Don't hold back.
We need you. He wanted to tell her that he wasn't holding back, but he knew that wasn't true. He'd never heard of Vicious before today, but he knew danger when he heard it. He was already a child of the infernal realm, a place of high magic in which nearly anything was possible. Vicious was a cousin to the infernal, a realm that could change him irrevocably in ways he feared.
As he pushed every sapling, every leaf out of his way, he could see the sparkles of raw phase at the edges.
When they stopped for a drink at a spring, Orion watched a pink fish slowly change to iridescent orange, like the lit end of a cigarette, before disappearing beneath a mossy rock. The horns that lay beneath the taut skin on his forehead felt like they were going to spring back into existence. As he reached out to push a vine out of the way, it curled around his arm and neck, lifting him into the air and slamming him into a nearby trunk of rainbow-colored bark. Sorcery ripped into the tree, snapping the vine free. It dropped to the ground and slithered away like a completely different creature. By the time he lost sight of it, legs had appeared on the sides of its elongated body.
I can see why you wouldn't want to stay here, said Iona.
Margot turned her head.
It's worse in the jungle.
In the small towns that dot the region, we protect ourselves from the eclipses with huge shields, but even then things creep into the buildings. When I was a young changeling, a new pack that I'd bought at the market tried to strangle me during dinner. Everyone in their small group looked frightened by the jungle except Justine, who kept covertly exposing her hand to the eclipse light to see what would happen.
How long do they last? Asked Iona. The eclipses.
From the front of the group, Margot paused, lifting her chin towards the darkened sky while keeping her leaf umbrella in the way.
Sometimes a half hour, sometimes an entire day.
The longer they go, the worse they are. More time to change things. Years ago, before I was born, there was an eclipse that lasted 3 weeks. A changeling town near the center of the affected area was completely wiped out. The region was too dangerous to search for survivors.
There's nothing you can do to stop it? Asked Iona. Not really.
Small exposures can be beneficial, if the subject knows how to guide the change, but it's dangerous and usually ends up going wrong. There are a lot of cautionary tales about changelings pushing the limits too far. They found their first trap on the floor of the valley. Margot was about to hit a tripwire when Zuri surged forward and pulled her back, gesturing towards the thin line that crossed the path. It would have triggered a package of explosives, hidden in a cubby, that would have easily killed them all.
Nice catch, said Margot, looking shaken. I'm used to the normal dangers of vicious, not man-made ones. How did you see that?
Zuri tapped the spot beneath her right eye.
I've been testing enchantments for my senses. Maybe you should take the lead now that we're almost to the dome.
The black girl found 3 more traps before they reached the dome. 2 more tripwires and a mine that had been buried right after the wire. A door entering the transparent blue dome was made to open when Zuri put a few spells on it, bypassing the electronics that had clearly come from their world. The dome was larger than a couple of 3-story houses, but much of it was covered by gardens. The experiments it contained were similar to the ones Hickford had been performing in his office.
He knows we're coming, said Zuri, gesturing towards a camera that rotated towards them. There's 5 of us and 1 of him.
I like our chances, said Iona. Orion wasn't so sure.
This was an unfamiliar realm, and Hickford had proved adept at setting traps.
They made their way towards the center of the dome. Orion hoped they wouldn't have to get into a fight. As they slipped into the next room, Zuri gestured towards the hillside where a flock of dark shapes rose into the sky as if spooked by something.
He didn't slip past us, did he? Asked Iona, frowning. I don't think so, said Zuri. The cameras keep rotating towards us. He's in the dome.
Sure enough, they stepped into a round central chamber that looked like the main living space with a kitchen and a crackling fire that proved to be an electronic mirage. Hickford was standing at the kitchen counter, pouring a drink.
I'd make you one, but I doubt you'd accept it, said Hickford. Tell us what you did to the obelisk, or we're going to kill you, growled Zuri.
Hickford leaned against the table and lifted his drink in salute.
That's not going to happen. This entire room is wired to explode. If you even think about touching me, there will be nothing left for the eclipse to change. You get nothing if we all die, said Zuri. I get revenge. Is that all this is? Yes.
Orion caught Hickford's glance towards the jungle. It was brief and barely noticeable, but he knew something they didn't. Orion wanted to check behind them, but didn't want to give away that he knew.
Why? Asked Iona. Why destroy the obelisk?
Because your patron, the real one, not the imposters playing at it, betrayed me. I merely stole what was rightfully mine. It was my creation that made the obelisk possible, said Hickford. Orion knew this hate. This entitlement. He'd heard it so many times before from the other Dreadmarshes in his family. They would complain over expensive drinks and fancy dinners about how the world was against them, that they hadn't been given their just due, that the only recourse was to take what they were owed. He avoided his family for many reasons, but this just made it easier. So Orion understood the changeling's hate, even if he didn't agree with it. You're punishing people that didn't have anything to do with your complaint, as righteous as it seems, said Zuri. Your families profited off the stature of the Obelisk and Coterie. You should be punished along with Malden. Malden is nearly dead, and might never return. Which made my revenge possible. He would have sniffed me out had I attempted this while he was in charge, said Hickford. Is there nothing we can say to convince you otherwise?
asked Iona.
Hickford's expression softened.
For you, Iona Storm, I have some sympathy.
You were not born in that world. You didn't profit from its theft, both the tower and the means to keep it there.
But revenge is not a clean cut. It's not a surgical knife that slices away the tumor.
Sometimes it must take good flesh along with the bad. So my apologies, but it could not be helped.
The world was a cruel place.
Orion knew it. He'd seen it in the way his extended family abused their power, but he also saw the way it twisted them.
Poisoned them from the inside. This won't help you, said Orion.
The others seemed surprised by his comment.
He was a little surprised himself.
He hated talking because most of the time he felt like he had nothing important to say, but in this, he was an expert.
Says the Dreadmarsh.
If there was anyone more entitled within this group.
At least Zuri had the decency to rebel against the system, though I dare say you made a mistake when you decided to join them. You should have gone to another hall. I may be a Dreadmarsh, but I'm not part of them. The ones you hate.
Nemor and I live in subsidized apartments. We clip coupons. We're the part of the Dreadmarsh family tree, the others try to forget.
I already explained to Iona, said Hickford, spreading his arms. It's not about me, but you.
I see the way the real Dreadmarshes let their complaints turn to venom.
It never ends well.
After this you'll find no solace. You'll hate that you didn't get to see their faces as you destroyed them, or their necks break beneath your boots. Then you'll concoct another scheme, this one more dangerous, more ruthless, more vicious than the last. It'll never end unless you want it to.
The hard expression on Hickford's face broke, the shift of his jowls suggesting sympathy. I never knew you could be so eloquent, Orion.
And maybe you're right. Maybe I will hate myself after this, or wish to seek a deeper revenge, but it's too late. This arrow has flown.
I do not wish it back.
He tilted his head past them and slowly lowered to his knees, placing his hands behind his back in a submissive pose.
But now it's time to welcome our new guest. It wouldn't feel like a party without him.
The stamp of a cane was the first clue to the newcomer's identity. He was not a man that slunk into a new situation, rather he entered as if he expected applause or a deep genuflection at the very least. It was Valdemar Canute.
Chapter 36.
Iona didn't understand why the changeling disguised as Hickford had knelt, until the appearance of Valdemar Canute.
The tall, haughty gentleman looked like he'd mistakenly wandered into the wrong salon, rather than a tense standoff in a realm that was desperately trying to kill them.
She glanced from Valdemar to Hickford and back. The new head of Coterie looked disturbed by the scene.
What have they done to you, Professor Hickford? The chubby-cheeked professor bowed his head in shame. They were going to kill me.
I'd followed them to their hideout, but they surprised me before I could stop them.
It's not true, shouted Zuri. He's a changeling. He's lying to you. He's been lying this entire time.
Valdemar sneered.
The professor and I might not see eye to eye on many things, but he is an alum of Coterie and one in good standing.
I trust his word over yours.
You're not listening, said Iona. That is not the professor. He's a changeling.
This is Valto, the realm of changelings. Sometimes called vicious. As confusion bloomed on Valdemar's brow, Hickford groaned as if he were fighting a compulsion.
The young one is the changeling patron Valdemar.
She's recruited the others to her cause. They hate Coterie and all it stands for.
You know it's true.
Zuri couldn't destroy it through legal means, so she recruited the other miscreants, and then Margot gave them the opportunity. Please, destroy them.
Then we can return to the Obelisk and save it.
Iona opened her mouth to shout down the professor, but Valdemar was already moving into action. The tip of his cane pointed directly at her chest, releasing a beam of eldritch energies. The attack came so suddenly she had no time to react, but Orion threw himself in the way, taking the brunt of the blast. He was thrown into the kitchen cabinets, as sorcery erupted from numerous points. Iona rushed to Orion's side, finding the left side of his arm covered in bubbling flesh. Seeing him hurt fueled her rage. She leapt over the kitchen island like a wounded mountain lion out to protect her cubs. Valdemar was encased by a shimmering globe that reflected the attacks from the other three. Iona dove towards the new patron, determined to strike his head from his body, when she hit the edge of the field and was thrown like a spinning top. Knocked partially unconscious, Iona struggled to her knees only to find a cold blade pressed against her neck. "Move and you'll bleed out before you can touch me," hissed Hickford.
"The battle is over."
"You lost." Orion was still lying in the kitchen, having trouble getting to his feet, while Zuri, Margot and Justine were struggling against ghostly chains.
"Impressive display, Patron Valdemar."
"It's easy to see why the other alumni chose you to replace Malden," said Hickford. "No one can ever truly replace Malden, but I'm honored to hold his place until he can return," said Valdemar, leaning on his cane with a sour expression.
"I expected more from them, given their win last year in the games, but maybe that should have been expected."
"I wager it was our Blake Lockwood that pulled them through to victory, despite their inadequacies." Iona felt rage building in her chest, but she also sensed that Hickford was looking for an excuse to cut her throat, so she remained calm.
"Patron, would you?" "Of course, Professor."
"Step away." There was little chance to act as the moment Hickford pulled the blade from her neck, ghostly chains wrapped around her body, squeezing her arms to her chest. She struggled for a few seconds before coming to the conclusion that she was trapped.
"Now that we have them, we must make haste to discover how they damaged the obelisk," said Valdemar, peering over the tables. "I thought I saw something over here," said Hickford, beckoning the patron towards a table in the corner covered in papers.
The pair approached the table. Iona thought to yell out and warn Valdemar, but the chains kept her voice from reaching them. The moment Valdemar leaned over to read what Hickford was pointing towards, the changeling struck, driving his blade deep into the acting patron's neck. Valdemar crashed to his knees, blood spurting between his fingers, understanding coming as his eyes dimmed. Hickford kicked Valdemar onto his back and scooped up the cane. He glanced their direction, adjusting a button on the shaft, which made the ghostly chains squeeze tighter.
"Now it's your turn." Chapter 37.
The corona burned brightly around the black disc. Azuri gave the bindings a testing yank, before coming to the conclusion that she wasn't getting free. The incandescent rage that had fueled the earlier fight was absent, replaced by emptiness. She called out her friends' names one by one, even Margot, but no one replied. Either he'd already cut their throats or he'd put them somewhere else in the complex. Hickford had stripped off her clothes minus her underthings before finishing the bindings. She pulled her chin to her chest to see if the eclipse was changing her yet. Fear lurked beneath the surface. Waiting. For now, the effect of the eclipse felt like a fairy tale, but she knew once it started changing her that it would consume her whole.
"Don't make me a rock thing," she told the sky.
The eclipse was beautiful, even as she knew she shouldn't look at it.
Squinting helped.
She could see the flares around the edge of the circle turning almost gold, before returning to their strange monochrome palette. A scream had her craning her neck, trying to pinpoint the location. Was that Hickford killing her friends? Probably Margot. She couldn't imagine that the eclipse affected her anymore, or as much.
But it hadn't sounded like Margot.
Iona, maybe. Or Justine. Was the eclipse changing them? Could it even change Justine with her hard wooden flesh? The idea that the change might be painful spiked her heart rate. She wasn't moving but felt like she was competing in a sprint. Zuri couldn't help but check back to the eclipse. How long would it last? How would it change her? Would she recognize herself afterwards? The obelisk had taken so much already. She'd failed to keep Coterie from changing her, as she'd told Nandi.
"I won't be a monster."
She paused. "No, that's not what I said."
It was, "I don't want to be a monster."
A few words made all the difference. Even then she'd known that despite her feelings otherwise, becoming a monster was part of the deal. Coterie wanted monsters. Exercising power required ignoring social constructs, ignoring empathy, and ignoring rules, legal, ethical and otherwise, in the pursuit of power. The official line was that they were pushing their students so they could confront the real monsters like her sister had during the invasion, but that's not what was really happening. She wouldn't trust Blake not to side with Elosian if he'd been in her sister's place. He would have seen his chance at ultimate power. That's what Coterie was. That's what they wanted her to become, and she'd failed that before she'd stepped foot into the Obelisk by going after Blake. What he did was wrong, they'd probably whispered in their homes, but done is done, why ruin a promising student's life? Another shout. Zuri strained to hear, and turned her head to see if she could make anyone out in the jungle.
Dots formed in her vision. At first, she thought she might be passing out.
Zuri fought against the feeling. Unconsciousness didn't come, but the dots continued to connect. She shook her head as if they were bees flying around her vision.
Please no.
The words were mute in her ears. Like distant cries for help. She felt them more as vibration than sound. This made her realize that what was happening wasn't just from looking at the eclipse, but the magic of it.
The change. I don't want to change. I don't want to change.
Iona fought against the restraints as the warm light of the eclipse rained down upon her body.
She felt like a sacrifice to the gods.
A knife would have been cleaner and more humane. Already she could feel the light changing her. Fingernails grew long. Teeth sharpened. When this was over, if it was ever over, she imagined herself roaming the jungle as a pale, white-haired beast, draining the blood from whatever creatures she could find. The prophecy of her blood unfolding. Fenris would be proud but disappointed. Finally, the monster. Iona, on the other hand, would be disgusted. Iona flicked her tongue against her canines. Razor sharp. Ready to cut flesh.
But there was no flesh to eat.
Nothing to use for the surge of power she needed to break the bonds. Go away, curse light.
The eclipse didn't care.
It changed.
Take them all off.
Hickford had looked at her strangely when she'd told him that, as he strapped her to the table.
Don't you want to see what it does to my wooden flesh?
He'd done as she'd asked, even if he looked disturbed by the request.
But she wasn't like the others.
She wasn't done changing. Taking the Ludmilla doll as her body had only been the first step, she was beginning to understand.
But as she lay upon the flat board, staring at the eclipse like a long-lost lover, nothing happened.
Please. Before I die.
Make me whole.
Change was painful. It had always been. So when he felt the horns grow long, curling away from his skull like a slithering snake, he bit his cheek to keep from crying out. He was a monster, but he still felt the ache of his bones growing denser. His grandmother Adeline wouldn't see him as a monster.
She never did. She saw him for what he was.
A scared boy that didn't look like the person inside.
She called him brave.
Brave for risking his life in Coterie. Brave for not giving in to the hate and lust for power that was the hallmark of the Dreadmarsh name.
But Orion thought himself a fool.
A weakling. If he was truly brave, then he could stand to look like a monster and not care. To ignore the way people side-eyed him as he passed, then muttered questions about his heritage when they thought he couldn't hear. But here he could. Their words fell upon his ears like hot ash. Being a monster meant your reflexes were better, your muscles were stronger, and yes, your hearing was supernatural. So he heard them. He heard their comments, their derision, their fear. Sometimes he wanted to show them what he could do.
That if he really was a monster, that they wouldn't just get to walk away. That he could rip their limbs from their weakling bodies. But that wasn't him.
Or it wasn't the version of him that he wanted to be. No. The world felt impotent in the face of the eclipse. He formed an image in his mind of what he thought he should be. held onto it like a lifeline to a dinghy in a raging storm. Pain racked his body.
"I don't want to change," he told the eclipse. "I'm a monster already."
A beautiful monster. His eyes shot open to find Iona leaning over him. Backlit by the eclipse, he almost couldn't see her. Then she leaned back and he gasped. Hair was bone white. Facial features had exaggerated slightly, as if she were a feral model. Her lips were kissed with crimson. A twinge of fear had her smiling as she ran her hand along his horns.
"They're quite fetching."
He wanted to tell her that they were awful. Signs of his weakness. Signs of his human betrayal, but she slashed away his bindings with her claws, which retracted as soon as she finished.
She told him how she'd escaped on the way to free the others.
A long snake-like creature had slithered onto her table, thinking her an easy meal, but she grabbed all of it with her mouth, ripping flesh and scales from its body until she had enough power to break free. When they found Justine, she asked for Orion to stay back while Iona broke the bonds. He didn't understand why, but did as he was told. They were all thankful that Hickford had left their clothes nearby. Margot was next to be freed. He'd left her in a cage to be sold to some other changelings. It was unclear what he was planning for the four of them once they'd transformed. To be let into the jungle to roam free? Or would they dissolve into nothingness after a long exposure to the eclipse? The last was Zuri, who startled at Iona's first touch. She was sobbing when they freed her. Tears streaked her cheeks. She could barely stand when Iona helped her off the table. Orion didn't understand until Zuri spoke.
"I'm blind." Chapter 38.
When the spots had connected, taking her vision away, Zuri had thought it temporary.
But when it persisted, she got angry, then scared.
The others found her when she'd broken down. Besides her brain, sight was everything. It was the way she understood the world. How she analyzed puzzles or memorized spells. There were no blind mages that she'd heard of.
It was too dangerous.
For the mage, and for anyone around them.
"He should have just killed me," she told Iona.
The others were focused on the goal. Find Hickford. Find the item he'd stolen from the Obelisk. Save Coterie. Zuri found it hard to care. Without sight, she was no longer a mage.
She hated how much she pitied herself.
How much this had reduced her to a slobbering idiot. Margot held her hand as they maneuvered through the dome in search of Hickford. Flashes of light appeared in the darkness, giving her moments of hope, but they quickly disappeared, reminding her of the fractals she saw when she pressed her palms against her closed eyes. Artifacts of dying vision, she told herself. Zuri couldn't imagine what her parents would think of her if she managed to get back to Invictus. A blind failed mage. They would take care of her. They loved her that much in their own way, but it would break them. Success was everything. They were so proud of Nandi as the hero of the invasion, who got the job she'd always dreamt of. She knew even without being there that her parents spoke only of Nandi to their friends, or at dinner with acquaintances. Bringing up the daughter that dared to rock the boat was a sure way never to get invited back, and her parents loved the dinner circuit. Loved to drink expensive wine in beautiful places, talking to others who shared their wealth and zest for life.
"They'll hire a maid to take care of me," she muttered to herself. "What?" asked Margot, leaning in close enough she could feel her breath. The darkness bloomed with light again.
Painfully. It was like stumbling into a sunny day, after being underground for weeks. It went away as quickly as it had hit. More dying spasms of her vision. She was about to tell Margot to leave her somewhere, that she was slowing them down, when a battle erupted. An explosion hit first, sending dirt and other material over them, followed by the crackle of sorcery ripping through the air. Margot pushed her down and against a wall.
"Stay here."
Zuri was forced to listen to the fight with Hickford. She heard Iona roar and Justine cackle, followed by Orion summoning a blast of electricity, which brought part of the dome upon their heads. It was a symphony of destruction that was missing one of its instruments. Zuri knew 100 spells that could help them in this moment, but she feared to attempt a single one for fear of hitting one of her friends. A second explosion made it sound like half the dome had collapsed. Cries of pain followed. Iona had been injured, or caught under the debris. The others were shouting.
It sounded like Hickford was winning.
Maybe he should win and the obelisk should collapse.
Then she'd never have to face her shame.
Face a world that she no longer fit in. Zuri hated that she had this thought.
It wasn't like her. But then again, she'd never been blind before. What would the others say about her? What would Blake think? He'd laugh.
Mock her. Make her feel like an insect. Why am I even thinking of that?
I'm going to die here. We're all going to die here.
Pity was a potent elixir that she wanted to drink more of, but she knew her friends needed help, even if she wasn't sure how she could affect the fight. Maybe I can kill Hickford and die in the process. No one would question a martyr's end.
Of course, no one outside her friends would know about it. But better than returning to the obelisk a cripple.
Zuri put her hand on the wall which vibrated, and used it to crawl forward.
She smacked her head on a hard object.
A vase. The impact stung, but she pushed the vase over, spilling flowers on her head.
They smelled like honey and sage.
The room was confusing without sight. She got caught in the corner before she realized there was no exit in that direction. Dreams of killing Hickford faded, leaving her curled into a ball, pressing her hands against her face. A third crackle of light in the darkness felt like her eyes were being poked with needles. Zuri rolled onto her side with her hands against her face.
She'd never felt such pain. It felt like her head was going to implode, and if she was screaming she couldn't tell.
When it was over, Zuri lay on her back, covered in sweat and heaving as if she'd run 3 consecutive marathons. She stared at the dim outline of the cracked dome.
It took her a moment to realize that she was seeing something.
Small bright flashes formed at the corners, as if she were witnessing a lightning storm in her own head. Zuri couldn't see her hands or anything nearby, but she was seeing other shapes at a distance.
An upright machine 2 rooms away.
A collection of blobs to her right. Another one further away, crouched with something in their hand. There were other small dots of light, and further out she could see the outlines of the jungle. In the sky reigned a bright orb. Not an eclipse, but a sun like her own.
Have I been out that long?
No. She realized that nothing had changed, and that she was seeing the eclipse, but not as a physical structure, but as what it was doing to Valto. She was seeing it despite having part of the dome over her head, which could only mean one thing. I can see magic. From the depths of her despair, a kernel of hope formed. She reviewed the blobs again. The ones nearby were her friends. Alive but injured and trapped by whatever Hickford had done.
But she could see him.
2 rooms over, hiding with a device in his hand. He'd probably laid many traps in the dome in case they managed to escape. No one could move because they feared another explosion. Zuri crept around the other way on her hands and knees, occasionally bumping into walls with her head because she could only see things that had some hint of the arcane. It helped her spot the traps because they had been constructed with magic. She maneuvered around them, patiently working her way towards Hickford. He never realized that she got behind him. The glowing blob had more definition up close.
Not quite Hickford-like, but similar.
She couldn't see much, but she could see him, and knowing that her friends were elsewhere in the ruined dome, made her decision easy. Zuri delayed the verbal components as long as she dared, knowing she couldn't give him the chance to hit a button on his device. The moment he turned, suddenly aware of her presence, she blasted him in the face with swirling black sorcery.
Chapter 39.
The moment Hickford was dead, they hurried into the room to find Zuri standing over his fallen body, seared by sorcery. The room smelled like burning flesh.
I thought you couldn't see, said Iona.
I can't. Then the rush to find the device he'd stolen from the obelisk was on. The search was futile, until Zuri identified something beneath a section of dome that had fallen. With Orion's help, they cleared the twisted metal and sections of splintered wood to find a squat brass figurine.
"That can't be it," said Iona. "It is," replied Zuri. "I can see its inner workings and the hidden runes on the surface." "How?" "I can see magic."
Iona didn't know how to take that. There were spells that could reveal leftover phase, and others that could pinpoint active magic, but not in the way Zuri was experiencing it.
"We need to go," said Zuri. "Back to the obelisk. Where do we put it? How do we use it? I found it."
Margot came running back into the room, holding up a folder of papers. They reconstructed their sun shields and hurried back into the jungle. Iona took lead. If something made the mistake of attacking them, she would relish the fight. She was still mad that she wasn't the one to kill Hickford, not for any other reason but that she wanted to taste his flesh. Once during their traverse up the hillside, something moved in the upper canopy, but Orion shouted at it, and it disappeared into the jungle at great speed. She grinned at him, but he didn't grin back.
The horns were weighing on him.
She knew he hated them, but Iona thought them beautiful. "Before we go back," said Zuri when they reached the portal, "we should read these documents. We might not have much time once we get inside." The documents revealed a map to a control station deep in the bowels of the obelisk, not far from where they'd been kept in cells. Based on Hickford's notes, they'd have to disable the disruptor and reinstall the brass figurine. "Be ready for a fight," said Zuri, who seemed to have regained her normal confidence. The rapid transit left Iona blinking to regain sight. 4 separate orbs appeared providing light, followed by a quiver of the tower shaking.
"Come on," said Iona, who had memorized the way to the control room.
The ground was in constant upheaval, shaking more than not, though most of the time it was small enough to ignore. While they were headed down the stairs, a big one hit, forcing them to grab for the railings. The main floor looked like a war zone. Iona spotted at least 3 dead students and an old alum who had come in with Valdemar, and looked like they were trying to escape before they got cut down by something large. Towards the main hall, she heard the sounds of roaring and tables breaking, but had no desire to find out what was causing it. Zuri grabbed her arm before they rounded a corner, tapping her ear and motioning for quiet. Iona didn't hear anything at first, but then as the thumping of her heartbeat faded, she heard heavy breathing.
Her friend motioned that the creature was large and had fangs.
Zuri might not have normal sight, but this new version was coming in handy. None of them were in shape for another battle. The collapse of the dome and the hurried escape from Valto had left them drained. A student burst out of a door further down the hallway. A second year. Michael or something like that. He looked pleased to see them, and started to move in their direction even as they were waving him off.
"Oh, thank Merlin," I thought.
The creature in the other room splintered the blocking door. Iona had the impression of something as big as a grizzly bear, with long quills and claws that looked like short blades. Michael turned to run, but the creature caught him before he made it out of the hallway. His screams chased them down the stairs as they went the other way. The control room was hidden behind a wall that Zuri disabled with a few touches, after they explained what was written on the documents. The interior had 3 separate walls of Kemetic runes, many of which were unknown, and still more were of a kind that predated common Coterie knowledge.
"Who made this place?" said Justine. "Not Malden Antares, that's for sure," said Zuri.
They found the items they'd acquired for Hickford in the room. Before they could enter, a heavy portal dislocation hit, and Iona wasn't sure they would ever come back. She saw herself in 3, then 4, then 6 places, intermixing with the others. She caught glimpses of others' sight, heard their thoughts, and finally after a brutally long time they were returned to their normal selves. Zuri wasted no time destroying the disruptor by smashing it with the brass figurine. The feeling that Iona was going to vomit went away the moment it was destroyed. "Can you fix it?" she asked Zuri.
I think so.
I can see all the runes and the figurine.
You'll have to talk me through the instructions, though.
I'll do it, said Margot. While the pair worked, Iona found Orion, who was busy tugging on his horns as if he wanted to pull them off.
Leave them be, she said, gently peeling his hands away.
Orion looked frightened. The eclipse had hurt him in ways she couldn't understand, but that only made her want to hold him against her chest. He held his hand out, and she thought he was looking for a hug until he touched her shoulder.
You're injured. The cloth was soaked in blood.
She touched it before smiling wistfully.
It'll hurt later, but for now, I'm running on adrenaline.
And blood. He was nice enough not to say anything to contradict her lie. The adrenaline had run out halfway through the jungle.
It's done. What do we do about this room? Asked Justine. Tell no one.
I doubt even the professors know about this place, said Zuri. Iona put the equipment in her pack before they made their way out, being careful as they moved in case the giant creature that ate Michael returned. The path to the front of the obelisk was filled with leftover carnage. Iona spotted at least a dozen bodies, half of which were kitchen staff. She felt bad for them since they hadn't signed up for the brutality that went along with membership in Coterie. The outside was filled with emergency vehicles, flashing lights, and heavy crowds surrounding the Coterie grounds. A disheveled man in a checkerboard sweater vest came running up to them.
Oh, thank Merlin, more survivors.
Did you see anyone else? Asked Professor Sinclair.
All dead except for Michael, but he got eaten.
The professor's eyes rounded with sadness. Iona hadn't had much interaction with the professor of demonology, but she had a lot of sympathy for him in that moment.
He cared about his students.
About them.
Professor, said Zuri. Yes. Is there something wrong with your eyes?
The sunlight revealed Zuri's eyes to hold a ghostly pallor, as if she had cataracts.
We got hit with some weird spell field, said Zuri.
The professor's eyes flashed to Orion's horns, and then he nodded.
But more importantly, we saw Valdemar too. Oh.
Zuri shook her head.
He got eaten.
Professor Sinclair barely reacted, but then his gaze slid down until it was resting on the cane in Zuri's hand.
That's good to know.
Thank you. If the professor thought that they'd killed Valdemar Canute, he wasn't about to say anything about it.
I should check on the others.
He paused as he noticed Justine.
Do I know you? Hi, Professor.
He flinched but continued to walk away. The chaos of the day made it impossible for him to concentrate on any one strange thing.
What now? Asked Iona. Back to the apartment.
We need to let this settle down before we know what's next.
What about me? Asked Margot, grim-faced. We'll talk later.
The auburn-haired first year nodded and headed the other way, disappearing into the crowd. Iona wasn't sure what to make of the changeling, but trusted Zuri's judgment in sending her away. The family SUV was waiting for them on the sidewalk. Camera flashes chased them inside, but Iona wasn't worried. Like Professor Sinclair, the chaotic day would make mincemeat of their memories. No one would put it together that they'd had anything to do with what had happened, or fixing it.
That was the hope.
Chapter 40. A mournful howl filled the air, followed by a chorus of voices, sending shivers down Zuri's spine. It was the third time she'd come to the Invictus Menagerie in Cryptozoo since the accident, since there was nothing else to do.
The obelisk was closed.
The faculty, led by Professor Sinclair, who had regained his acting patron position, and a select group of alumni were going into the obelisk daily to clear out the damage that had occurred. She couldn't see the ghost dogs in the enclosure making the noise, but hearing them was the next best thing. Zuri even liked the musky smell of the pack.
You sure that's a good idea to have that? Said Margot, coming up from behind.
Zuri had smelled her perfume long before she'd reached the park bench.
It was light.
A fragrance of cherry blossoms, but it was enough that she picked it out. All her senses were like that now, except her sight, which hadn't returned except in the strange way it saw the world. A tap of the cane and a smirk was Zuri's initial answer. Most everyone believes the story that Valdemar was eaten, but rumors persist that we might have had something to do with it, said Zuri.
That's a dangerous game, Zuri. There's already a lot of hate for your little group. They already hated us. Now they might worry about us.
We need any protection we can get. Zuri patted the spot next to her.
Please. I don't like craning my neck to look at you. I thought you couldn't see. I can't, but the habit remains.
Zuri sensed Margot's unease. They knew each other's secrets and hers were more dangerous.
What do you think is going to happen? Asked Margot quietly. With Coterie. I've heard rumors they might close until next year.
2 more months of summer preparation to clear out the monsters that flooded into the obelisk.
They won't clear all the levels. No, probably not. They'll need to find a new phasology professor, said Margot. Hopefully not another changeling. We're not all bad. That's not what I mean. Then what do you mean? How many of you are there in the city? Asked Zuri. Dozens, I assume.
Maybe more.
It's not like we have an online group where we gossip about you humans. I thought you said there was a group that had infiltrated high society. There is, but I'm not a part of it. They don't know that I'm a changeling. I don't want the same things they want. What do you want? The same thing everyone who goes into Coterie does.
Wealth. Power. The ability to do what I want.
But that only works if everyone still thinks I'm Margot Carrington.
Zuri smirked.
I haven't told anyone. Yet.
If you kept that cane, it means you're not done playing their games.
Astute, said Zuri. Necessary.
They'd kill me if they found out I'd taken their daughter's place. They'd have help too. There's no love lost for my race. For good reason.
They're not all bad, said Zuri.
She felt Margot shift on the bench.
You're not mad? For deceiving me so that you could stay alive?
No. I agree. They'd kill you in a heartbeat.
I don't want that either.
Margot let out a heavy sigh.
Oh, thank Merlin. I thought you were going to hold that over my head. I am, said Zuri. I see. While Valdemar's death has taken a huge bite out of the momentum to replace Sinclair, there's still a murmuring of charging forward despite the loss. And what can I do to help?
I'm a first year.
Your parents are connected to the movement. You need to convince them otherwise. How? I don't know, Margot.
You know them better.
You know how to manipulate them.
Get them to take their foot off the gas. The last thing we need in Coterie is more infighting.
Our hall looks like a disgrace to the rest of the world. Are you behind the rumors that Valdemar was behind the collapse? Asked Margot. They would have happened on their own, but yes, I've given oxygen to the fire. It wasn't hard. Outside of his core supporters, he wasn't much loved. I'll do what I can. Thank you, Margot.
The first year had a heaviness to her, but Zuri didn't want to interfere with her inner thoughts.
After a few minutes of quietly listening to the ghost dog's howl, Margot stood up. I should go. I understand.
Margot shuffled away a few feet before stopping.
For the record, I'm sorry I deceived you. I really did admire you.
Good luck, Margot Carrington. Footsteps retreated, leaving Zuri alone on the bench. There'd been a discussion with her friends about inviting Margot into the group, but Zuri didn't trust the changeling despite all that had happened. Maybe in the future she might find a way to regain her trust, but it wouldn't be anytime soon. A while later, Iona appeared to lead her back to the parking area.
How's the park? Asked Zuri.
Iona hooked her arm around Zuri's. Despite its name, the city of sorcery wasn't covered in a blanket of magic, so her special sight wasn't so useful for navigating the world.
Disappointing, honestly. They don't keep any real predators here.
The really dangerous ones are at the Portland Zoo. I'd hoped to see a matticore or a misdraken.
Or maybe a firehound pack.
She paused.
Everything good with Margot? As much as it can be. She was disappointed, obviously. Understandable. What do you think's going to happen next year?
Assuming we even get to go back.
Oh, they'll get it ready, even if they leave most of the monster slaying to the students, said Zuri. Did you ever suspect it? That it was really a giant portal? Not a chance. But it makes a lot of sense now that we know.
There must have been gaps where some of those creatures got in. Would explain the gloomwrens and the barrow rats.
Where do you think Malden got it?
The prophecy called it the Stolen Tower, after all.
Another mystery that will probably have to wait for next year.
After a long pause, Iona said, I'm worried. Zuri knew it wasn't the monsters, or the fact that it was a stolen tower filled with loosely connected portals.
Me too.
Chapter 41. Iona found him sitting on the roof of the apartment, swinging his feet like a little kid, except he was a 7-foot-tall man weighing nearly a quarter ton with curled horns extending from his forehead.
Long way down, she said, sitting next to him. I'm not jumping.
Iona leaned forward to see the street below.
You'd go right through the sidewalk and end up in the sewers, she said, which brought a grunt of acknowledgement.
She leaned against him, letting their breathing synchronize.
I'm getting them removed. Can you this time? I saw you yanking on them the other day, and you said the eclipse made your bones impossibly dense.
You've already broken 3 chairs and 2 couches.
I don't want to be like this, said Orion with his head hung low. She placed a hand on his arm.
No matter how big or how powerful he was, Orion was still a little boy under all that dense muscle. Just as his grandmother Adeline had said. Iona reached into a pocket and produced 2 small discs with a hole in the middle.
What are those? Put them on your horns. On the base.
Sliding them over the curved horns took maneuvering, but eventually he got them to the bottom.
Now what?
Iona stood up, because reaching his head even while he was sitting was difficult. She found the switch on the back and activated them both, which made the horns fade from sight.
I don't understand.
Using her phone, she let him look at himself.
No horns.
Orion waved the phone away.
Aren't you excited? They're still there under the illusion. I'll probably get them tangled in people's lights or in trees.
Iona cupped his jaw with her hand.
And like a polite monster, you'll apologize profusely and be appropriately embarrassed. I don't want to be a monster. That's who we are, Orion.
She leaned over and pressed her lips against his. A brief resistance was followed by him cradling her head with his hands.
I don't want to hurt you, he said.
Iona held out a clawed hand, letting the nails grow long.
You can't hurt me that easily. I could crush you. She kissed him on the forehead. You'd never do that, she said, but the pain in his eyes was real.
He'd been fighting his whole life to hide who he was, and the eclipse made that impossible.
It was hard enough on the streets.
Other people on the sidewalks gave him a wide berth, sometimes crossing the street to avoid him. A few dared to call him a demon lover, or other insults.
Come on, she said, tugging his hand. I'll break the bed. Then we'll lie on the floor.
Iona placed a finger against his lips.
You're coming with me. That's an order, and if you try to resist.
She held out her clawed hand, which brought the glimmer of a smirk to the corner of his lips. He let her lead him back to the apartment, where she shoved aside the furniture, clearing out a space on the center rug. A snap of her fingers had him lying on his back. Iona sat cross-legged next to him, which brought a silent question until she leaned over and massaged his forehead, unknotting the bunched-up muscles around his horns. The release of pressure had him sighing heavily. She worked them until his hands unclenched and he stopped grinding his jaw. When she kissed him, he pressed her against his mouth hungrily, their tongues darting in like hungry swallows until she'd climbed on top. Iona ground on him, rotating her hips until he was moaning softly. Orion gently tugged off her shirt, and when he went to reach under her skirt to pull off her panties, he found she wasn't wearing any, which brought a rounding to his eyes. Shortly after, he tried to get up to take off his clothes, but she shoved him down, holding him against the floor. He was stronger than her, but she could still make him work for it.
I need to.
Iona pressed her finger against his lips and shook her head, and then she held out a single claw. He didn't understand until she hooked it on the neck of his shirt and ripped through the entire fabric, being careful not to slice his flesh. The last part required shimmying him out of his pants, but he acquiesced to her demands. The moment he entered her, she thought she was going to pass out from the pleasure. Iona rocked on him, rotating her hips back and forth until he grabbed her arm.
Iona.
She opened her eyes to find she'd sliced his chest with her claws, beads of crimson forming along the narrow cut.
Can I?
Orion grabbed her by the back of the neck and pushed her against his chest, where she suckled the blood, being careful not to break more skin. The throes of ecstasy built like a slow train ride up a mountain, until they fell off the cliff together, plummeting gloriously through the chill air. She awoke sometime later, cradled in his arms, smelling like sweat and sex.
The claw marks in his chest had healed, but there were bruises where she'd had her lips.
Orion was watching.
Iona. Yeah. Can we do that again?
In another part of the city at the same time, Justine was readying herself in a mirror. The art of applying makeup had become harder since she hadn't been wearing any since she became a living doll, but she kept at it until she was satisfied with the results. Candles flickered in the bedroom, casting soft shadows on the walls and filling the air with lavender. Justine slipped into the cream silk robe, knotting the tie in a way that would unravel at the slightest touch. Twin hearts beat in her chest like a double bass drum, leaving her flush with excitement and nervousness. Justine checked the clock for the umpteenth time since she'd checked into the hotel room. He was 20 minutes late, if he was even going to come at all.
She didn't know what she was going to do if he didn't show.
Reconnecting had taken all her mental energy, but since they couldn't return to the obelisk, she had little else to focus on. A crisp knock on the door made her jump. She was going to check out the peephole but forgot she was only 3 feet tall and didn't want to bother with dragging a chair over. Justine brushed her hair away from her face, wishing she could check her lipstick one last time.
Hi, Leaf.
She startled him with the sudden swing of the door. He had his arms clasped around his chest, looking pained as he stared down the hallway.
Justine, look, I'm sorry.
Quivering with excitement and anticipating the moment he would enter the hotel room, she replied, "You're not that late, and I understand, I'm nervous too." Leaf pressed his hand against his forehead.
It's not that.
We only talked that one night, and that was months ago.
You ran off. I was scared, but I'm not scared anymore.
His gaze flickered up, loosening the tension in his jaw.
You look nice, more than nice really, but I'm not so sure we should be doing this.
The world wavered for a moment. She knew he'd be nervous, that they'd both be nervous, but she wasn't expecting him to back out.
She didn't know what to do with that knowledge. Leaf. He checked his watch. I should go.
As he turned, Justine reacted before she'd thought through what she was going to do. Leaf stiffened as she took control and marched him into the hotel room. The door clicked shut, and her entire body shivered.
Leaf, I just want.
The sentence never completed, because she remembered that she'd taken control of him. He stared over her head like a mannequin at a department store. Justine stepped to him, hooking her fingers in the front of his jeans.
It would be so easy. He wouldn't even remember. 7 hells.
She backed away with his front button undone, and released the compulsion. Leaf looked around suspiciously.
How did I get here? I'm sorry, Leaf.
You can go if you want.
I wasn't thinking.
He didn't quite understand what she meant, but he half turned, looking to escape. With his back to her, she thought about taking control again. Taking what she wanted and feel the release she'd been dying for, but she couldn't do it, no matter how much she wanted it. It wouldn't be the same if he didn't want it to. Justine leaned against the bed as he opened the door to leave.
She felt like a fool for thinking he'd want her back. Justine.
She opened her eyes to find him staring at her agape. The reason wasn't clear until she realized her silk robe had slipped open, revealing her naked body, wooden in all areas but one.
Is that? I made it just for you.
His forehead knotted with confusion, but he closed the door behind him.
You look beautiful.
The words sent her heart soaring. He lifted her onto the bed, which put them nearly at the same height, and mashed his lips against hers.
Chapter 42.
The amber and smoke was busier these days, since the Obelisk was closed for the rest of the school year. The clientele was mostly first through third years, since some of the fourth and fifth years had been in the upper levels, and hadn't shown their faces since the incident. Professor Horace Green found Zuri in the back of the second floor sipping a fizzy drink, without alcohol or alchemical modifications. She wanted to keep her head clear, and getting around without sight was challenging enough.
Hello, Professor. Hello, Miss Musa. I'm sorry about your sight.
Coterie has suffered enough tragedy as of late.
I hate to see such a promising young woman felled by an affliction of the eyes.
Is there nothing Golden Willow can do for you?
I'm fine, Professor.
Really?
You don't have to worry about me.
In her 3 years at Coterie, Professor Green was the instructor she'd spoken to the least. He was prickly and prone to anger, and more than a few student deaths had been blamed on his advice.
You plan to return next year. Is that wise? I have my friends and I'm not as fragile as you think.
For example, I know you have an enchanted flask in your right front pocket filled with bourbon and some other alchemical additions. I also know that you have a small tome in your pocket, with strange Kemetic runes I've only seen in a few places in the Obelisk.
The professor leaned back in his seat.
He checked over his shoulder and snapped his fingers, forming a privacy shield over the pair of them.
You're full of surprises. And we need a mentor for next year.
Patron Malden has made it clear that requirement remains in place despite all that's happened.
Your last mentor didn't make it out of the Obelisk, not to mention the rumors about Professor Cornwallis.
While I know my reputation is quite messy, I don't think it's as messy as yours.
Then we'd be a good fit. Outcasts should stick together. I'm not an outcast, Miss Musa.
I'm a curmudgeon. I prefer my books to people.
I don't need you to hold our hands and tell us fairy tales, Professor.
We just need a name to give to Malden so he doesn't kick us out. We won't bother you at all next year, she said.
What do I get out of it?
Zuri repressed a sigh.
The knowledge that you're doing the right thing. Worthless. I had to try.
Do you have something in mind?
Not at the moment, but I could think of something. Then we'll call it for future favors, said Zuri. Not much of a deal, given how much the other students hate you.
From where I sit, you and your friends are unlikely to graduate. We've been underestimated before, and we did win the second-year games.
There is that.
He tapped his fingers on the table, which made her wish she could see his face so she could tell which way he was leaning. The tenor of his voice suggested he was intrigued, but he was being truthful when he said he didn't like people.
I accept, said the professor. But I will come to you at a later date for a favor, and I expect you to do it, no matter what it is. Sounds like you have something in mind. Not at all, but I don't want a renegotiation when the time comes. Is that clear? As a mud puddle.
Professor Green rose from the table.
Good luck, Miss Musa. You too, Professor.
Before he dismissed the privacy shield, he said with a smirk, nice cane. Zuri was pleased with herself for how the interaction with Professor Green had gone. He was as prickly as a cactus. To come away without getting stuck was a minor miracle, though she may have regrets next year when he cashed in his favor. She used the abundance of alchemical smoke jars to guide herself out of the second floor, using the cane as little as possible. Many eyes were upon her, but she didn't want to look weak.
That would only make their 4th year harder.
She was almost to the stairs when she heard the sliding of a paper door.
Zuri.
It was almost as if he were waiting for her. She sensed no others in the private room. Zuri made her way over. A closed door and another privacy enchantment would be the talk of the other students.
What do you want, Blake? To congratulate you.
He wasn't wearing the trinkets he normally did, which made picking him out in the darkness harder. It was almost as if he knew not to wear them.
On what?
Killing Valdemar Canute.
I don't know what you're talking about. Everyone knows you have his cane. She lifted it off the floor. I grabbed it after the creature got him. The obelisk was a bit of a mess, as you remember. You should take credit for your kills. They help you more than they hurt you.
Unless you have feelings, but those seem kind of useless in our line of work.
If you're just going to be a dick, I want no part of it, she said, reaching for the sliding door. Wait.
Really?
I do want to thank you.
All seriousness.
For what? She asked. For your help.
You know there are places in the obelisk no one is supposed to go. No one probably even knows they were there, but I found them. Zuri really wanted to leave, but she also wanted to hear what he had to say.
It's filled with secrets.
We were told that our first day in Coterie.
There are secrets and then there are secrets.
I suspect you've figured out what the obelisk actually is. I'll be honest, I was kind of mad at myself once I realized it at the end of our 2nd year.
The signs were there, we just had to read them. Good for you, Blake. But the obelisk was more than just a portal.
Otherwise, Malden wouldn't have been able to steal it.
It had another, more important use.
Zuri knew he was trying to get her interested, and it was working.
What is it? You have to figure that out for yourself.
I'm not here to hold your hand or tell you fairy tales. The mimicry of her conversation with Professor Green had her gut tightening.
I'm leaving, she said, but didn't make it out of the sliding door before he continued. I knew Professor Hickford was a changeling long before you did.
And I was the one to convince Valdemar to take control of Coterie.
It wasn't that hard.
People are so gullible when their only pursuit is more power.
That should make you the most gullible of all. That would be true, except for the elixir of foresight. Spit it out, Blake. I don't have all day.
She could sense his condescending smirk and wanted to slap it off his stupid face.
There are secrets in the obelisk, Zuri.
Ones only I and maybe Patron Malden know about.
What's your point? That's it. I just wanted to thank you for playing your part in all this. I couldn't have done it without you.
He surged towards her and she brought the cane up, but he shifted past and opened the paper door.
Have a great summer, Zuri. I'll see you next year.
Zuri left the smoke and amber with fear in her heart. If it had been anyone else, she would have thought it lies, but the elixirs he'd gotten from the 2nd year games explained too much. A black SUV pulled up, allowing her to climb in back. She settled into the seat as it shifted into traffic, but her thoughts were focused on what Blake had told her, and why he'd bothered to tell her.
Was it simple gloating, or did he have a deeper purpose?
A few years ago she would have put her money on the first, but the elixirs had changed him, and now she couldn't help but believe the second. Zuri closed her eyes, leaned into the soft upholstery, and sighed heavily.
It's going to be a long summer.
This has been Vicious by Thomas K. Carpenter.